my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. These days my guns stay loaded, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill a standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Out back, guns out, country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swimming. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Just horses and a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live to tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come stupid around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady sipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before and we can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Fucking right.
You can't take my freedom, can't take my land, you can't take my guns from me, young man. Don't tread on me, you'll fall where you stand. I played dirty as a dog, Lord, forgive my sins. The world that we're living in is going to hell. You'd rather bite your tongue and by the stories they tell. Stand my ground till the day I'm gone. Salute the ones who never made it home. Time when you red and my stripes were white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible. And a middle finger to
See,
the
we soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. Old school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. All these crooked politicians on a mission just to find all the brains they can wash and all the rules they can't apply. Just a bunch of sheep inside these fences, always sleeping, mostly senseless, medicated, incarcerated. I hate to say it, but the truth is vicious. Lied to and deprived too. They got us in the system. Middle finger to the man. You either with us or against us.
I'm bleeding red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. I keep one hand on the Bible and a middle finger to the
See, we
man.
soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of time. I said we soldiers in this new age and tread on enemy lines. On the school in our veins and never change with the hands of
I'm
time.
bleeding red and my stripes are white and my skies are blue. I don't call 911. I was raised with guns and I like to shoot. I was born and raised here. I was raised to stand my ground. I keep one hand on the Bible.
Yeah, come on.
And a middle finger to the man. So what's up, everybody? Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever that's working. I'm working on being motivated. Boom. Man, I hate that big screen. So morning, everybody. Who do we got? Let's see. I see Miss Bambi, Chrissy Cat, Moonchild, Bella, Tony, Mr. Brian, Benjamin, with the coffee and donuts, Huckleberry. How are y'all doing? Garrett? Don't want to miss nobody. Let me scroll. Hey, Miss T-Girl. Silver Girl. How are you, ma'am? Aloha, Prepper. How are you, ma'am? Everybody's starting off their day or ending their day in a pretty good way. Hey, Miss Anna. Huckleberry in the house. Try to catch everybody. Don't want to miss nobody. Welcome everybody here. Who there? What's up? Let's see. Who we got? Man. Hey, Mr. Ron. I saw Ron up in there somewhere. Miss Tyne. I think we got everybody. I don't know. I try to keep up. Hey, Miss It Gal. Man. Down in Texas Hill Country. Right on, D. I'm in Southeast. I'm in the Piney Woods. Feel like I live in a pixie stick place. Sorry, it's a thing with Mark and me. Oh, what did I miss, Miss Bella? Oh, I see. Mr. Mark. Hey, Bambi. How are you? Man, oh man. Hey, Redneck Prepper. What's up, brother? Let me see if I can get some little invites out. Oh, Dan, I'm hoping I can get a couple people up here and we'll talk about something. I don't know. I'm all up in my shit right now. So, hey, by the way, don't forget, keep Miss Sister Marie in your thoughts and your prayers. She's got, some eye stuff going. Definitely want to throw some prayers her way. There you go. Chicken dance on. Told you that so many times tonight. Well, I got this. That's what my problem is. I'm trying to read that fine print shit. I need to zoom that bad boy in so that I can read. Oh, Chrissy Cat Eyes. Hawk said something about the chicken dance song, and I was just muttering that. Hey, what's up, Mr. G? Let's see if I can. Well, I thought, let's see. Oh, hit go. That was. Oh, Chrissy Cat, Sister Marie. Sister Marie's Kitchen. She's one of our canning ladies in the community. Really knows canning real well, and it's an awesome lady. And she's been having some eye issues. She went in for surgery yesterday. I think, I'll get my days mixed up, so I apologize if I did. But she went in, it didn't quite fix it, but she's healing up, and so she's still got to deal with it. Hey, what's up, Mr. Zach? How are you, buddy? Bella, have you been to Mark B? Great channel. No, man, believe it or not, I don't really watch too much of the YouTube. It's like, oof. I try to watch some. It's like I try to watch like Angry and Zach had their show last night, and I noted off, I think, for 3/4 of it. Woke up and all I'm looking at is the screen where it's already over, and all I see is all the panels. I'm like, oh shit, okay. I fell asleep. Hey, where's my little? I know. Okay. Hey, Mark B, welcome back. Oh, let's see. And Jeep, I knew I had yours. Hey, Breezy. Take Bella's spammer. Is she picking on you? Oh, yeah, hopefully everybody had a good day. Just some crazy news going around. It looks like they got their 60 for their vote, so the draft is being turned over this morning. So we'll see where the dust settles from that one. We've got quite a few opinions, say that right, got a few opinions coming from the Supreme Court today. I guess we're going to see just how much that blows up. By the way, you might get ready for the shoe to drop. I don't know how many of y'all noticed that little change yesterday with YouTube.
Were any of y'all aware of the change that took place on YouTube yesterday? How many people were? You want to get ready for the digital attack that'll fixing to be coming? Watch this shit. So while you're in chat, go over to the end of somebody's sentence and hit those 4 dots and then click on the word report and look at the list that just pops up. And look at the choices and keep that in mind. Look at the wording of them. So, I mean, it's just like a shooting range. I mean, it's just, yeah, buddy. And I don't know, nefarious me. I'm sorry. I judge people on their character. Show me what you do while I'm watching what they do. That looks like prelude to get ready for another channel clearing. Oh, you're talking too much about that. Oh, you're talking too much about that. And then that gives the trolls quick access. That's it, right, Garrett? Ain't that something? And actually, what got me was the very top one. The top one I thought was, dude, that's so open-ended. Unwanted commercial content. I'm sorry, if you didn't want it, why did you go to the channel? What kind of shit is that to report? Unwanted. Like, well, why did you go? Hey, redneck. All right. Oh, damn, I was fixing to send you an invite. All right, get you some rest, brother. Oh, that is what the governor of New York instructed all social media to do in New York, so they are making it nationwide. That really sucks. Yeah, see, that's... Oh, we got Mr. John in the house. What's up, John? Yeah, Garrett. That top one, man, that's the one that really kind of got me. It's like unwanted. So you can just like, and seeing what that is, that opened the door for trolls. Oh, it's at the end of the sentence, Jeep. So like in chat, over on the far right of the chat window, over your chat or anybody's chat, you can, when you select that, you can do the whole block and report thing. And they just added a whole lot of options there, and they seem really open-ended to me. That's just my take. So our group hosts sexually explicit or graphic violence or promoting terrorism. Right, Brian? Hey, man, it's open for interpretation. What's up, Ridge Runner? How are you, sir? What bill got 60 votes? I don't want to say the numbers wrong because I want to say it was 79-10. It's basically I mean, people are talking about the red flag laws, but it's named after Safety Act. Hold on, let me pull that up. Jeep, I'm not sure if it does because that I'm not really sure. It's probably still there. It's just listed different. Let's see. 719. Yeah, the Protecting Our Kids Act. That's what it is. Matter of fact, I've got it in a folder. Let's see. Actually, I gotta get some invites out. Otherwise, I'm gonna can't just here and talk to myself. I'm not a creator, so I don't all this content stuff. I ain't no showman, so Let's see, I'm on my phone. Does that mean no? It doesn't. So anyone can report or try for unwanted content. That's what it kind of looks like. Let's see, you got little old Zach and invite out. Oh, wow. Yeah, Silver Girl. Goodness, there's a tornado down in Oklahoma-Kansas lines on the southwest corner of Kansas. So prayers go out to everybody in that area. Let me throw some of these out. Oh, Chrissy Cat, if you're on a computer in the chat window, if you just go over on the right side of the chat window, when somebody says something, you'll have them 4 little dots. If you mouse over it, will show up. If you click those, little window pops up saying to report or block. You choose report, and then this list will open up for you to select just how the feeds got hurt. Let's see. Oh, hey, Mr. Steve. Oh, wait, there we go. I saw Mr. Ron, too. He's driving. We can get a little. Let's see. Hold on, Mr. Ron. Coming up, sir. There we go. Oh, let's see. We got a storm coming into or in Missouri right now west of me. Maybe that's it. Part of the same system moving across. That was just, Happy Wednesday, everybody. If you click on the 3 dots, you can block. Right, Mark? Now, I thought today was a good day. I even got my mom's coffee cup out. It says, friendship is a special kind of love. That was one of her favorite cups. Her best friend for years gave her that. Oh, let's see. I was in the middle of shit. Man, I don't know. Sometimes I wish I was some kind of channel or some kind of format shit, because then you could just kind of skate by, but not me. Hey, Ron, T-Girl wanted to tell you that you are a handsome young man, and she said to say hi. Let's see, Congress didn't pass it, but the Dems got it to the floor to be voted on. Yes, Silver Girl, and they finally have, coerced enough 10 on the other side, so they got their 60. No, to today, the draft is being done today, so unless people are fixing to all of a sudden now they'll start sending some messages to their representative, then it looks like they've got their 10 Republicans for the Senate. And so that gives them their 10, because they already got their 50. So that gave them their 10. Oh my gosh, what a bunch of horse poops. And now people can take others down easily. I just saw the list. Okay. Can y'all hear me through this goofy ass shit? I'm trying to see. Okay, you can. Okay, sorry, bear with me. I don't know. Somebody didn't like something, I guess. I'll have to look into the firewall to see just what happened. Let me see. Okay, and y'all just kind of bear with me. Wait, what's this guest thing? Man, I don't know nothing about on the phone, so okay, we got Ron. Wait, add to stream. Okay, I think I added Ron. I don't know, man. This phone shit. I hate these phones. I'm trying to. Apparently, I crashed, or at least that particular connection crashed. So now, let me move that out the way. I'm trying to.
Did you have StreamYard open twice?
No.
Then I saved your stream, maybe, by being backstage.
Well, I came in on my phone when all of a sudden I saw my little spinning wheel. I'm like, well, shit, ain't nothing. Okay, so, and I think even if I leave, I think it'll just keep your head looks bigger on the phone.
When I first come in, it was spinning. It spun for a little bit. It spun for 30 seconds or a minute.
That's about whenever I crashed. Yes, Ricardo and them, man, they Australia's got some stuff. As soon as I can get this fixed, I'm gonna get him an invite up so maybe Ricardo can come up and tell us a little something. Just bear with me, guys. You know, talk amongst yourselves and give me just a minute. I'm trying to get because I can't.
Yeah, we're having technical difficulties. Just watch the road.
That's it. That's it, Brian. I don't know. Is it me or is it a clone? All right, I'm gonna turn my cam off for a moment because it just freaks me out looking at my phone. But let me see what I can do. I'm trying. Shit don't move fast. I can say that.
Get the soldering gun out.
I don't really want to have to reboot my whole damn network, but. Damn, I might have to do old school.
We did that longest live. That was like 600 some hours. That's what we worried about, was somebody's computer crashing. And that's pretty much why we always tried to keep a couple people up on the panel talking. But me and Dana sit there and talk for a long time, many nights. I haven't heard from her. Have you heard from her, Rescue?
No, sir. Not in what I look and see it yesterday. I think it's been like right at a week now. I think since the last I heard from her.
Worry about that girl.
Alright, I'm gonna have to take you guys on a little walk while Alright, I'm gonna mute myself for a minute too, because I have sound effects when I have to walk more than about 10 feet. Then there's some grunting shit going on because it just don't feel very righteous. So I'll be back.
So hello, Silver Girl, Tea Girl. Who? Everybody in chat? I can't see you, but I know you're down there. Just out enjoying the open road. I was informed that this weekend they do not have anybody to work Friday night and Saturday night, so I'll be picking up a couple of nights this week. Work like a dog and get paid like a pup. Dry roads tonight. The stars are out, and we are we're probably about 30-40 minutes to Indianapolis. Anybody's wondering where we're at. Coming from Chicago.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, who we got there?
It's me, Ron. Monty.
Oh, hey, Mommy. How you doing, bud?
Oh, I'm all right. I don't think there's. I can't tell. I was watching Ryan Hall, and he's like watching the storm and stuff in Kansas, Oklahoma, and it's still a rotation. And my mic gain just went berserko.
The dose in, huh?
Hey, Monty.
Hey,
All right, bear with me, guys. I'm
no problem.
working.
You just go right ahead. Let's see here. There we go. How's that? So I think it's just rotation still. Now that I don't know, it's a big storm up north of me too, heading over into Missouri. Well, yeah, it's already over there, and it is raining. It's storming. Hi everyone, what's up? Looks like you got dry roads over there, Ron.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we're high and dry for the moment. Stars are out. I can hear rescue when that thing crashed on him. I know what he was saying. No.
I messaged him. I was like, system reboot again. I heard someone else do the no thing tonight.
Some things just stick in people's heads, you know it?
Yeah. Uh, I trimmed off that crap on my chin and off my lip.
Baby face now, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. It feels different.
I would feel naked if I'd done that.
Yeah, Garrett, I wish it would just thunder and rain and just move on too. But it's, I don't know. The last few storms that's rolled through here, they come in, they rotate, they come back around again, and just
Keep hitting you.
yeah.
Well, I
They
found
do.
out today my new landlord is also a prepper.
Right on.
Yeah, I was like, that's good.
Right, Rick. Ricardo, get the hammer rescue. It always help fix. It always fix the problem.
Well, at least we got the right man on the job.
Yeah.
And it happened to me. I just throw the phone down and keep driving.
Chrissy cat. The web feet.
So you know the 4-6s ranch. I'm sure you've heard of it.
No.
It's
Not
it's a big ranch out in Texas. I know Rescue's heard of them, but I don't know how many acres it is. But it's a big ranch, and I was listening to stuff that went on back in the 1800s earlier on YouTube, and found out that ranch was won in a card game, and the guy that won it with 4-6s.
Ah,
So that become his brand.
right. I get it now.
Like, that's kind of cool. Little things you learn about history.
Yeah. I've been rewatching the series, the Men Who Made America. The reason why they
Been watching Hitler. Nah.
no the reason why they had to come up with the monopoly busting moves, because they was monopolizing back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, I guess you'd say. Carnegie and Rockefeller and all of them. Yeah, exactly, John Dunning, robber barons.
I don't know why that does not surprise me.
Even the one that I forgot the one that was behind the trains.
BlackRock.
I forgot his name now.
Uh,
Now they was all in cahoots, more or less. Did watch one yesterday about or 2 days ago about Westinghouse. That was pretty interesting. Hey Chuck. Hey Hoot Owl. This is Jay, Chrissy Cat, Benjamin, Garrett.
hey, Chuck, Chrissy Cat, Garrett, how's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's having a good night.
Ron, I forgot you couldn't see chat. My bad. Earlier, Chrissy Cat said it's so much rain in Oregon. I think I'm getting webbed feet. Hey, Jeep.
Now that'll change. I can promise you that.
Yeah, because
Kentucky's a lot drier than the Pacific Northwest, that's for sure.
most usually it rains quite a bit right at the beginning of spring and tapers off right towards the end before it rolls into summer, and then it's just real hot and humid here, right? Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I thought it was going to end up being really dry here, and so far, no.
Well,
We've
that's
had one.
the thing. That's the thing, though, Monty. It's still coming.
It's
It's just all running behind.
I still remember it was either 80 or 81. 80 was a drought, or 81 was, and then in 81 it was a flood, and then it alternated because it was so dry that we had to bale up all the milo just for hay for the cattle. Did I freeze up or did Ron freeze up? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Can y'all still see me? Ron did? Okay. Still there, Ron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when you drive 300 miles, you're bound to lose a little bit of service somewhere.
Right. Hey, kiss off. T-girl, good morning.
Good morning, beautiful T-girl.
I'm waiting for the weather. I've been waiting for the weather to straighten up so I can take my nephew fishing. We've only had 1 or 2 days, well, not consecutively, of no rain this last week.
Wow.
And then he thinks that you just go fishing in the middle of the day. And I'm like, no, it's either early in the morning or late at night.
That's when they bite the best.
Yeah. I was watching this video earlier, well, way earlier, just this afternoon actually. It was a stale cracker, and he was out there running jug lines, but they wasn't jugs. He was using old propane bottles, the 20-pounders with holes cut in them, and he was just pulling up any size of catfish. I mean, hang on. I know you can't see my screen, but about the 17 to 18 inch long ones.
Yeah.
About that size of blue cats that could go in that hole and lay eggs. And then the males come in there and protect them. And then, so they're sitting there and he's pulling them up left and right. So many of those canisters.
Nice.
He had laundry baskets full of catfish.
Good eating size.
Yeah. And then he pulled up a couple of the, I want to say about the 20, he pulled up a couple 20-pounders.
I got a cousin that fishes the Ohio River for them things, but he fishes for the big ones. He's got pictures of 40, 50, 60-pound catfish.
Yeah.
But he'll take a fish finder and go find them, and then he'll troll for them. Dangle the bait right in front of their nose. It's like, is that really fishing? I don't know why he does it. He turns them loose. It's like, why would you fish if you're going to catch fish and not eat them?
Right.
I'd rather catch, a couple 20-inchers and have a mess of fish to clean and take home and eat.
Here in the city lakes that we have one on each end, east and the west one. Both of them, you're only allowed 2 per limit. And I'm like, there's some nights, we have to invite extra people out there just for our count,
Take their limit.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't get very much fishing done last year, but I hope so this year before it gets real hot. Usually in the middle of July, for about the second week of July, around in there, usually when it gets real hot, they usually don't start coming in and biting until about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when I'm usually hard at it on the jet skis all day and I'm sleeping all night. I used to enjoy it. I used to enjoy running trot lines.
Yeah.
That used to be a lot of fun.
I remember when my dad used to do that, these smaller lakes, and even on the river, the Mergezing River, and then he would even do the green willow and hickory limb lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes when that river was up and really roaring, he wouldn't allow me to go because at that time I was maybe 5 or 6, and I used to think he didn't want me going with him. But then he goes, "Son," he goes, "I can barely save myself if I fall in the river, let alone try and save you if you fall in."
My uncle did that. The river was up real high one year. He always drank. He's an alcoholic. He'd get out on the boat and he'd take 12-pack with him and he'd fish and drink the whole time. River was up real bad one year. And this is just a family story. It's been told that, I was probably 1 or 2 years old when this happened, but he ended up turning the boat over and floating down the river, and he grabbed a tree limb that was where trees were overhanging out in the water.
Yeah.
He grabbed a tree limb and was holding on to it and held on to it, and he was late coming back. It was after dark and stuff, so they all went out looking for him. And they stood on the train trestle and looked down the river, and they seen a little bitty flicker of a light. And they run down there and they found him. He was in that, holding on to that tree limb still, and he had his pack of cool cigarettes in his shirt pocket with a big lighter. A big lighter saved his life.
Yeah. It flooded so bad here back in 2007. About 7.5 miles north of me. We was out in the middle of a field. There was an older man. He had a bigger boat cruiser, and then there's a couple of them had some John boats, and so we was out in the middle of these fields and taking the roads and everything through here. It was about 21 foot flooded.
Wow.
Yeah, because we had a drop rope and we was measuring.
Sounds like our little town back in '97. It flooded the entire town just about, where I grew up. where I was born.
Yeah.
Falmouth, Kentucky.
Well, you know, on the
Took a lot of houses.
you know, okay, like I know there's different high power lines, the poles, you know, the big high power ones.
Yeah.
How some of them are like trapezoidal, or you know, kind of like that. But well, ours is just two mains with a cross member, right? So when we was up underneath the boat, we measured to the cross, and we was 12 foot below it. And they're the cross, those cross beams are usually way up there. We went by this one. It was where they usually, the Duck Club, where they usually have, and it's a 2-story house, and the flood water was up almost into the 2nd story. And there was water moccasins and stuff coming up out of the trees and up on the decks. It's crazy.
It sure bring them out.
Oh yeah. It flooded across the railroad tracks, and they couldn't even run the Burlington Northern couldn't even run up north and south because it was flooded over the tracks.
Yeah.
The place where we had to stay at one night, we kind of got trapped in flood water, and so we had a buddy. You know the great big silver boxes that's close to the crossing?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he dove underneath. He thought he could fix the dinging that was dinging all night. He dove underneath it, come back up. He goes, "Oh, son of a!" He goes, "I just got shocked." I'm like, "Imagine that." I'm like, "It's already flooded. You're dealing with electricity."
And you're in water.
Yeah. It's like, here's your sign.
The rest of us frustrated.
See, I don't know. Now I'm really trying to find the silver fucking lining in things, but it's like this stupid jerk. It's like, oh man, sorry, there might be some F-bombs. That's all I can say. So I'm about tired of this retarded, stupid way of thinking. What is this fucking word game shit? It's like I'm sitting there trying to talk to this guy, but see, he knew. Because it's like, yeah, you're doing your little typical reading off the screen. And then I go, no, dude, I'm a BBT4. Okay, so I've already been training this. I actually probably know more than your guys, since you guys were actually hosed as a twisted pair company, you little shit. And then it's like, well, I'm not going to argue. I'm sorry. Who the hell are arguing, you dipshit? You are an internet provider. I need an internet address, an IP address, internet protocol address. You provide that. I'm asking, where is it? And you're saying it's an argument? Are you setting a tone for your little supervisors to listen to this retarded ass phone call later? Well, by all means do. So let's break this shit down. I pay you a monthly service. You, sir, are an internet provider. I was actually using that service, and then it stopped. I am now calling my provider, wanting to know why in Sam hell are you not providing me with an internet address? What argument? Are you saying you don't provide this internet address? I don't understand your retardedness. Explain it to me so I can connect these dots. Ignorant shit. Well, there's nothing. Can you look on BBX, you dipshit, and look at my modem? Well, no. Oh, so you're basically some little low-level shit that's answering the phone trying to talk like you know shit. Oh,
yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Get some real tech support in there.
Dude, it's like, I don't know how many countless hours. It's like, your phone goes off and you're like, when you look and you go, oh shit, there's an outage. And then you know what? If you're a tech and your system worth of shit, you actually look at the address and you go, oh, okay, yeah, I got it. And then you sit up a minute and you go, let me do this real quick. And you reset the modem. And then that doesn't work. And you shit. Okay, you grab a cup of coffee and you go on down to the head end and you say, oh, look at this. This compressor is not actually routing right. So here, let me reboot. Oh, look at there. Everybody's happy now. But because this isn't 2:00 in the afternoon and you don't have hundreds of calls, it's not important. Because what? And I'm just, man, piece of shit. Hey, I just saw something go by in this retarded little phone chat. Bert must be here. What's up, Bert Gummer? There he is. Bert Gummer lives. What's up, brother? And welcome everybody, man. I don't know. Y'all just roll with me. Apparently, those lazy asses are not fixing to get out of bed to go do anything. So, bear with me a few minutes, because what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to convert my network over to my mobile thing, and then I can get back on my shit. So,
Okay.
give me a few minutes.
No problem.
And I shall return, because I should be able to just leave the stream and you guys be sitting here, and then I can convert my thing. I'm not hitting the end button though, so we're not doing that shit again.
that was funny that time.
Rescue only has to hit his head against the wall once to realize that's a hard object. So, all right. Okay, so I shall return, guys.
All right, we'll be here.
Famous words of MacArthur.
As long as you ain't with the government. Oh. Well, that put me in the driver's seat, I guess.
Literally. So you're westbound and down, loaded up and trucking.
Nope, I'm southbound at the moment.
Oh, okay. You're heading that way.
Fixing to be east. Yeah, we're pretty close to. I don't know, 10 miles, 10 or 12 miles from the bypass, Indianapolis.
I used to be real familiar with that roundabout around that city.
Yeah.
No.
I usually go around the south side, the airport side.
Yeah.
$5.31 a gallon here
For diesel?
for gas.
For gas? Golly.
For gas, $5.31.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. And it ain't gonna do nothing but get worse.
Yeah.
That's the sad part. Well, they're not doing nothing about it, so it can only go one direction.
Yeah, apparently.
It's sad but true. Putting the squeeze on everybody, that's for sure. I went to the grocery store the other day and it's $300 and some, and I didn't even have a full cart.
Yeah.
Like, man.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, when I last went to the store, I went in there and got just a few items, and it was $99, $98, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's crazy. Just the little friggin' tabs for the dishwasher was 19 something. I was like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I did get a big bucket and it was Cascade, but I had a coupon for it. It's the only reason I bought that brand. But
Let's see, I got a solution for that though. If you can't afford
Dawn dishwasher liquid.
if you can't afford the dishwasher detergent, just get you a couple dogs, let them lick the plates, and then flip them upside down.
I need some goats so I can have them mow the grass too.
Oh, they'll eat the plates if you independent Independent Mini says 569 in Seattle.
Shoo.
Yeah.
See, I
And-
expect it to be high out there.
Ricardo says in Melbourne, Australia, it's $2.25 a liter. That's high.
Yeah, it is. That's like what, $8.40 or something a gallon?
Yeah.
Dang. Something like that.
Just imagine the quarter-mile dragsters. Their fuel prices
I
running
can
on
imagine. Yeah,
Yeah.
the alcohol and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Racing fuel.
methane, AV fuel, and everything else.
Well, if you notice, if you go outside and look up in the sky, you'll notice a lot less planes are flying too.
I've been, yeah.
They've been
All right.
canceling
You guys got me?
thousands of flights.
Yeah.
We got you.
Okay.
Loud and proud.
Just had to kick it over. I kicked it over on my mobile network.
Hot spot.
Here's the thing: we got you, but are you here where you're supposed to be?
Beats the shit out of me anymore. Man.
Hey,
Okay,
Roots.
I have no idea what all I missed in chat. So welcome everybody. Good day, good morning, good evening, all of that. And I appreciate you being here. Thanks for bearing with me. What's up, Virginia? Seen
Good morning,
Ricardo.
Virginia.
Seen Mr. Bird in here. Hey, Mr. Sean. The old Burt Gummer. That's a cool dude right there. I met him a while back. Okay, so let's see if I can get everything else. Dude, I don't know. And I just, I don't know. You get frustrated. It's like work is such a simple thing, man. It's just a job. You just do a job. It's not a biggie.
Andy at Jack. Morning, Gudna. Yeah, that's basically it, Anti.
Lord have mercy. Hey, what's up, Virginia? Let's see. And hey, Miss Indy, yes, ma'am, it's all good. Apparently, my provider is a moron. So they can't seem to lazy on top of that. Hey, Miss Grandma.
And then they'll send you an email or a text saying, "Hey, would you mind doing this survey, telling us how your experience was with us?" Well, sure.
Oh, you know what's going to happen? See, in the morning they'll go in. There's going to be a hardware issue. They're going to fix that, and then they're going to go to the trouble tickets so that then they can log those as no problem found. See, they think that because you wouldn't know how their little game works. But I played that game. I know what you're doing. You're going to put me off till you go reset that so then you can make it look like my call didn't amount to anything. It's kind of like, do you know when you go in a drive-through, do you know why they tell you when they don't have your order ready at the window, they say, "Can you please pull forward? We'll have it for you in a minute." You know why they do that? Because there's a computer system that's tracking their happy ass. And so if they don't log that in a certain time, that means some corporate office is fixing to get a notice that, hey, that drive-through in this location is dragging ass.
Yeah.
Somebody ought to pay attention. So all of a sudden they have you. Well, that's what they're doing. They don't want to look like they have service issues, hardware problems. So then all these calls come in, they go reset it, and then they go, "Oh yeah, no, that's trouble. There was no problem found." So it's like virtually it's blaming the customer for just making shit up, because then techs don't get gigged and it doesn't affect their performance scores and bonuses and all this bullshit.
They was waiting on their fresh fries.
They should have had the grease already getting hot.
All right, let's see. I was
Right, Hoot Owl? Exactly. They probably put that guy on nighttime call duty. When he got on the phone with rescue, like trying to make up an excuse. Hey, I'm just trying to do my job.
Oh, I guarantee you, every time they hang up the phone, they're like, God bless. And it's like, that's right, brother. I am your customer in training. Deal with me.
You got to keep them on their toes.
That's it. And I love it when they start reading the shit on the screen and it's like, can you stop? And they keep going. You go, can you stop? And they're like, excuse me, sir. And I go, can you please stop? And they go, well, what do you, okay, well, sir, are you having a problem? Yeah, I'm having a problem, but I really don't want to sit here and start chapter 1. Can we just go ahead and get to the problem? And oh yeah, they don't like that. But that's what they do, dude. They read a script on a screen. They don't know.
They need to skip to chapter 13 and start from there and go from there.
That dude, when I hung up, that dude probably pulled up Google and went, what is internet address protocol? What the hell was he talking about? I don't see that in the services. Where is that?
Oh, it's on page 14. I see it now.
They didn't teach that in my class just 2 weeks ago.
It's like, wait, what? And dude, most of the time, because they started off as a twisted pair company, a phone company. So that's called, when phone companies, those are twisted pairs. So it's just 2 copper little lines. That's how all that works. Cable, on the other hand, is a single conductor, and so it's a broadband and it's run off of frequencies. Well, this is what happens when you have people doing jobs that they think they know, but they really don't know. And it's like the first argument's always about the phone number. And I said, I don't have a phone with you. Well, yeah, you have to have a phone. No, I don't. Well, yeah, you have to have, it's like, look, okay, I don't know when you hired on, but just so you understand that phone company started out in a town as offering phone numbers, but they have bought up an outside broadband company. So you offer cable and you don't have to have a phone number for it. Can you hold for a minute? And it's like, yeah, feel free to go to the cubicle and go, hey, what the hell is this dude talking about?
Yeah, research that.
See, Crawl Can here does the same thing. When you try to get internet service, they're like, well, you got to get a landline first. No, I'm trying to get internet. I'm not trying to get a landline. If I wanted a landline, I'd ask for a landline.
See, that's one of those little bullshits. They try to sell you and they try to tell you when you're on these phone companies, well, you have to have the phone number. You have to have this phone number for it to be able to have internet. And it's like, right. No, you don't. So, yeah. and you can actually go through any storm and watch. A lot of times people will lose their internet, but they won't lose their phone. And it's because you don't have to have it. They just like it because that's how their whole origination started. Was a switchboard, and that's it. It all funnels to them. They just want to keep that control.
It's an added extra income.
Yeah.
Man, I can't remember who all I even send invites out to. I ain't seen Tom. Anybody seen Truth with Tom for a while? I hope he's doing okay. And his mother-in-law. I was kind of curious to how that is.
I haven't seen him. The last time I seen him was over here in, I think, in your chat. Hey, Guardian Preppin. Good to see you. Ricardo's
from him.
Oh yeah,
when
Ricardo.
Was that Monday? Monday was last, or yeah, it was Monday.
Go over here to Facebook real quick.
Is today Wednesday?
Yep.
It's actually funny. I think my shit actually runs faster on the mobile network than it does on my LAN. But kind of funny how that works. But
yeah,
I don't know why that don't surprise me.
As in the famous words of Ron White, satellites are linking up. You found me. You found the tater salad.
Okay, so Tom was over on Craig's tonight. That's good. Well, if he was over on Craig's, then that means there's some humor and so hopefully he was
enjoying himself.
Yeah, enjoying getting some laughs and kind of easing the stress.
Good spirits, hopefully.
All right, Ricardo, got your invite out, and
I got so lucky whenever I moved, and I had the apartment complex I was in. They offered a special with Spectrum cable. If you got an internet service with them, you can get it cheap because they got, package deal with everybody in the complex. So I was getting internet service for $17.99 a month. When I moved this duplex, that was one of the first things they told me, you're not going to get that discount. And I said, well, then I'm not going to get it at all. And they said, well, if you'll change your cell phone service with us, we'll give you that discount. And I'm like, okay, how much is cell phone service? And at first they told me it's $29.99. I'm like, well, heck yeah, sign me up.
And then after 90 days, it's $89.99.
No, after about 5 minutes, he's like, oh, that was for if you got 2 lines, they'd be $29 a piece. But if you only get 1, it's $45. I'm like, well, you know what? That's still better than $90 I'm paying at AT&T. So go ahead and do it.
Hey, Bonnie.
I still got my internet cheap.
Well, that's
it's high speed too. So
Suddenlink was bad about that too. They like them bundles, and it's just because, especially because like you can get phone over a cable provider. So nowadays you can get TV, phone, internet, security all through a broadband provider. So because the phone world has opened up a whole lot different. And that's why, to be honest, this is what phone companies don't really like for you to know. See, broadband companies are the core of the fiber backbone. It ain't the phone companies. It's them broadband companies.
Yeah.
When they go to the cubicle, it becomes office space. Yeah, right, Andy. Yeah, and I will say it's Bonnie. I think that's the legitimate Bella because it's just she's got the wrench, and if she didn't have the wrench, then it wouldn't. She just hadn't been around, and she changed her icon. But that's a cool for looking out. Okay. Let's see. Right, yep. Oh, I hadn't seen Summer. Where is Summer? How is she doing? I was kind of curious to know how the hair job went and if she.
I think I seen her in chat earlier. I think.
Well, then let me get my emails out.
That might have been yesterday. I don't know.
Oh, I know. I try to go yesterday, today, or whatever, and I can't remember. It's like, wait a minute. So
Huckleberry.
That's what happens on third shift. Happens a lot. And the date's another thing. It's like, is this the 6th or the 7th?
Insurances, can they track you on a landline? Oh yeah, because it's a hardwire, so you can actually, no pun intended, but you can literally follow the line right to the house.
It's actually the 8th, Ron.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, she's been training new people. Okay, well then that's good though. So I mean, it's always nice to see her, but it's good that if she's doing that, because that'll help lighten the load off of her. But if she's listening, I can send her one anyway, just in case. Okay, so now I'm trying to get caught up, trying to get back into the rhythm. Wait, do I need to blink 3 times? Is that how I reset everything? The matrix. Okay.
Yeah, you forgot you got to twitch your nose like on Bewitched though too.
Oh, that's what I did. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
And you gotta swallow that little colorful pill.
It doesn't fit. I have a titanium plate in the way.
Oh, we get to go through some road destruction.
Yeah, I've seen all those orange barrels.
Orange barrels, orange barrels.
When you're in that
Them's,
semi, don't you just want to swerve over just a little bit and take out about a couple miles of them? Golly.
Them were Schneider eggs.
That is. How did you?
That's what they are.
Yep.
This looks like a dust storm. Shoot.
Boy, that's a bright light. Why they got it facing?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So, hey Bella, will you shoot me a text real quick? If you don't mind.
Yeah, they try to blind us. Like, here, take that.
That's what it was looking like.
It's just about what they do.
Well, there was somebody else. Who was it? Oh, it was Devil Dog was saying somebody was impersonating him, and it was what was it? It had to do. I think his is Devil Dogs, so it has the S, but they changed it to a Z. So unless you actually look at it, you don't catch it.
I was over at
Gotcha,
I was
man.
over at Mad Shad's one night, and I thought it was Devil Dog because it was a picture of a Marine. But after I said made a comment about purple crayons and Pop Tarts, I got to looking, and I'm like, oh, that's not the same Devil Dog I know with the number right after it was just regular Devil Dog.
So we're clear too, so everybody in chat can know. Verified 100. That is Bella. Okay, just so that we can do that. That is a done deal.
Verified through text.
Oh, well, okay. Just for full disclosure, because heaven forbid I'd get this wrong since it's being recorded and shit. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's 100% validated. Now, if a person has managed to get into her account and all her information to the point to where they're mimicking it on my phone, then all I can say is kudos to you, whoever you may be. So here's to you, because you are one talented mofo.
That's when you know the government's totally taking over.
Yeah, that's when I'm just going to walk outside and tell that little bastard up in the woods somewhere to get your ass down here and bring some coffee with you when you come, because you really
And fix my damn internet.
Huckleberry
with my Zen, man.
Huckleberry's like, I still don't think it's her.
525 here, and diesel is 579.
Good golly.
Right here at the Pilot. Pilot Flying J.
Man.
5 1/4. That's dumber than a football bat.
Hey, Silver Girl. Man, you know, I don't know. Need a minute, see how I can piece this together. Man, you know, there's so if people, if I don't know. Man, sorry, I just got, so I don't know. Just don't want nobody getting upset. Something bother you, let me know, and please nobody address other people let's think things through. Let's use this as a testing ground. Let's see if we can get 50 to 60, 70. One night was 90 something people in chat. So, hey, we'll just see if we can all get along. That's, man.
I know.
Okay.
No point in really arguing when you're adults. It's like,
no, and I'll say to anybody here, I welcome everybody coming in, and so if there's any issues, if there's problems, man, please come to me, because I don't want to lose connection with you guys. So I don't want one person getting upset with somebody else, but then now I don't get to talk to either one, kind of thing, because then it's like, well, that isn't service any purpose. So
right.
Sometimes I feel like, it's like, damn, I can't talk to this person I've gotten to know, because, well, now I'm talking to this person that I've gotten to know. And I don't know.
And egos will clash, and they do. I mean, I know there's people on YouTube that don't like me, and that's fine. There's people on YouTube I don't like, but I'll say I don't like the things they do or say. Not that I don't like the individual, but
it's not into the question that God asked. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. That was to a question that God asked of me, Ron. So I was just saying, nope, not at all. What was weird was one night my phone acted up to where my Insta logged me, that I had to log back in after a minute. My phone stopped acting up. Well, I got to tell you, man, it's just like when we were right before I got taken out. That new thing they did yesterday was kind of a trip. I mean, look at the list of stuff you can report. Unwanted commercial content, really? If it's unwanted, why did you click on that channel and go into it and watch the shit? I mean, but you can actually, so you can just go clicking on shit. Yeah, in YouTube chat. In YouTube chat.
Commercial content?
Yeah. Go over.
They're the ones that they're.
Go over in YouTube chat and click one of the dots, like you would block or report somebody, and choose a report. And look at all the options now. You can actually report somebody for it. And the very first one is just unwanted commercial content. It's like, what? If it's unwanted, why did you go?
YouTube's the one that puts the commercials on their.
Hey, you know what?
Content.
Everybody ought to do? Everybody ought to go to like the White House YouTube thing and report it for misinformation. Go to CNN's channel and report them for misinformation. Go to Fox, report them for misinformation.
Because I don't think once you're monetized, I don't think you can choose what. Well, you might be able to choose what area of commercials you want put on your videos. You know what I'm saying? What it's based on or something like that. But I don't think you get to choose which individual commercials are put on there. I don't think.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
I just think that everybody ought to start passing that on to other patriots and go ahead and go to CNN. Misinformation. Go to Fox. Misinformation. MSN. Misinformation.
I watched an old video.
Nothing else. Flood their little report box down.
I watched an old video that was it was to do about the JFK thing. It was Operation Mongoose or something. Anyways, Oliver Stone, and this is back before he even had any gray hair at all. He was black haired, and down the corner of the left right corner, or the left lower corner, it said C-SPAN in the old letters, and I'm like, oh, I haven't seen that logo in a long time. It was an old video.
I was scrolling up in chat to see if I had missed anything. I kind of was so distracted.
And people, please don't drive like this idiot in front of me.
Which one? The one on the right, in the middle, or on the left?
The one directly in front of me.
Going real slow and then speeding up.
Well, he's keeping pace just about with the same as the slow lane.
Oh. Yeah, I understand what you're saying on those.
But thank God I don't have to follow him very much further.
Right. Garrett said, Rescue, I'll do you one better. Let's all email Biden rude emails and see if he'll read them on there.
Hey, if you got a BlackBerry, like old HRC, you make any kind of email disappear, I guess. Yeah, Ron, a lot of those people don't realize that. I forgot how many pounds, how many tons that truck trailer weighs, but they just don't realize you guys can't stop on done.
Well, I mean, most loads you figure, unless you've got an overweight, that's potentially up to 80,000 pounds. So
right.
It can be anything from about 27,000 all up to 80,000, just depends. And it's not just 80,000 pounds, it's also product, because you take a coil of metal.
Oh, yeah.
One of them flat spools, and they're strapped down with chains, but if homeboy has to hit the brakes and hit something and it jars loose, that's fixing to come rolling right through the sleeper and the cab and everything. It's going into the next car.
I've seen some of those trucks over in India, the cab overs, the little bitty cab, where they didn't have a back stop or whatever on the back end, and it just went right over, and this whatever it was, it took the driver out.
Dude, why do you think that's why they put headache wrecks on, like you see on the pipe trucks and log trucks? That's what's scary when they have some of these damn over-the-road guys, but now people get hustling loads. Well, they'll just go back onto a flatbed, and now they're hauling damn 4-inch pipe, and it's like, ooh-wee, man. You ain't got no headache wreck on that sleeper. You just got that nice little over-the-road dress-up shit. So that pipe's shooting through like damn spears.
And that's what that one picture I seen of that one cab over it took the driver completely out. I'm like, oh man, I feel bad for you.
Which ever since I was real young, my stepdad would not get behind a log truck because of that very reason. He would actually literally pull over on the shoulder if he had to and just wait for 10, 15 minutes to let him get way on forward. Because one time he was going down the highway and they had some of the tips bouncing on that pole trailer as he's going. Well, one broke off. Well, when the tip broke, it hit, it flipped up, and then it went into a windshield. Well, it skewered that person into that seat. And he saw that, and that was it. His brother actually died from a guy that didn't hook up their safety chains on just a little trailer, like you see people run around. And they were going down a divided highway, and that trailer came off that thing, and it went through the medium, and as it came up, it decapitated his brother. So after those two things, he was always he drove real cautious. Everything was always he was steadily looking. He was always worried.
Like he's on a motorcycle, huh?
Up in Kansas City, and this has been, it's been at least about 12, 15 years ago. This utility truck that had the cherry bucket up on it, well, they was pulling a trailer, I guess, or something. Anyway, one of those metal plates that they lay over the hole for when they're doing utilities, it wasn't strapped down, and it came off, bounced, and went right through the car and did the same thing.
Skip I get ahead of anything I see as danger on the road. Those trucks can't catch up. No, because that's what's sad, man. Them four-wheelers, and they just get in front of them bigger trucks and they do shit. And it's like, no, it don't work that way. Hey, there he is. My brother from down under. How are you, Ricardo?
Break them out.
Hey,
everyone, how you going? How's things?
Hey, Ricardo. And then what's really stupid, you get some of them regular four-wheelers that's wanting to play road rage with a big truck.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm like, you're trying to play chicken and whatnot. And I'm like, you're ignorant. What's up,
I like it
Ricardo?
when they ride. I like it when they ride by you and flip you off.
All good. Hey, Rescue, I've got a tool that you can use for your internet provider, mate. It's one of these. Just grab that, crack it, it'll fix
There you
it.
go.
Tenderizer.
That's it.
Oh, mate.
So how are things down there? What was it? I heard something kind of crazy about down there or something. What was that? Y'all got something kind of extreme going down there? Did something get passed or?
We're just worried what's going on in Taiwan, mate. You know, we're hearing not good things, mate, with the CCP, mate. So we're all worried down here because it's going to affect us a lot.
Oh,
especially
big time.
Yeah. So, but you guys are complaining about petrol prices. So diesel here is $2.50 a litre. 1 litre, $2.50. So truck drivers now
So that's
have
what, $8, $9, $10.
Yeah,
$10 a gallon.
Yep.
Well,
So,
California's got $9 gas.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, dude, it's right here. I'm the kind of people are over it. You can hear it, and there's the muttering and shit in Walmart, and it's like, okay, it's starting to bubble now. That's why I say when all of a sudden people around here have to start ponying up $5 a gallon of gas, it's not going to set well because you just don't have. That's not the kind of the money around here. That's people won't be going into town and shit like they were, and that's going to piss people off.
Oh, it's already happening. I mean, just look at the vehicles on the road right now. The majority of them are trucks.
Oh, dude, the DEF stuff is really. How does that work over there, Ricardo? By the way, the big trucks are they running that DEF fluid in the big trucks?
Yeah, they've got that other fuel. It's like a blue. They call it blue diesel fuel. Yeah, yeah. So, but that's expensive as well.
It's going to get a whole lot worse, and it's fixing it. There was a deal come out, and I think Milkmaid shared it with me, and it kind of shows this overlapping. To me, I say intentional. I'll just say it, but I mean, I can't say 100%, but the way it all looks to me, it looks intentional. Otherwise, somebody's really, really, really stupid. You know, it's like, but it's, so their urea fertilizer is the key component for the DEF.
Yeah.
So, and let's see if I get this right. Into the urea fertilizer plant only has one access into it, and it's by rail car, and it's Union Pacific is the one that has the contract for that line. So that is solely a Union Pacific line. Okay. The major investor is BlackRock Investments, and the CEO of that guy, of the BlackRock, his brother is a White House. He's a Joe Biden advisor. His wife is a White House advisor, and his daughter, who just graduated in 2019, is now on the White House National Advisory Board. And it's all being intentional.
Hey, Summer.
And, you know, well, and here's what was kind of curious, and I didn't reach out. I'm going to try to reach out to a few people because, see, like, ever since 2010, all diesel vehicles needed that DEF fluid added. They didn't need it, but that's where that's where they started putting it in, was in 2010. Now, over here, with like owner-operator trucks or with small trucks, the owners, you can take that feature out of the firmware. Like you can have it where that sensor doesn't look for the DEF fluid, so you can run without it. Because all it really does is it shoots it into your catalytic converter to supposedly help break up the carbon shit. It's like whatever, you know. I don't know. 1.5, 1.7. I don't know. Can we just say 1.5 and call it a day? You know, it's just. But it's that kind of shit. It really doesn't have an impact. But what I've been curious, because that became such a focus thing. Well, then I'm wondering if the latest firmware on these newer vehicles from, say, 2020 and up now has a feature locked out where you're not going to be able to. You know? Because
Yeah, Risky. It's,
like right around here, you get a lot of hot shot callers. Like it's not so much. We have a lot of big trucks, but a lot of that's died off over the past decade and a half because the logging got more centralized and corporate.
Yep.
So big companies come in, mom and pop loggers. So you don't see a lot of the old log trucks that you used to see running the roads. You know, instead you see hot shot trucks. So that's like your F350s, the 450s, maybe 600s, you know, and they're hauling little hot shot stems of pipe which is even dying off now.
Yeah. I used to build
Sage.
I used to build Kenworth trucks, Rescue.
See, that's the game that they did with John Deere is what makes me kind of wonder what their back play is. Because, see, John Deere did that shit with the farmers. Yeah. And, you know, they thought, well, we got you over rock. And it's like, no, I'm a farmer. But you know what? I think I can learn this coding shit. So then they have to fix their own shit. Uh-oh, here's Miss Summer. What's up, sexy? Let's see that pretty hair now. What do you got? Oh, look at you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, look at you. All them colors.
Pretty funky.
Hell yeah. Look at you.
Like to be a little different.
Did you have a good day off?
I did. I had a great weekend off. I got to dress up all pretty a couple times and go out and do some networking and shit. And celebrating, you know, somebody we lost. And yeah, I had a good weekend. Now I'm at work.
Cool deal.
I got to go get my hair done, so I was happy about that. I darkened it up a little bit this time.
I think most females like it when they have a hair day.
Yeah,
it's just one of them days. It's kind of like a guy going out in the shop and pulling up in the tool drawer, and you just kind of something about that, like, yeah. Of course, you're fixing to go gripe when you bust your knuckle on whatever you're fixing to undo. But hey, for that moment, you're like, yeah.
Heck yeah, that's good.
You can't find that 10mm socket.
You know, after about 3 or 4 decades, money, you've just realized that when you get a 10 mil, you either are going to weld it to the tray so those legs can't run away, or you just go ahead and get you a couple and set them around, because then they don't talk to each other, and then you can always find one. But if you put them in the same thing, it's like they conspire against you, and then they all seem to haul ass somewhere, and it's like, where the hell did y'all go? They leave the 9 mil, they'll leave the 11 mil.
What you guys been up to?
We were talking about the trucking stuff and stuff. Actually, I was dealing with damn internet shit because hell, in mid-stride, all of a sudden my provider decides that, oh no IP address for you. So I had to kick my shit over to the mobile and then come back on.
I know, I jumped in and I seen you. It looked like you were like, you know, in the regular part of your house. I was like, oh, what happened?
Yeah, I had to go to phone mode. I was like, oh shit, I'm spinning. So damn, okay, I was talking. Ron was up here. What am I going to do? Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Whip out the phone. And I hate that stupid phone because I done learned, dude, don't hit the orange button. Hit the orange button, it all stops.
Right? Yeah, I've done that before. I think Monty was on there one day with me when I stopped the host stream on accident. Everybody's like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, my bad.
Dude, it's misleading because on the computer, when you're in StreamYard, you have this big red X says leave studio. It doesn't stop the stream. It leaves the studio. But when you're on that phone, then the little button on the bottom says end. Well, no, it means the stream itself, not leaving the studio. And it's like, really? Y'all couldn't have put just little red X down there to leave studio instead? But who knows?
It happened to us, Rescue, a couple times when we was doing that 24/7 live. And one time that one boy hit that button, we was into it like 20-some days straight.
Wow.
So, yeah, and he hit the red X button and logged it off. Closed it off. Like, man.
So then it wasn't actually a nonstop stream then.
Yeah, it was, but that one only lasted 20-some days.
Wow.
But the record one we did was 600 and some hours.
Wow, that's a long one. Wow.
It's a lot of hours.
I was jumping up real quick because a couple people wanted to see my hair, so I'll probably jump back up a little bit. I'm still at work, so.
Well, I'm just glad you're doing okay, and I was glad somebody said that you were training some new people, so that's cool because then that helps take the load off of you a little.
Yeah, I get to split a shift with somebody one night a week, and then I don't have to cover as many. So I'll only be working like Tuesday through Friday.
There you go.
Because it's getting rough running my own organization, my own business, and doing this. So I'm like, I need help.
Yep. Don't burn out.
Yeah,
It's
can't do
good
that.
to see you, Summer.
It's good seeing you guys too. Hopefully, I'm gonna do outreach. I haven't even done outreach in like forever, so I'm hoping tomorrow I can do that. But I'll jump back up in a little bit. I just wanted to come up and say hey and show everybody what we're
Spoof
doing.
off that hair. Yep.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work, Summer.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take care.
Good to see you.
All right,
Summer.
I'll be back.
You
All
got
right,
it, man.
see ya.
Ricardo,
Yeah, we
you
have
said you worked
we
at
have-
a semi. You worked building semis.
Yeah.
To build the trucks.
Yeah, I work for Packard that builds Kenworth trucks. So I used to work on the production line. I did all the like when we get the chassis rails come in, I used to do all the wiring, the looping and stuff, and then I'll go down to the motor section. So you had Caterpillar, Detroit motors, and I think there was another one. So yeah, and you get to Cummins motors. So whatever it was, T650 or T450, all different types of trucks. So per 24 hours, we used to do 3 trucks a day.
Wow.
Yeah, so yeah, it was fun just to go for joyrides and that, test them out. It was good old days, and it was good money. And then the union got involved, and then I left. It was just ridiculous. The unions destroyed the whole job, so I left. Couldn't stand it. Dropping wrenches, you had to have someone have a look at you while you're picking up a wrench. I mean, it just didn't make sense, like if you hurt yourself, and it was just too much politics, mate. So I got out of it, but I enjoyed it, mate. I really enjoyed it.
Cool. Hey, Sage, are you still in chat? He had stopped in. I was wondering because I scrolled up. And I think he was actually, when he answered, I think he was talking when we were talking about the DEF and how if you can run it for past 2020 and how that works. I think he was answering on that, but I wasn't sure. See if he was still in here. Because see that, and that's what I was saying a while ago. To see that John Deere did that with the farmers, with the firmware. So then it cut them off. So then they couldn't fix their shit. They were trying to keep them from doing it and making them come to them, and they just learned how to do some hacking themselves and got in there. So that shit, dude, you got a $250,000 piece of equipment sitting out here, and it's like, so you won't let me operate proprietary software to run my shit?
And also too,
okay, there, Sage was. I think he heard what I was asking. So, in these newer ones, they've got them where you can't bypass it. I mean, I know that legally you're not supposed to, but but see, I know that you can make it where if the coding would be to change if it detected like X amount of kilobytes were not involved in this coding, then it would become inoperable. So they could do some shit like that. It's totally possible. Okay, so it's just an EPA fine though. So, but mechanically you'd be able to see. That's what I was wondering is if on the software side, it's kind of like the pirated shit that you see with software. It used to not be a big deal. Now they're kind of getting into where they track everything and they try to really isolate it. Well, I was wondering if they're trying to do it, because this is just straight up nefarious. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think the EPA would have a hard time mandating that.
Oh, well, dude, there's already kind of fines to begin with if they wanted to enforce them that they could. And it's actually ironic. If you looked at DOT laws, if you just like hired 40,000 DOT agents and sent them across America's highways, you would be red flagging over a quarter of the vehicles on the road.
Same here.
But the thing about it is you can't hire 40,000 agents because there ain't 40,000 out there to hire.
They were going to hire 80,000 IRS agents.
That's what they said, but
and of course refunds
I don't see 80,000 of them applying either.
Oh no, they'll be there. That's what they did before.
And there's talk they're wanting to put out another stimulus check.
Yeah.
I'm like, really? Look at the economy.
Oh, dude, I'm impressed whenever they talk about how none of this impacts inflation. And it's like, what? What? dude, I'm not even like a number guy, and I get that shit. Hell, I'm a redneck in the woods, and I get that. And you actually, but they say it, and they just, yeah. But see, it's that like that one chick was talking about, the Overton effect. Just repeat the shit long enough, and it'll slowly shift the scale, because then it just becomes the truth, because it just gets repeated over and over.
Yeah, they're trying to destroy the what do you call it, the small businesses here in Australia. I mean, especially in Melbourne here. I mean, a lot of the small businesses are closed down because the overheads are so expensive now. Everything's gone up, inflation, the price of everything, and people can't meet payments anymore, mate. So it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous what they're trying to do. And regarding fuel rescue, I'm reading a book at the moment, and the biggest myth is about fossil fuels. That name, fossil fuel, came from the rocker, you know what, family. They made that name up, and it's that name stuck throughout. You know, they say global warming, fossil fuels, and that's all bullshit.
It's a catchy phrase.
Yeah, it's all big myth. That's all it is.
Dude, it's you know, see, this is where, and that's the talks I have such a hard time with, because it's like the Green Deal. You know, it's, man, you know, it ain't happening.
Yeah, you ban coal, but you think China's not burning coal?
I mean, just all the reality of things shows that it's not possible to do that. First off, look at the size of a freaking lithium mine. So just the whole contradiction in terms, it's like, so we want to save the earth. So we're going to go green. So we're going to go dig these massive pits in the ground and harvest this shit, make it into batteries, and after we've done it, it's kind of become useless if anything goes wrong with it. So then we're going to use the hole that we dug in the earth to fill it up with all the crapped ass lithium batteries that we extracted of this section. And when we finally run out of potholes around the earth, well, you know, they'll have a new plan. It's just like, it just doesn't. And it's like here in Texas, dude. You know, you got all them goofy ass systems down there over toward the west that's on that ERCOT system. Well, that was stupid back when. Nobody in their right mind really went for that, but they pitched it and they got it. Okay, ERCOT. Thank God we're not on that, my little old system here, my little old co-op. So we had electricity. But there, and it's like, so you just had, well, a couple million people, I think, almost 1.5 million out of power. And yet we're all going to drive electric cars. And they act and they talk, and the whole conversation acts like this shit just happens next year. You know, it's like, oh, for your birthday next year, you're going to have a Tesla. Woohoo. And it's like, I mean, when you just look at the basic concepts, it's like, okay, the mining, you know, the producing, the making of these batteries, then the production of the car itself. Meanwhile, we're going to jack the shit out of fuel prices. We're going to cripple your economy with inflation cost. We're going to bury your shelves from food, you know, and we're going to start creating political chaos because we're going to go after your liberties and freedoms and try to do away with your amendment, Second Amendment and shit. So, hey, you know, but hey, it's the new Green Deal. It's going to save so much. And it's like, really? See, and I have a hard time even really, dude, I start to hear some of it and I just want to go completely the other way. It's like, oh my God, no.
Yeah. Did you see the in Europe, the EU allowed the globalists, elites, their private jets exempted from the pollution treaty, whatever it is. Yeah, 115 private jets, apparently.
Dude, look at Kerry. He cracks me up, dude. And people buy this shit. And it's like homeboy gets in his private shit and zooms over somewhere to tell you that you getting in that Ford Escort out there is bad.
Just ridiculous.
You need to get into a Tesla. That Ford Escort, you're putting out bad shit. All right, so we're going to change this, and I'm going to go get in my SUV and drive my SUV to this private airport, and I'm going to get on my Learjet, and I'm going to spit some jet fuel shit over to the next location to tell them that, oh, yeah, your little Hyundai, it's putting out too much pollution. We need to stop these Hyundai Excels. No, you know, because no little Prius. None of these vehicles, that's all bad. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Wasn't this the same shit y'all were pitching when it came to smart cars?
Yeah. It's true.
and these little compact tin cans. You know, it's a joke around here, dude, because those little cars, the tank on them, if you were to try to go from where I live down to Houston and go into Houston, say to the medical center, dude, you're gonna have to fill up when you get in there because it's so far away and those tanks are so small that this doesn't. But I get it. Now when you go into the city, oh man, that's little block runners. You know, so that's cool. Hey, get in your little bitty stubby car and zip around 5 blocks. Cool. Dude, that's just
Don't we
not
already
practical.
have golf carts?
Right. We already have golf cart. Yeah. Hey, around here, brother, that's the thing. That's actually in the
Just put a
areas.
salt panel on the back.
Your kids will have the 4-wheel drive truck. Hey, I got you, Miss Virginia. Look at her with her Volkswagen Rabbit.
I'm coming up with new and interesting ways to be VR, but a Volkswagen Rabbit was my first car ever, and that little bitch was efficient.
What's the Rabbit? Was it like a Beetle?
Volkswagen Rabbit, it was small, like the Golf, or even smaller. It's just
okay.
a
Kind of had a
2 or
square back to it.
4-door little
Or
4-speed banger,
Pinto.
5-speed maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, buddy. A Volkswagen Bug. Oh, down here in Texas, those are pond skippers. So,
Mhm.
like, if you want to shoot across a deer lease and it's muddy, you just got to get a running start, dude. The way that whole unibody floor pan was, it's like
Right.
skipping rocks, dude. Just hit that damn mud hole hard enough, and it will just skip right across.
The Volkswagens are zippy, man. I'm telling you.
Badass.
A friend of mine had a Volkswagen Rabbit, and it was convertible, right? So by the time she was done, she ended up using several rolls of duct tape across the top of that.
It's held together with duct tape.
Yeah, on the top.
Little Bondo.
The convertible top part. And I'm like, good golly, just take the top off.
Hey, Piazzo.
What's up, Bob? How are you, brother?
What's up, Bioxo? Hey, Huckleberry.
We
Aloha
still want
Purpose
that
said,
hippie van, Virginia.
I want the Scooby-Doo van.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, you know what? Hey, I actually have a model of the Scooby-Doo van, the mystery van, and it's still in the box and everything.
Wow.
Nice.
I was actually going to send it to somebody that I had met on YouTube that does into models and stuff, but then I think that relationship has changed direction. So I'll just hold on to my mystery van, I guess. Who else does models?
Not me. I gave them away at my dad used to. And at his funeral, I set them all around the funeral home and told everybody, take whatever you want.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so it's kind of good memorabilia for them.
Mm-hmm.
I love arts and crafts because my mom did the whole ceramics and all kind of crafting. So man, models was just the shit. I used to love them.
See, that was my dad. He would take them 16th scales and he'd pop the hoods on them, and he'd take bread ties and fix them up to where it looked like it had plug wires, and he would paint them to the same color and the same. I mean, he would only buy the model cars that he actually owned back in the day. And if it wasn't the right color, he would sit there. He used to be a body man, so he'd sit there and sand them down and spray paint them.
Prime
Oh
them.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool what he done with them, but
Hey, Ron, let me ask you something real quick. How hard would it be for you to go out and come back in?
I don't know why.
Okay,
My
well, because
microphone cracking.
yeah, it's doing that cracking thing again. And when I heard, I was like, well, damn, that fixed that last time. But you're in mid-stride, so I don't know how easy that is to kind of go out and back in.
It's not too hard.
Let's see, Biog said, well, there was a terroristic firebombing and 2 firefighters were hurt, but crickets in media, and it was in suburbs of Buffalo. We just had a flag waving event and crickets. Right, Box? Man.
Risky, what kind of internet do you have?
I have a
Sweet.
broadband connection at my house.
Yeah.
When it
Is
decides it wants to.
optic?
Right now, it's not giving me an IP, so it doesn't work. But so now I'm actually kicked my system over to my mobile network.
Okay. Yeah.
Dude, you are cracking me up talking about calling them and what am I paying for? I tell you what, this day and age. And, you know, a lot of the agents, like you were saying, they are pretty dumb. They're low level, especially at this time of night. They're not set up. But you know what? You can look up someone's IP, their modem, whatever. I've been fixed remotely multiple times just calling my provider. And you got to have I don't know if it's luck of the draw for the right person, or you have to hit the right menu option at the beginning. Press
It's the
1
system.
for this. Press
It's
2.
up to the system. And like this one, I've made fun of them for years because they have
Right.
this stupid call center.
In another
And-
country.
Well, no, it's actually, I think they're in South Dakota,
Oh,
You'll
and,
score.
but they won't give them access to BBX. Well, BBX is a program that systems can use to monitor all the modems of a system and different nodes and stuff to see what the power levels are, stuff like that, transmission and receive data, what those speeds are. They won't give them access, and it's like, well, that's kind of strange. Then you're really not a help center, because like when I worked for Suddenlink Communications, I had BBX on my phone. I ran that shit on my phone. I'd get calls on weekends, and it'd be like, hey, this is out. Well, I knew my system, so I could go, wait a minute, that's probably a modem reset. Let me reset and recache. Sure enough, then it'd fire up. See,
Right.
but we had the access. They won't apparently give them access, so it's like it's pointless to call. And that dude just pissed me off because it was like, well, there's nothing I can do. And it's like, yeah, there's something you can do. And then I'm like, what level are you? And I think said he was a level 1, which means he's an hourly. He was probably a damn new hire.
He's a placeholder, just someone hoping that if they tell you to hit reset, it'll fix the problem before
I
you
just
get
love that
sent
message.
further
Well,
up the chain.
I can let him know in the morning. It's like,
Right.
I'm calling you now. You know,
Oh, man.
if you send me a bill, can I just write you back saying, I'll pay you next month?
Yeah, he knows how to tell you to hit Control Alt Delete.
They all
That's
do
it.
it.
Is the microphone okay now, Rescue?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it sounds better.
We can spend up to 2 or 3 hours just on one phone call here. We either get the Philippines, India, and sometimes Sri Lanka, and they still don't know what they're doing. And then by the end, you just have enough. You just go, nah. You give up and just call up another time. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Miss Grandma. Well, thank you for coming by and stuff. Glad you kind of enjoyed yourself. Sorry for my little confusion this morning, but get you some rest and wake up with a smile, ma'am.
Have a good one, Miss Grandma.
And then let's see. So Biox was talking about that. So that incident was at a pro-life clinic or office, a group supporting abortion rights. Something Jane has taken credit for that fireman. Oh, so that's the one that Biox was talking about.
But it doesn't fit the narrative to bitch about it, as in its next messages, they're downplaying it, investigating. I'm not sure if quote unquote terrorism, because remember, we're the terrorists.
And yes, Hudal, my mom had nativity sets. Actually, funny thing you ask, because I have a fully painted nativity set that goes out. Then I think there is a half painted nativity set. And then I can't remember if there was 2 or 3 blank nativity sets. And I actually have them in stack of tubs that go from floor to ceiling, because I guess my mom at some point was going to paint them up and either give them to people or something, because she had the one that she put out. I need to find homes for these things.
Aw.
You're welcome, Grandma. Oh, there he is.
Oh,
What's up, big man?
I want to call him Benji.
That's Jupiter. Salad Rescue. Salad on the chat.
Is that a Maltese?
Lazo
Shih Tzu.
episode.
Oh, right.
We cut his hair. But the Shih Tzus come from the Lazo. So it comes from this dog, this breed.
Oh, look at him. He's a handsome little dude.
No,
Big
he's-
old paws on that dog.
Yeah, when they stand like a lion. Their back legs are higher than their front. So
Oh, there he is.
Big boy.
Oh, big boy.
Hmm.
Look at him. You can just tell his demeanor. He's so mellow.
They're
Well,
called
when he
loose.
wants to be.
Yeah, they're,
He's
they're
like,
like
I was-
loose.
He's like,
Back
I'm just
and
chilling down
everything.
here on the floor.
I bet that dog will cost a fortune in the States.
The father's from Finland. It's a show dog, and the mother's from California, and they go for about $3,000, $2,000. During COVID, they're going for $5,000. So
Wow.
yeah,
I
What
could
can I
have
say?
a couple ARs for that.
couple slabs of Foster's. What do you reckon, Risky? You can buy
Right.
that.
Hey, you can get you a couple of cases. Well, if you're doing Foster's and with the price of him, hell, you could
Ah.
probably get you a whole big old tanker full of that.
What about
worst case.
Budweiser, mate? How much should we get for Budweiser? With
Well, isn't that the same thing as Foster's, just renamed for over here?
I don't even know that beer doesn't exist in my house, mate. So
You could probably get a
Oh,
whole
you know
tank
that's your
of.
favorite.
You could probably get a whole tanker load of chicken noodle soup for that.
I knew a couple they had the registered and papered everything on the British Bulldogs. They
Oh,
sold
yeah.
one of their male studs to Japan, and you're gonna tell you the price. This is straight
just
from the owner. $30,000 American money, and I'm like, are you kidding me?
Wow.
And he's like, yeah, we couldn't turn down that offer. I'm like, I bet not.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's a lot
I'm
of
like,
money.
good golly.
Yeah, I'm in the
That
wrong
makes me
business.
wonder what's the most expensive breed to buy if you can find one.
That's a good question.
It's a good Google question.
French bulldogs are expensive.
Well,
Yeah,
wouldn't it
they
be
are.
the winner of whatever that competition shit they do, where they basically abuse the shit out of the dog and make them act
Oh.
like some little portable model and dress? I hate that shit.
Mhm.
It's just
Like-
bullshit.
This was a private individual from. By the time it was going to cost them a bit to send it over there, anyways, to Japan to ship the dog over there, but the individual paid like extra, and I'm like, that's a lot. That's a lot. 30,000.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Is that 30,000 US dollars, or we're talking 30,000 pound?
No, yeah,
Japanese money. Yeah,
It was
that's a lot of
American.
money.
It was American. I was like,
What is that, yen?
Yen. Yeah,
yeah,
30,000
I think
yen
it's-
or something?
I think it's still the
That's a lot of
yen
money.
over there.
that's a lot of money. Oh,
We're just going to Google.
Isn't that right, Virginia?
What is
I
most?
think it's still
Probably about $3,000. It's roughly 100 to 1. So 30,000 yen is probably about 3,000.
Okay, so now don't think that people ain't listening to your shit. Okay, so here's just a little fun fact for you. So we're talking this way. Go to open the browser. I type in what is most, and I'm starting the word expensive. And guess
Yeah.
what? Expensive
Dog.
dog breed.
If it would have said in yen, then I would have been freaking out.
I'm sorry, dog breed kind of freaked me out because I don't ever look up shit about dogs.
is that already new already? There you go.
Why, yes, Alexa. Thank you.
Wait,
I ain't even got one of
okay.
them either. But
I
if that
know.
I
little
am
prick
curious
agent's name
about the
down the
yen
road
one though,
is
because I
Alexa.
think Monty, it's about $1 to $1 in a way for the yen. I think 100 yen is about $1, like 100 cents. It's either 100 cents or $100. If someone can
Yeah.
clarify
No.
for us, because
So-
I think it'd be about 30,000. The one you're talking about, Monty.
The
well,
number
it's the-
10 most expensive dog is an Afghan hound. They
Oh,
say,
dude,
and around
you're not-
$7,000.
I've seen one of them.
What?
They're not that
Number
smart.
9 is a Pharaoh hound for 7,500.
Pharaoh
And I'm
hand.
not quite, Doggo Argentino is number 8
The-
for 8,000.
Yeah.
A Canadian Eskimo dog is number 7 for $8,750.
That's cheap.
A Rottweiler's number 6 for 9,000. I
Oh,
think
really
that's highly
expensive.
overpriced. Azawaka, Azawakh, Azawaka. It's a weird Great Dane looking kind of dog, but it's 9,500.
Yeah.
A Tibetan Mastiff, $10,000.
Hmm.
A Chow Chow is $11,000. That's number 3.
What?
Number 2 is a Lowchen.
Yeah.
It's Lowchen, but the O has got the 2
Right.
above it, so
Right.
it's 12,000. And then the number 1 most expensive dog they say is a
Australian
Samoyed.
Shepherd.
Samoyed.
Seminoid, yeah, Japanese.
Well, is that what
I think it is.
Samoyed?
Yeah.
Samoyed. It's 14,000 average.
Wow. That's
I just,
wow.
and that was November in 2021.
Hmm.
Wow.
And it's like, wow. See,
No,
but
Rich,
I'm the wrong person to ask about that kind of shit because I don't believe in paying shit for a dog. There's so many abandoned ones out here from a bunch of moron humans wanting a pet that didn't want to take care of nothing.
Yeah.
You can go rescue one, give something a home that's probably sitting in a cage. How do you like that concept? They show up at your house, so you have this dog chained up in this pen out here in your yard, and they say, you evil bastard, you're being mean to this dog. We're going to take this dog and we're going to go put it in a room in an even smaller cage because we're nicer than you.
Right?
And it's like, you know what? How about both of you just go jump off the cliff? Hold hands and just jump off. Bam.
Some people don't deserve dogs. That's what I reckon. Some people just get dogs and then they realize it's too hard work and they just put them in a pound and just sad. They shouldn't be allowed to,
Well, humans have no respect for life.
Nah, they don't. Even with cats as well. There's cats and dogs, and man, it's just ridiculous. I don't know how you can live with yourself, to be honest. So, anyway.
I think cats get overlooked even more often because people don't see them as intelligent as dogs.
Oh, they're
Well, and they mass produce and they survive outside. So it's like the perfect pet for people because they get home and they say, oh, look, he's so cute. And he runs around. And okay, all of a sudden there's a time to clean up the litter box for the second time. You're going, man, this is kind of good. No, all of a sudden the cat ends up on the outside of the door. And then they're like, okay, here's some food and water. And after about a couple of weeks of making that routine of food and water in the bowl, all of a sudden you end up with a 5-pound bag of food that gets dumped out on a porch and it's fend for yourself. And then after a few months, the food ain't even there. So the cats have now reproduced into herds of 20 and they're all over the place because somebody thought that one was just as cool as shit and it scored brownie points for the day.
Well, dogs have comparable litters. A cat can have 8, 10. Dogs can have 8, 10. But I agree with the concept of rescuing overall. There's a really good shelter in my town or other options than going to the $30,000 breeder that makes the dog with the prettiest asshole for the dog show.
Yeah.
Right. You can't do that with an Egyptian hairless cat to rescue. You can't put it outside.
Oh man, those hairless cats are so funny.
What do you think creates urban myths, brother? Chupacabra. I mean, I could literally have the first discovery of a chupacabra discovery in Southeast Texas, and he'd be like, "Yep, saw one. Did you see it?" And he was like, "Yeah." That was scary.
Kind of like a jackalope.
That's it.
Man,
have you seen those Mancoon cats rescued?
Yes.
Have you seen the Mancoon? They're huge.
Is that the ones that have the tufts off the ears?
Kind
of like a lynx.
They're pretty. Yeah, it's similar.
It's a
They're very
Manx,
big.
yeah.
Man,
Mancoons get huge.
Yeah.
They're almost the size of a bobcat. Can
Yeah.
get up to that size, I think. Who was it? Oh, couple people in the YouTube community has them. Oh, I forgot.
Okay,
who
Ron,
has them.
I got you, brother. Ron said he's in a bad service area, so he's listening.
When I was in South Africa, in Cape Town, I went to an orphanage for cats, and there was bobcats, lynx, and different cats, and you could actually touch them. And wow, amazing, just amazing cats, And, fortunate enough to actually walk with lions in Zimbabwe, which was an experience.
So did you do it? Did you walk with lions or?
Yeah, I've got
Were you
photos.
scared? Tell the truth. Were you shitting your pants a little?
Do you know, Virginia, the gentleman who was running the orphanage, he gave us a stick, just a normal stick, with me and my partner, and he goes, "Come, we'll go walking." And we're walking with the line, and just thinking, this stick ain't going to do jack shit. It's going to turn around and just eat us. And then they actually let us rub the cats underneath their chest.
Oh.
And my partner, Jackie, goes, "Oh, I want to give it a hug." And the gentleman goes, "You give it a hug, but if it eats you, you can't do nothing."
Which was
morning,
your
Mama
favorite?
What's that?
Sorry, Rescue.
No,
He was saying hi to Mama Red. Hi, Mama. Sorry about that. Oh, which was your favorite of the big cats? Like, which one were you a little bit overwhelmed with joy to see?
I think the cubs, the lion cubs in Joburg, we got to pat little white cubs, and we had a friend with us who came over to South Africa with us, and she was scared because the cub was scratching her garments and stuff and hanging off her clothing, and but that was the best. That was the best experience. I'll get a photo I can show you. 2 seconds. I'll go and grab it.
Please do. That'd be really cool.
I seen
Lion
a,
cub would be awesome.
I seen a video yesterday. Okay, so it's a bear cub. This lady sitting there, playing, loving on this bear cub, right? This bear cub's all acting all lovey-dovey, and then all of a sudden it just clamps down on her chin. I'm like, see? What?
Hey, Chrissy
Leave
Cat,
me alone.
you said in Tomball, Texas. So is that where did you live in Tomball? That's a little ways away. I actually have a best friend that lives over, 30 minutes away from there. Just kind of wondering. Well, see, I can tell you most of the time, it's like with dogs and with any animal. It's like some people are so quick to call things, and I've noticed that for the longest time. We label shit so quick as killers. It's like a shark, a man-eater. Really? Because none of them come up and attack nobody off the shore. It only happens when you kind of go swim around, but we don't want to make some mental connection like, wow, maybe we just look like a food source to them. No, right? They must have an evil intent. And it's kind of like when you're playing with an animal. It's like a horse, and then the horse bites you, and then all of a sudden, no, that's a piece of shit horse because it bit me. And it's like, well, no, it actually might have been playing because they nip on each other all the time.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a dog sitting there nipping at you, and they're like, oh, no, it's aggressive. No, it isn't. Dogs actually wrestle and play with each, and
Right.
so you've got to learn how to read. And I think as a male, you actually set the tone. I know with mine, we always laugh because you just kind of got to come off of that. You're the male, you're the alpha of the herd, and you just got to establish that. If you have a male dog and if you have a female, well, then you're the companion and you bond. But I think so much, I know with me and my take on it is if you get an animal, whether it's a cat, dog, whatever, incorporate that into your life like you would a child. Well, see, when I said that shit like 20 or 30 years ago, it made sense. But now when you kind of look, we have kids having kids. So all of a sudden the parenting comment doesn't quite fit the narrative. So, but take care of it. If you're going to breakfast, then give them something. If you're going to the bathroom because, oh man, I drank that tea, I got to go pee. Well, guess what? Homie probably sat there and drank a few drinks out of the water bowl and might have to go outside, but they got no way to say it and just do it. And people are so easy to forget.
Conscientiousness for them.
Make them part of your family. Like ours, we treat our dog as one of our kids, and that's our other dog. Used to get made up because people would make fun of us going, oh, well, don't forget your third kid. And it's like, nope, that's the one that listens.
Yeah, exactly. That dog that's right there in my profile pic, he was up on top of my toolbox I was at a Dollar General, and he would whine anytime I'd go in a store, like, hey, I'm missing you kind of whine. This SOB that was in there, he goes, that's a pit bull. I was like, no, it's not. It's American Bulldog. And he goes, it's growling. It can just growl and bite anyone as it goes by. I was like, he's whining because I'm his dad. I'm in this store. That's what he's doing. Oh, he's growling. I was like, dude, don't even.
Right.
Rescue, I'll just show you. So,
going full screen.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah. Look
My Jeebs, look at that.
And
Yeah.
How old were they?
Um, these were rescued. This is in Zimbabwe. It's the
Beautiful.
where Zimbabwe meets Botswana. It's a refuge for lions and lion cubs and stuff. So they rehabilitate them in the wild and then they release them again. So
Wow.
One sec, Rip. Put that back up. Put one back up. So just for anybody in chat, if you haven't looked at the screen because you've just been listening, you might take a second and look at your screen because that's Ricardo's showing pictures of him and his partner right there with some big cats, some big beautiful cats.
It's just a little kitty.
Very cool. Yeah, these are not your
Just a sweet kitten.
right. Oh, just a little kitty tag.
Aw.
I love that little pretty kitty tag.
and
Come here, kitty, kitty,
So
kitty, kitty.
they was actually
Oh,
lioness.
wow.
that's a
Man,
leopard.
Leopard. Yep.
Yeah, and I've got the best one here. This is my favorite one.
utterly beautiful, brother.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
man.
That's the cheetah. This is in this was in
So-
Serengeti in Tanzania.
That is absolutely beautiful.
So
Man.
my
That's a
partner was
cheetah?
born. That's a cheetah. Yeah, it's a female. The Messiah guide we had in Serengeti was telling us if you look at the eyes, you look at the markings on the
Full
eyes there. Do you see those
Yeah.
like
Oh,
That
the
line.
there?
Yeah.
See
like
that?
kind of like a tear trail. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was saying to me that you know when the sun sets and you look at their eyes, they've got this mystique look about them, and they'll go in the same area of the national park every night with the little, their little cubs and stuff. And every night they were there for 5 days. We went to the same spot. They were there. It was amazing. So the trucks open up the tops and you can take photographs with the cameras and that. And it's the best safari on planet Earth is Serengeti by far. It's the
That was utterly beautiful, brother. That was
it is an amazing place to go. If you ever get the chance to do it, it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah,
looked like
I
it.
was wondering how they could tell. I can't tell the difference between those two photos that you showed. One was a cheetah, and one was a
Leopard.
leopard. Yeah.
Can you tell by the markings?
Oh,
in the
okay. The
Yeah.
leopard.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
leopard has a full spots on his head. Okay.
And then you look at the cheetah.
Cheetah. Oh,
Yeah.
The spots.
man, they're so beautiful.
Can you
though.
show them side by side by any chance? Put them. There you go. So the
Yep.
one in your
Scoot
Which
to your
one?
left a little
Say
bit.
it
There you
again?
go, right there.
which
So
hand
the-
is which?
So this
The
is
one in-
this is the cheetah, and that's the leopard.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Leopard has
And
full spots.
Vioxx
you-
is saying that it cuts the light so they can see farther.
yeah, and do you know the leopards when you're out on safari through Serengeti? You look in the trees, and the camouflage of the leopards, they sit on the trees, on the branches, and you can't really tell until you go further up, and they just hang there on the trees during the day, and then it's amazing. And we saw cheetahs chasing prey. They call them a Cory bastard. That's the name of the deer. It's called a Cory bastard.
Yeah.
It's a small version of a big deer. And I can tell you what, how quick they go is amazing. It's truly amazing. So
Very
yeah.
cool. Everybody in chat loves your pictures. They're just like, oh, appreciate you.
They're
for
not
sharing.
photoshopped, guys. So definitely not photoshopped. So
That was real deal shit right there.
yeah.
Those were remarkable, Ricardo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, my partner was born there. She's from Seychelles, but she was born in Tanzania. It was called Tanzania before the apartheid. So they fled during that happened to Australia, and that's where she lived most, or now she lives here. But we did a family trail of Tanzania in Zanzibar. Went to Zanzibar as well. Do you know Freddie Mercury was born in Zanzibar from Queen? So we went to his house in Zanzibar. It's a little shack, and it's got a post on the front there. Nothing special, but yeah, just and South Africa's great. So we've been to South Africa a couple of times, and I told Guardian Prep I've been there many times. So yeah,
Yeah. Freddie Mercury wasn't his real name.
no. Okay.
Not his. Yeah, that was a stage name.
Do you know his
That's
dad
what
was
you
a
say.
slave trader? Do you know his father was a slave trader? He sold people in Zanzibar.
I knew
Huh.
I knew that he
I'll be
left.
right back.
He left the place he
Zanzibar?
was from. Yeah,
Yeah.
he left that place because of the religion part, and that's when he
Yeah.
went to England.
Yeah.
But pretty interesting.
There's a lot of Muslims and Christians that live there, and they get along quite well. So we were very surprised there was no problems there. So yeah, it's a nice place.
Very
Mangoes.
interesting.
Mangoes, papayas is amazing. The fruits are fantastic over there. So
Right.
yeah. Hopefully we get to go back one day, depending on what's going on now. But yeah, it's my second home. Definitely.
So during what period of time was Mercury's father trading in slaves? What was going on?
So that would have been like after the war, after the war, Second World War, or something like that. After that, because we met somebody who did a tour, and he was telling us. He took us to the prison forts there, and he was telling us the story about Freddie Mercury's dad and stuff, and what took place there. So they sold people, slaves basically, to the British and stuff like that. And I said, "Oh, really?" And yeah, I couldn't believe it. And he goes, "Yeah, this all happened here," and because Africa's got such a big history with the United Kingdom, so with the Queen and that. Yeah, so yeah.
What kind of work were those slaves tasked with?
I think working on farms and stuff, and in ports and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, stuff like that. But
Farouk,
it was a bit more.
Farouk or Farouk Basara is his real name.
So, yeah. So I did sing a couple of Queen songs in Zanzibar when I was walking down the street. So
right on. I don't know where that bronze statue is of him. I don't know. I don't know if it's in his hometown or if it's in England. I can't remember. But yeah.
No, it was good.
Good night, Chrissy. And did Chuck say good night? Good night, Chuck.
I'm back. All right. Night, Chrissy. Get you some rest, ma'am. Wake up with a smile.
Later, Chuck. Later, Chrissy.
Oh, thank y'all. Holding down the fort. I don't know. This is about crazy, terrible Tuesday.
Yeah. You're still in Tuesday, aren't you? We're in Wednesday. I told you, Rescue. I'm going to tell you the lottery numbers one time. You're going to win it.
I know, but you just keep waiting to do that, and I'm going to run out of chicken noodle soup before I get the numbers. Actually, I'll get the numbers, and when I go to cash it in, they're going to go, "Oh, that's cool. If you had just come 2 months ago, you'd actually won some money, but right now you still owe us $10."
You're going to have to pay some tax.
And they'll be like, "Yeah, the economy's collapsed. We don't owe you shit. You owe us." Oh, man. I was hearing about the fruit and stuff, the papaya.
Yeah, papaya is nice. Oh, love papaya.
See that, man, that'd be good fresh fruit over there too, because it's fresh, clean soil that it's coming out of.
Oh, it's so red. The clay, the ground's so red. You can grow anything in the ground. It's amazing. I didn't know there was so many bananas, guys. There's like alpha bananas. They're huge, like tusks. And then you got red bananas, and you got monkey finger bananas. I didn't think there was that many bananas. I thought there was only one banana.
Yeah.
Well, I knew there was probably like a couple, but I did not know that there was like a huge bananas.
Yeah, it's like an elephant tusk, and they cook it basically, and have you got a cassava? Cassava, they make chips from cassavas. It's like a huge potato like that, and they slice it, and they basically grill it, and they put chili powder on it, and
Is it kind of like a plantain? What you're talking about, the big potato? Is it kind of like
It's
a
similar
plain?
to a sweet potato, like a sweet potato.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's big, and they slice it and they grill it and they put chili powder on it. Oh, it's so good.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So,
Yeah, it does.
And it is
Yeah.
Wednesday. I just saw that it's Wednesday.
Yep.
I don't
Early.
know, man.
Early Wednesday.
It's
Yeah.
hump day.
Hump day.
I saw a Moonchild and it was like, that's right, it is Wednesday. And I had to look at my thing going, oh, that's right. Yeah. I don't know. They really threw a wrench in everything when my shit just went down, and it's like, really, and then it's not something I can fix. I know exactly where it is, and it's like, oh man, you just want to go down and kick in the door, going, can I just fix this shit real quick?
it's always the case with internet. We have problems all the time with internet.
So on a scale to 10, 10 being the worst, the worst that you was wanting to jump through the phone line and strangle the dude.
A 12.
We get a 12.
I was in the car. I was laughing.
Man, see, most of them have gotten to kind of know the number whenever I call over the years. So as soon as I go to talk, they just know. It's like, yep. It's like, don't spit that shit to me, man. I'm not your typical customer. I'm probably more trained than the people that are actually doing the job down there, just so we're
Right.
clear.
It's like, just meet me at the door, let me in so I can go in and fix it.
Dude, I and I should have taken them up on that. They actually hit me up a long time ago and wanted me to do some contract work. But I just was like, no, because I was doing my store at the time, the vape shop. So I was like, hell no, man. Why do I want to go do that again? Well, now I see I should have.
You'd have had free internet, maybe.
Kind of,
Do they reimburse you?
things happen shit anyway. So
Do they give you a form of credit? Like here in Australia, if your internet is not up to like the promised speeds, they give you credit. So they basically will rescind one of your bills. They'll pay for it. So that's part of the law here in Australia. So the service provider, if they say, oh, it won't drop below a certain speed, they have to pay your bill. Basically, they'll
Not
pay
here.
it.
well, you got to remember, I think we have become like the professionals at bullshit, so we can seem to write shit on paper and make it sound like, man, everything is awesome, but somehow you're fixing to be screwed and you're just going to smile as that's happening and not realize what just happened. We have this knack apparently for making documents that do that shit. So there's some written shit to where, like, if you pay for 20 megs down and say 2 megs upload speed. So if those are your speeds you're paying for, if at a certain percentage it drops below and then carries so long that now they give you credit. Well, see, they say credit, but when you look at the saying, it's like, so I basically have to be out all week before you credit me a couple of days. And even then it's going to be on the next bill. It won't be on this one. And that's another little game that all these places like to do is well, we'll get, and it's never credited on what's at the moment. It's always the next month or the next bill or the next. And it's because that way you forget about it.
So basically it's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And man, with this digital shit nowadays, oh hell, look. It says so. And it's like, wow.
Yeah, no,
I don't know. Because it's like that program we were talking about, BBX. They can pull that shit up. It's a web-based browser. It's not just an individual app. They just need access, and they don't give them that access. Because you can go in there and take off modems and shit. You can create havoc. All right, night, Cindy. Have a great night, ma'am. Get you some rest and wake up with a smile.
Rescue, I'm going to head off for some tea. As always, take care. God bless Virginia and Monty and everyone in the chat. Stay strong. Hold the line and keep faith and praying for you guys, yeah?
I always love hearing from you, brother, and I'm glad you stayed
thanks,
safe.
Thanks for letting me on. Catch you later, guys. Take care.
Thanks for sharing your pictures, Ricardo.
Yes.
No worries.
Yeah,
everybody loved those.
Awesome.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Later, brother. I love seeing the Pope in his Pope mobile. Oh yeah, that's a true display of faith, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Facts. So true.
Ominous Thomas.
Yeah, I'm so strong in it. I need to get behind this 3-inch glass so you don't hold me accountable to that perverted shit we've been doing.
Wasn't that in New York? I think it was Pope John Paul. After Reagan, I think a few years after Reagan, it was because of that attempt they had to build the actual bulletproof Pope mobile because he didn't want to be in a vehicle where he wanted everybody to see him. In other words.
So Brian says, Auntie at Jack, I'd start printing my own money with cartoon characters on it, but nobody wants to work for it, though. Well, yeah. Why do you think they don't want to do it for the other money either?
I had a cousin that was doing that off his computer, right? When he got busted with something else and that. And then the excuse he said, he goes, I was printing off Monopoly money for my kids. I'm like, really? That's what you told him?
It almost gave me faith. Man, I just normally keep up with chat. Kind of just the whole flow is off tonight. They really just.
Yeah, I'm reading through chat and just kind of subdued. Like it's a lower energy. Things are sinking in. We have one more week till the full moon. That's when shit will be off the chain. Every full moon, something goes up wacky and crazy. I'm telling you.
Now we've got 4 months, and somewhere between now and within 4 months, the crevice in hell is going to open up, and it's going to start pouring shit out. And if it ain't burnt shit down by November, it's fixing to blow out come November. One way or another. I mean, just because you just look at the series of things and the intentional shit, and it's take your politics, and that doesn't even matter anymore. It's just look at the actual intent and the total disregard, the choice of words. It's like the whole weapons of war now, weapons of war. And it's a 9mm. Why is that important? Well, because that's actually the most popular handgun. So guess what we target? See, a few months ago, it was that evil assault thing because ARs. Well, wait a minute. That's just, and somebody in that little back room went, hey man, that AR shit's kind of just for the sports, the hunters. You need to get the moms and everybody else. So we need to go after that 9mm. That's the popular shit. So all of a sudden,
they're just spinning all about the 9.
Yep.
I had a different cousin that used to hand load his 9mm, the hollow points. He loaded them pretty hot on his.
Well, it's like that. You hear that too. These people talk that shit, but in all honesty, and I don't know how many people really know that, but it's like, you can do your reloads because everybody's heard the term reload. Well, that's the kick in that particular load is in the grain of the power that goes in. So like you buy a, say, standard 9mm, and I'm just making numbers up. So if you just want to correct me, feel free, because it don't matter. But so if you normally go down to the store and you buy a 9mm and it's, say, 60 grains. Okay, well that's the standard. So then you get home and you're shooting. But there's people that do reloads. Well, they might do a reload at 70 grains or 75 grains. Well, all of a sudden, that particular little piece of lead has a hell of a lot more kick to it than the other ones. So just even when there's some of this talk that they're doing, see, they don't even get it, because it's like you're trying to limit shit, but it's like there's ways around. Plus, hell, I got a desktop CNC. I can sit here, I can CNC out a receiver. I mean, yeah, it's going to take me a couple of days for my little old desktop CNC to sit there and do it, but I could do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, people forget the old school ways of going out here and getting some metal and actually melting it down over a campfire until it bubbles and skimming the crap off the top and then pour it into a thing and then coming in here and proceeding to make. It's how we used to actually make shit back in the day.
Yep. Morning, milkmaid.
What's up, Milky? And I will.
Milkmaid.
Most generally, the 9mm start at like 117 grain and go up to, I think, 147. But it depends on the grain load of the powder itself, and then the grain weight of your bullet when you reload.
By the way, just a heads up. So if all of a sudden I like miraculously drop out of here, just hang tight because I'll be back. But
That guy is.
well, no, some people like Milkmaid. If I send her an invite, it's through my mobile site.
Right.
So if I do this,
Do you want me to
kick
send
out.
it to her? I can send her the link.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
On my mobile.
It's a click away.
I
I've
was
got
thinking.
connections.
I was thinking that guy at that office is going to go, oh, yeah, I know how to cure your problem. I'm going to shut you down all the way.
Can't touch me now. When I get on my mobile network, there's not only there's like 3 different VPN layers on my mobile network.
Right. Hey, Hawkeye.
So,
There's a guy about reload.
what's up, Hawkeye? And hey, Gray Man and Lauren. Morning, evening.
Hey,
Good day.
Lauren.
Hey, Hawkeye, how is your shoulder, brother? I'll wait a few minutes while you one hand that answer, but
That's what she said.
hey, but it worked for him and it didn't take as long.
Oh, man.
Virginia, I know you was wanting to say something earlier whenever Ricardo's like talking about that elephant tusk
Holy
sized bananas.
damn. 1040.
Yeah, I did.
I know.
Is that regular gas, Gray Man, or is that diesel?
Holy
1040. Holy shit. And if you don't mind saying where, but you don't have to. I understand that.
For general region, yeah. That's insane, man.
It's in the UK, apparently. Okay.
Oh, I was going to say, holy cow.
Sorry, that's the time. Oh, it's the time. Okay.
Oh, the time, not the price of gas.
Yeah, I was like, holy
That's
shit,
funny.
dude.
It skyrocketed within a couple of hours.
I got to tell you, I was sitting there kind of going, holy shit, man, today I better buy some containers because shit's fixing to make a major jump if it just went that high real quick.
When all this happens, though, the Amish are going to get jacked for the horse and buggies. Instead of a car jacking, it's going to be a horse jacking.
Don't put that in the universe, man. They have paved their way, literally and proverbially. I am rooting for the Amish. I really am.
So am I, but you know what I'm saying, though. There's people out there that's not right, that's going to be going, hey, give us your horse and buggy.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They might be, but I bet you they're heavily prepared.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it probably won't go over like the other people think it will, but
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know the Amish don't have pew-pews either, so yeah.
Yes, they do.
Oh,
Don't be fooled. Yes, they do.
They do?
I don't care what any of them say about boating accidents. They are armed to the cows.
I knew the Amish mafia was, but
Well, aren't they all
uh,
at the end of the day?
I think they're so. What would be a good way of phrasing it? They're so center focused, I guess, because as a group, they'll when that leader says
band together.
this, they just kind of go, "Huh, okay, whoa." And so, I'd pity any fool that goes up in there.
I can't remember if that's Sling Blade or
Neff.
if it was another one that had some. If it was one that had Amish, but they had the children had real sharp shears.
Those people been here. They had Here's my bottom line to it, dude. You're talking about the Amish who have survived their way of life
Right.
through our couple 100 years of clusterfuck.
Mhm.
So if they can sustain that through our shit, might want to be the last person you want to go pick a fight with.
Oh, I'm not saying me. I'm just saying,
No, I'm not
yeah.
saying you. I'm just saying anybody, you know.
My
I know around
great-grandfather-
here, well, down here, I guess you'd get horse jacked around here, and hell, people will probably have to be putting their horses off into the closer pastures once we get to where. I will say, dude, some of this with the gas and the economy and the way things go, and people, I'm going, I don't know, dude. All I can say is feel free to go look at flyover pictures of what Houston looked like with just a flood. So
Yeah.
there were the highways were bogged down with all these vehicles. Well, that was because of a flood knocking out electricity for gas pumps. So that meant some gas pumps, as you got farther away, would have it. Well, when you don't have their gas to begin with, then that means even the station farther out isn't getting you nowhere. So you're just driving down an empty road.
One of my great grandfathers was a German Quaker Baptist preacher, and he came from up there in the northern part of Pennsylvania.
Oh, there, Moonchild said New York just banded body armor.
Okay, so what's the rationale for banning armor? I don't get it.
Make it easier for you to go down.
Because now they're taking it one step at a time. What they're doing, if you get what
Well,
I'm
how
saying.
about this? Well, and okay, so there was a part in history in the past, and you'll remember this in California when there was a bank robbed and it got televised because all of a sudden they
96.
found themselves out armed compared to the guys that were doing it. Well, they were wearing body armor. See, and that set their whole tone from then all the way now. And that pretty much, it's like what she's saying, because when you do that, you know what they probably have. So you know that that's going to increase the resistance. But if you can take that off the table, then you have now removed one of the barriers that people would have had to insulate themselves, if that makes
Okay.
a way.
I'm
So
trying to make it make sense, but it doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm going to get real. Here's raw version for you. So if I have an idea of coming and taking your shit here in a couple of months, then what I want to do is I want to make one. If there's body armor that could make you more resilient against my people that come to confiscate your shit, then I want to take that off the table.
Oh, so
and
that
if you're-
spin is very much on the table. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So now don't have that layer of insulation. And here, since most people, the most popular thing seems to be this 9 mil, how about we start doing things so we can ban that and ban the manufacturing of it? So now when we come to kick the door in, well, okay, we don't have to worry about as many people being strapped and as many people as having armor to hold back.
Okay.
You start taking tools away.
I agree. They're chipping away at the sides, as it were.
Look at Milkmaid's comedy. She's already like pow 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 pow.
Thanks for the visual, Milkmaid. I appreciate that.
If it's any consolation, I don't go around. I play in the bush. Just
He
so we're clear.
directly beats it, like you want to do to your pillow. Just
I mean, I don't go around the bush. You got to go in the bush.
Just another hand in the bush. Just another.
There you go. Floyd said it all.
you know what I'm
was it?
talking
Yeah.
about.
Well, Pink.
That was-
I think Ozzy
was
sang
cool.
one too that said that, but that's who I was imitating was Ozzy, because how it echoes.
Oh, Scat Pack. I think that's one of those. Oh, and Ridge Runner too. I think I'm letting those go on by. I don't know where that come out.
It depends on which state you're in, Scat Pack. A few states allow balls deep, if you know what I'm saying.
Utah.
It's true.
God. Oh.
Biox said, sorry if I didn't acknowledge everyone. I was caught up in the news that I was trying to share. I just realized that I'm dirt sorry. No worries, Biox. And yeah, I wanted to bring, you did post something. And what was that box? Oh, he did say, well, gas is $4.89 a gallon as of yesterday. That's after it went down for a week because apparently the state lifted some of the tax. Ooh-wee.
That's true. They can still hang him in Kansas for stealing a horse.
Big box. I thought he had put something up. Fire rescue goes into the bush with a big hose and lots of pressure. That's it. We bring the pressure. This is where definitions are important.
The same.
See, this is a classic example of text messaging and just how a text can be interpreted.
The same great grandpa that was a German Quaker Baptist, when he moved here in Kansas, it's the next county up. He started the anti-horse theft association back then.
Okay, that was that pro-life thing box. Sorry, Virginia.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was going to ask Monty to repeat what he said. You broke up on my end. I don't know about anyone else, but what did you say?
The same great-grandfather that was a German Quaker Baptist, when he moved to Kansas, from Pennsylvania to Kansas, in the next county up north, he started the Anti-Horse Theft Association.
Oh, interesting. Well, should be anti-theft of anything, right?
Right. But that was a long time ago.
I guess that's where, see, now that'd be kind of curious. I might try to start slowly kind of looking into that. I got a curiosity, wondering what are the cattle laws in other states? Because like in Texas, oh no, homie, you get shot taking a cattle off of somebody's shit. Oh, you'll be laying right there, and ain't nobody gonna blink an eye.
Right.
Same thing in this state too. I think because of we used to have some rustlers back in the early '80s. They would steal them up here and take them down to Oklahoma to the reservations and sell them.
Oh, cattle rustling is not an accepted practice in Texas,
right?
And see, and just think, what is that? Yeah, I don't know, man. We got some times coming, and I ain't sure. Hey, Grumpy, what's up, brother?
Hey, Hans.
Being shot and being hung are two different things, though. Well, yeah. I'd actually, well, no, because I'm sure that there was some bleeding heart that said that hanging was too cruel. So,
back in the day, though, frontier justice. Justice.
There was a reason why there were. That's why there was a reason why there were platforms in towns. And see, and it was kind of like a message as you came into the town. You were like, hey, man, let's go into that town and we can do this. And then all of a sudden, as you're kind of going through the buildings and you see the platform, and you go, these people kind of take their shit serious. Yeah, let's go to another town. So, but you take the platforms away, and all of a sudden, everybody's getting robbed, raped, mugged.
Right. Or they would have the photos of them propped up in the caskets, open caskets, up against the sheriff's officer or the court, wherever.
Oh, that's it.
Just like I know
you thought homeboy was a badass outlaw. Well, look what happened to him. He's propped up right over there.
They had pictures of the Dalton.
You can get your picture taken with him.
They had pictures of the Dalton gang, and then a few others that, when they got shot down.
It ought to be Moonchild. It needs to be utilized. But then I think the same thing about, the prisons. Matter of fact, I even had a discussion with somebody that was on the Board of Pardons and Paroles. And I told that person flat out right, I said, excuse me, but can I ask just so how do y'all process this mentally? Because you let these people out of prison that have been convicted of rape or child molestation, and then they come up for parole. Well, how do you guys do that? Do you sit and talk to them? Do you go home and talk to your family and kind of look at your daughter or your kids or your granddaughter? Or do you ever wonder if maybe they might be the next victim of that person you just let out that's a rapist or child molester? I mean, does that bother you guys at all? And believe it or not, dude, she actually listened, and the person that I was talking to her about didn't make parole. It's like, man, you guys ought to think this through. I mean, does this really take a lot to think? Let's see. So you committed this crime. We locked you up. We let you out. You've now committed this crime again. Do you really have to have the third one to sink this in, or do you see a pattern already? And at what point? Because you're letting this person out. Did the woman that they raped, do they get a break? The child that they molested, do they get some parole? No, they suffer that shit for the rest of their life. So why does this piece of shit get to even walk around?
Yeah.
But I'm just yeah. Those are two things that I got to know.
That's the same question they asked Michael Dukakis when he was running for president. Was like, okay, so you're all about lesser prison reform or something like that. Anyway, so if your wife was to be, in a situation she got raped, how would you feel towards that person that committed that crime? And he was kind of going on, he totally turned right on that, and that's what cost him that race. That's one of the things that cost him that, anyways.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, there you go, Silver Bra. I just saw that too.
That was a Joe Diffie, Ron. Joe Diffie song brought me up beside the jukebox when I died.
Yep. And then when he died, you had who was that little young dude that did the what did he do? His song was 1984. And that's he references Joe Diffie because he did that after Joe Diffie passed. What is that dude's name?
I know Randy Travis sang a song called 1982.
He's kind of a country dude. Let me see. Well, as soon as I see it, I'm going to be like, yeah, that dude.
Morning, Mama Red. Hey, Silver Girl, morning. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Milky.
Morning.
The rooster even said good morning.
Oh, did he come in with a crow?
Yeah.
Yeah, he never shuts up. Like, it's constant. Sorry, I just rolled out of bed, y'all. I slept in.
Well, was the sudden stop on the floor kind of a jarring experience?
That's funny.
Golly.
I have done that before, actually. Not fun. The worst is when the cat does it. She'll accidentally fall off the bed and she doesn't land right. And then she gives me a dirty look when I laugh.
You know what's funny though is that we don't roll off the bed. I mean, when you're asleep, you're kicking blankets and you're rolling all around the place and whatever. It's kind of interesting that we aren't on the floor more often.
That's a good point. Wonder if we have like an internal thing that just kind of says stop.
Mm-hmm. Right? At the edge.
That occasionally doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up when you kind of start to feel that fall. It's like you're asleep, and as you kind of you just feel that little, all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, moving too fast, and it's kind of like you shoot up, and sometimes it's quick enough that you can kind of grab that cover, and then, well, sometimes not so quick.
You ever been asleep, though, and perfectly motionless? You're sound asleep, and all of a sudden you have that dream like you're falling, like or whatever you want to call it,
Mm-hmm.
and you startle. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst. I don't know, where is this thing?
Hey, morning, Hans. Morning, Michelle. I was looking because Hawkeyes, like in Minecraft, those become moving targets on your range.
Yeah.
Third strikers. Yep.
The real recruit.
I've rolled onto a floor a few times and don't sleep on a bunk bed anymore.
That's why you put a rail on the top. Yeah, I can't stay long. I'm just having coffee with y'all. I've got to...
That bird's happy.
I enjoy the bird. Well, and you too. I didn't want that to come out wrong. So, I mean, I enjoy you coming up. But
That's how it is. Y'all
thank
just
you,
kept
Hit Gal.
missing the
That's it.
birds.
1994, a song by Jason Aldean. That was it. It wasn't 84, it was 94. Y'all just keep saying 84 so much, I guess I had that in my head. 84, 1984, Orwell. And it's like,
You threw me off because Randy Travis sung a song called 1982. And I was like, I never heard one called 1984. I know there's a book, George Orwell. Actually, in
that's
movie.
it, Moonchild.
Swerve.
Hey, Karen.
Oh, it's a
I gotta
milkmaid.
take a...
That's milkmaid. That's
Oh.
not milkmaid. That's milkmaid.
Oh, I get called Milkmaid with MADE or Milkman often.
I saw that one night. Somebody was like, hey, milkman. And it was like, milkmaid. You know, the maid part's usually the female side of things. I mean, I get it. We're in 2022, so anything's on the table in some people's minds. But maid was always referencing the female side of things. Just
Well, my phone likes to, well, until it learned, which is creepy, but my phone used to put Milkman when I'd be putting my name in. It would autocorrect to Milkman, which I thought was kind of funny, actually.
That's funny. It actually doesn't make sense. I've never even
Right?
heard of a milkman. That's not even a word.
Oh,
Milkmaid is a word.
back in the day.
milkman? That's
back
how
in
you
the-
used to get
A
your
milkmaid?
milk.
Yeah,
Your
a
little bottle on
milkman.
your front.
You never see.
No, a
The
milkman.
milkman
Yeah.
back in the 40s and
Postman.
50s. Yeah. When
Postman,
Oh,
delivery
okay, like
man,
delivering
milkman,
milk.
newspaper man.
Yep.
I was
You'd
stuck
blame the kid that
fantasizing
doesn't look
about
like
her
dad.
in a
on
On
skirt.
the
The
milkman
milkman.
and the mailman. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're right, like at the milkman. but you didn't call them a milkmaid. It was the milkman. You know,
Right.
Yeah, I never heard of milkmaid until milkmaid. There's always a handmaid or
Are you serious? You'd never heard of that?
not
12
a
Days of
milkmaid.
Christmas. The song. Four milk. It's not four milkmaids. It's
I can't remember.
I can't remember the number, but anyway.
Are you saying it doesn't say milkmaids? But I was supposed to understand milkmaids in the damn Christmas song. Do you understand? YouTube is polluting people. I see that right now.
Wasn't meaning
That's
it
it.
like that.
YouTube is the epitome
I
of the
wasn't
devil.
meaning. I wasn't meaning. Wasn't meaning. Oh, criminy.
Y'all do this just to confuse me. This is a damn conspiracy. I see what's happening here.
Do you need a Snickers this morning?
Shit, no, I need a Reese's peanut butter cup. Where are they, damn
I knew it.
fuck Reese's. Those are inedible.
Thank you, Virginia.
I'm with you 100%, milkmaid, on that.
See,
Oh,
if he had
the ones
only
with
gave him
potato
2
chips.
pieces of the rib, then it would have been better.
What? What'd you just say?
I'm not repeating that.
That's what I thought you said.
Don't make us go rewind. What did you say? Tell us, Monty.
I can't rewind. Can you rewind on StreamYard? I don't think so. That would come in handy sometimes when I get confused, and it does happen. Way more than I'd like to admit.
You can't on StreamYard. I could always go over to a YouTube tab, though, and figure this out. So they might as well tell us. be a lot of wasted effort on my part. When
I forgot now. I was reading this about diners have the coldest milk on the planet. So
fair enough, I'll buy it.
Rose before. Joke.
Monty,
I am joking.
I see you.
What? I am.
I'm just messing.
I know.
Vibe
You're like, I seen one.
Oh, hey, Lauren, just hang on is all I can say.
Yeah.
Buckle up, Buttercup, because we solved the world's problems a good dozen times. We do. Yeah, there's no telling about the conversation up here. I just kind of take pride. I need to get me a neon sign that says "batshit crazy living room" or something.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about anything.
Did I come into the panel and wreck?
Oh no,
again?
absolutely
Oh
not.
no.
We've
That is
been
funny.
going all over the place.
Yeah, Lauren just said in chat, says, "Well, the vibe has changed yet again," and it's like, "Yep." It's
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
kind of like Texas
How we
weather.
roll.
Wait 5 minutes.
That one night I could.
If you don't like the
track of
topic,
how
it'll
many-
change.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That
Yeah.
one night I couldn't keep track of how many times. Different conversations with Bug Out, Milk Maiden, Virginia, everybody. It was like, holy cow!
Oh yeah. Hey, Wings of Faith. Morning.
Oh yeah, the three of us can bounce like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've sat here in hell. We've had the panel and we've been talking about something, and I've sat there and watched chat, and 4 different conversations are going down in chat, and it's like, hell, I don't even know where I'm at anymore.
Right. It's a loud room sometimes.
Speaking of Bushido,
No, he's not off yet.
they probably piled on a whole bunch of.
Actually, I'm not sure actually how last night might have gone, because yesterday they were doing the inspection
Right.
shit. So depending on what little whiny ass shit they found to whine about, then hell, he might be having to oversee some people doing shit and tending to some shit.
He might pop up here. He might pop up a panel with with poop on his face. Who knows?
Oh no.
It's one of those days, huh? Yep.
Yeah, I was hoping to come and panel for a while the past couple of days, or at some point this week, but our well line has leaks, and so I've got to dig a trench today. And they didn't run the electrical cord along with the pipe, which is the dumbest thing ever.
Huh.
So I get to play with a backhoe today. It's gonna be fun.
Oh yes. Pixar, it didn't happen.
I thought about it. I'm gonna try. I'm not very good at it though.
Oh,
Just
you know
hit
what, back.
record a few times and make us a clip video.
I might do that. We'll see. It's not a big one. It's like one of those little tractors with a backhoe,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's still fun as hell, man.
Big gal, I see you.
Yeah, I guess all I'm going to say, rescue is men are on top and women are hiding their faces. So wait a minute, Hegel, what are you trying to say? So I should take that person. It's like, dang, I guess they don't even want to be seen with us. Is that what you're saying? Man, I'm going to
No,
get all
'cause
up
my
in my
hair's-
feels now.
Hair's all sticking out every which way. I'm not coming on camera.
Getting up all in your feels. That's
All these years they tell us to be seen and not heard. We flip it on them and they're bitching anyway.
Right?
Well, that's because we're hearing and we're not seeing.
We got as far away as we could.
Right?
Sometimes it's easier to hear, though, when you at least can get a visual to distract you and you kind of go, yeah, okay. And you just kind of like, some women are just pretty by nature. and
Tread
so you're
carefully.
looking-
Right?
You just,
You just
shit
open
go in one ear and out the other, because you just kind of get, it's kind of like a painting. You don't listen to the crowd all around. You just kind of look at the painting and you kind of go in your own little world and you have your moment. And that's
We're used to being Charlie Brown's mom.
You're on your own.
Mhm.
I like that you
Exactly.
dug yourself a trench though. You're like, well, usually we don't want to see or hear you, but if you look good, we'll listen more. But it's a beautiful, beautiful hole you dug.
Go big or go home, baby. That's all I can say.
Oh, y'all are killing me.
Swing it far and swing it wide.
That's right. If you swing it all, do it well.
That's
Knock it out of the park, Yogi.
I want to hear the whoosh.
Oh, damn.
You notice
Grumpy,
one of them has rewound and heard the comment about what you said a while ago. So you're still in the good.
So what, Milkmaid, do you own the mini excavator or renting one? Well, it's actually just a tractor with a backhoe. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, it's my sister-in-law's. My tractor doesn't have one. I would love for it to have one because those things are fun. You can do a whole lot of crap with them.
Nah, nobody's talking to me.
That rooster is.
It's Grumpy being grumpy.
Oh,
Well, and it's
I think
5
so.
Central, so that is grumpy. It's late enough in the day.
Oh man.
And
I
Auntie,
need
I
to
just
make
let
laughs.
Monty, damn it, glue the Monty T back on your face. You're freaking the baby goats out. Oh, yeah. Man, look at all that. Bling, bling. I just realized that. I thought there was something different, but then my eyes are shit anyway, so.
I told you a couple of days ago it's fixing the stuff. That I
Dude, I only talk to like 60 or 70 people a day, 5 days a week. And I do have brain damage, so I even have a legitimate medical excuse. Don't make me whip out all my little yellow and red cards and shit.
You talk to more than that. I mean, there might be 60 in here at a time, but over the course of the live, you've got several hundred. We all collectively, we talk to hundreds of people every day.
Worldwide.
Worldwide. Yeah.
So is this the part where I
Australia,
kind of go,
UK.
oh yeah, that's right. So let me turn my camera off. Let me mute my mic. And hey, I already laid a big enough swath behind me. Shit, ain't no hiding from my past or history. So you might as well just embrace that shit and just group hug.
my internet keeps messing up.
Oh, Lauren.
What's up, wizard?
Hey, Wiz.
What's
Hey,
up,
Wizard.
Wizard? Money looks like Campbell's Soup Kid.
The Campbell's Soup Kid? I don't remember a Campbell's Kid. My mind goes to the Gerber's Baby right away.
No, well, it's probably about the
Yeah.
same time, but a long time ago. I don't know. I don't really want to say which decades.
Oh, you know what? I can picture it now.
Yeah.
It's a couple of decades ago. There was a kid eating soup on the can, right?
Yeah. Well, they brought that same picture back out
In the commercial
decades-
or whatever.
yeah, a few decades ago, and then, but they first started out a long time ago, about the same time the suntan lotion girl or something like that.
Yeah. The what's that? No, it was the salt. It was the girl
Morton
with the
Salt.
salt has the umbrella, and then there's one with suntan lotion that has her butt out, but it's like
Yep.
the same girl.
Oh, Auntie, it was drain damage, as in the reversal of the 2 first letters. It's just been a
Drain
little funny
drainage.
been saying that for the last 20 years.
Yeah, the copper tone girl. Thank you, Grandpa.
Yeah, was the copper tone girl. Yeah.
Yep, copper tone.
Dane Bramage used to say is what they used to say.
All of them were girls. The salt, the copper tone, and the Gerber were all baby girls.
And Lando Lakes.
Oh yes. Well, she was hot.
Yeah, and then they took her away, and
Yeah, they did. And Aunt Jemima.
Yeah, right?
Travesty.
That's some horse shit, dude. That's
Yeah, it
That-
is.
yeah,
Stupid.
yeah.
That
it
made
is.
me angry. I liked
Mhm.
Aunt Jemima.
Well, it's
Did-
back now. It's just called Millie Pearl Milling Company or whatever.
That was her.
It's-
Yeah, that was her.
Hey, I respect the actual name, but
Yeah,
it's still the same product. Why change
Right.
the product?
Well, and the
I didn't
story.
see it as
Her story is a success story.
Yes.
I
She
mean, and
was
they've
one of the
totally
very first-
trashed it and polluted it. I mean, it just
she was one of the very first. I don't know if she was the first African American woman that ever got rich from doing
Making
commercials
her
and stuff
own
like
business
that.
and
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Probably not the first, but she was one.
Yeah.
And it is. I would see it as oppressive
Right.
for any family or whatever to see that their family's thing, that it all got taken down over something that I'm sure
Over
they didn't
politics.
think about at this point. They've been cashing the check. Ain't nobody cared.
well, actually, Grumpy's saying that her family weren't happy when they took her off the label.
Yeah.
And then Mama Red said her family didn't want the change.
Yeah, it's insulting.
By the way,
It is
everybody in
insulting.
chat, don't forget to go to the top of your YouTube chat window and select live chat instead of top chat, so you stay kind of current in the conversations. And Wizard, if you'll send me an email, brother, then I can get you an invite up too. Because I think the last time you were up was when I was putting links out. So if you don't mind sending
yeah.
me one.
Wizard's
meant to
always
say-
fun to listen to.
Yeah, I love the Wiz for sure. It's been a while. Would love to talk to Wizard.
Well, and I will say, anybody in chat, if you want to come up, then you definitely need to send me an email so that way I can send you an invite. It doesn't mean I'm gonna just do that right out the gate, but at least then I kind of got it to send you one, and then and I don't try to isolate nobody, so I pick it's literally it's like a virtual living room. So I get a few people up, I throw out a few invites, kind of roll with it. I
That's
enjoy
smart.
the conversations with everybody, so that's why. So no, don't read more into it than there.
Grumpy's right. Uncle Ben's had the same thing happen.
Yep.
So freaking stupid. Did they change the name or did they just take off the picture or something, Grumpy? It just absolutely freaking ridiculous. I mean, Uncle Ben's rice is not that good, but that's not the point.
No,
That's not the point.
it's rewriting history
Right.
and everything. And if you don't have any of these landmark kind of things to kind of go, wow, that's a success story. That's a success story. Well, then you can kind of slowly convince people that there's no chance of success. You just need to let us help you.
Or even just nostalgia in your own past and youth, and because we're manipulated constantly by the narrative, right? And having a sense of security and like, no, wait a minute, I know I saw this or believe this, or this is how it used to be. You can't tell me it wasn't. But slowly whittling away at our reference points, and memory is tied to emotion more than anything else. You're more likely to remember something tied to an emotion than anything else.
Well, and I know me, when I hear you get mad when you get told that what you remember doesn't exist anymore just because somebody decided it doesn't exist. And it's like, but that's part of it's kind of like the Aunt Jemima thing.
Mhm.
Okay, so what, you're going to tell me that for decades I sat here and poured this syrup on my pancakes and all of a sudden now it was bad? Why? Oh, political shit. So it has no value whatsoever.
Right.
And then you get just agitated and really aggravated. And then you see like Uncle Ben's rice and it's just like, really? Or Land O'Lakes. And it's like, and you just start seeing this. And then me personally, at my age, I get pissed off because it's like you're trying to erase my whole past, my whole existence.
Yes. Erasing.
Do they even still make rice-a-roni? The San
Yeah.
Francisco treat.
The San Francisco treat.
I definitely would not be calling it that anymore.
How many treats do we get out of San Francisco?
Rice-a-roni, the shittiest city in America. It's
Uh-huh.
literally.
You know what y'all are talking about narratives. Yesterday, somebody sent me a recent interview with Putin, right? Have you guys seen that?
Not the latest one.
I'll send it to you. It's like half an hour long, but this guy is interjecting or commentating about it. But it was insane. I watched that, and he's talking about his concern and he's rattling off these numbers regarding the food supply, wheat coming out of Ukraine, all of that stuff. And the things that he's trying to do to make sure that that isn't interrupted, right? And then this morning, I see on Fox, there's like this little blip, and they're talking about he's doing all these war crimes, and he's the problem with the food supply. And it just pissed me off to hear two things totally different. One definitely seems more true than the other and has evidence to back it up, and it's not Fox.
Well, no, I watched them do that though in some of the hearings themselves. Milkmaid. I mean, I've sat there. There's senators, the Wyoming senator, flat out point blank asked that. Damn, what's her name? It's that blonde-headed chick with the glasses, the energy lady, whatever. I forgot her damn name. And
oh, sorry.
But he flat out asked her. He goes, well, the gas prices, and every time her answer was because Putin and Ukraine. And he would go, but it was going up before that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but it's Putin and Ukraine, and it's kind of like, okay, and and now that's what I said a couple of days ago when I talked. I've noticed that when they do that, then all of a sudden, like the senator goes, so you're saying under oath that the prices that were going up before he went into Ukraine is actually the reason for the problem we have now. And then they'll, of course, babble the same shit out. So all hopeful, read between the lines message, it kind of goes, okay, well, maybe you're doing that because you're setting groundwork for some legal shit if we can come out when the dust settles. Since you're all of a sudden you're starting to do that. So under oath, because they used to not say that a couple months ago. That shit just up and started the past couple of months that I've noticed all these senators and shit start doing this. So under oath, you're saying this. And it's like, ooh, that's a weird choice of word to use. Especially when you're talking about a little of existence in that 10 square mile. Well, actually, not even that 10 square mile. It's the legal world.
All they do is freaking lie, though.
Well, the English language.
Always.
I mean, commas and parentheses and shit are being used against us, and they don't teach you that in school anymore. So we don't want to teach you actually English language. Well, by not doing that, guess what? You have people that look at a document, but they don't understand. Well, okay, that has a comma right there, and then it starts another sentence. Well, that actually has legal meaning. And so you can all of a sudden now, it makes it easier for you to be shoved down into that crack that we always talk about. Oh, it fell through the cracks. No, it's an intentional canyon, and they're shoving you over the edge into it. Out of non-education, you don't, and then they educate theirs. So it's kind of like you're being taught, like Milkmaid likes to reference chess and checkers. We're being taught to play checkers, and they're being taught to play chess.
Mm-hmm.
Checker, chess, and poker.
Man, I used to have a joke for decades, and shit, it'll probably get copied and repeated because, Rescue stepped over his boundary, but so is poker in the front and liquor in the rear.
That's what I was That's what I was going to say right after Rich. Thought it was liquor in the...
Yeah, see, there you go.
And
could go the other way.
Checker before you chase her.
Oh my God.
Yeah, in the 2000 years, yeah.
I've actually
2020. So y'all feel free to clip that shit. Yes, I did that. So there you go.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, you're human. We're fine.
Oh no, this is what'll happen. This is what always happens. It's like, by the way, and not to get off topic because we're only going to be here for about 2.5 seconds, maybe even shorter if I say it fast enough. But in reference to the video that I did where I kind of like said some bad behavior with some bad behavior shit, just so we're clear, I actually heard that myself. That wasn't secondhand knowledge. I didn't run with nobody's little baton. It was shit I saw and heard myself. So now that we've done that and moved on, there's been some flack from that apparently.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, apparently I'm picking up banners and I'm taking it for people and choosing sides or some shit. And it's like, whatever, dude. All I see is if you're an ass, I'm gonna go, hey, wow, you know what? You're an ass. There. And that's that. So yeah.
Monty, you're an ass.
So are you.
Who's next?
Right.
Oh, everybody's an ass at some point.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, Wizard is like,
What
I
are you
think
talking
he's like
about,
morning
Wizard?
drunk or something because he's like the innocent giggle of milkmaid. First off, it's milkmaid, so the word innocent doesn't even go in the same sentence.
Never crosses my mind.
Never.
Mean, bully, aggressive. Those are the words that go in sentences with milkmaids.
Y'all are projecting.
Eating a Snickers, milkmaid.
See,
Yes.
now I'm being attacked. I'm being accused of projecting stuff.
Mhm.
I have video
He's
proof.
snickering.
Now he's getting defensive. Do you see this?
See,
Yeah.
I'm getting attacked.
It's crazy.
My character's being attacked right now. See? How aggressive is this? I can't even be me. Just accept me for who I am.
That's what Eminem
Are
said.
you
hear
about
this
to
whining?
come out? He said, accept me for who I am. I feel like this is an emotional coming out that none of us are about to see. Everybody brace yourselves. You heard it here
I'm
first.
coming out.
You know, what you just said reminds me of the Eminem song, "The FCC Won't Let Me Be."
There you I scored right there. It made
If
my
you start
day.
singing "It's
Because
Raining
both
Men,"
of them
I'm
just
out of
fell
here.
backwards. I know it. So they both fell backwards, going, "Holy shit!" So
Right?
I
That
scored.
would be amazing.
I could hear the distance in the voice, so I know they were going back.
Oh man.
I swear to God, I hope someone clipped that because that I'm coming out you just did with almost jazz hand pumping. That's comparable to like Ron's twerking video where someone clipped it and got his twerking. That's one of those we could play at least twice a week and totally fuck with you.
You know what's gonna happen? The stream is just gonna magically disappear, and he's gonna blame
You
it
know,
on
I did
some kind
have
of
these. I
technical
did have these
difficulty.
internet problems at the beginning. I'm just
You
saying,
did,
so I
yeah,
don't know
these-
what could happen.
And then he's gonna blame it on my shitternet.
Yeah.
I'm
No
sorry.
kidding.
Tell me God
Little
doesn't look
sugar
out
net.
for you. God gives you little or doors. If you need this door, buddy, I got you. Here's a door right here. It's like, you know, I might want to take this exit. Okay. There.
Oh jeez. I need to go get
Firefly.
some more coffee. Hey Firefly.
I need to go get some coffee.
Yes,
Oh.
indeed, Hans. That is very high praise. I agree.
Yes, agreed. Gosh, that was funny when Ron did that.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Could never live it down.
Oh shit. No.
You guys were doing a similar dance too, kind of like elbows in and pumping out. It was real hot. That's hot.
It was white man dancing.
It was white man dance.
Who was it that kept giving him hell and saying, "Yeah, I put it over on TikTok."
Yeah.
Some guy, I forgot who it was, but he goes, "No, you didn't." And I went along with the joke, and I went over there. I was like, "Hang on." I was like, "Oh my gosh, Ron, this is awesome. That's funny as hell." And he goes,
Yeah.
"Oh, you guys," he got all flustered.
Hey, morning, book girl.
Hey, book girl.
Oh damn. And morning, Hans. I don't even think I said that. Morning, everybody. Good day, good evening, wherever that's working.
No, I don't know how
Yeah,
to do that,
okay.
Mama Red.
But see, I will say now there's one benefit to these longer streams because then that it makes it's hard to clip shit because all of a sudden apparently you reach a certain point and YouTube Studios just goes, oh, to hell with that shit. That's too big.
Right.
So it won't let you edit it. It just goes, nope. And even when they tell you, by the way, it's like you got this violation, you can clip this out, you know, and then and it's like, no, you won't let me.
Right.
Oh. Well, I mean, I can always help you out, Rescue. I can come back later, timestamp it in the comments for posterity.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but see, I'm not sure how stable my internet is, so I don't know what'll happen to the stream whenever I end. It might just like go poof or something. I don't. I'm not.
A likely story.
Man, damn, what is that? What does this button over here do anyway? Let me see.
Well, we
Watch,
can
he's gonna
test
boot me.
I know. I know. After you count up 57 copyright claims on a 8-hour music marathon, that they don't allow you to clip it either. I was like, okay,
Oh, really?
Dude,
Yeah.
one song. I get a copyright violation every stream I do, and you know what song it is? It's so ironic. You want to see just how batshit crazy things are right now. So the first, here lately, I play 2 songs, okay, as my little intro thing.
yeah.
Both of those songs are by the same artist, okay, but yet the first song, Breathe Underwater, no problem. Play that. That's fine. The second one, The Middle Finger to the Man, oh no, copyright violation. It's like,
Oh,
go figure. So
interesting.
I can breathe underwater and that's okay. But by gosh, if we're going to talk about a hand on the Bible and a finger to the man, all of a sudden, nope, copyright violation. Same artist. It's like, go figure.
Legit, Bullfrog, if you did not see Rescue, when he actually sang, I'm coming out, and he was dancing at the same time.
I
Please
wasn't
don't-
dancing.
please
I'm in
don't
a
miss
chair.
it.
You know,
He
see,
did
now
too.
you know, Bullfrog. You know,
I call the awkward movement he made dancing.
So see, it's just that sounds like very open-ended interpretation. Bullfrog. Just keep that in mind. I waved my vape around a few times. Now I'm building a house. All of a sudden, it's
Whatever
just,
you
you
want
got
to
to
call
watch
it,
that
it was
He broke
interpretation.
down, did the cabbage patch even. I mean, he's like,
What was that again, Monty?
no.
Okay, just so you know, OBS Studios records it too, so it ain't just YouTube. So should I clip that?
Damn it.
Yeah.
Why not?
No,
I'm listening to this.
I did like this. I like the double-handed swing though. I wasn't sure if you were turning butter or dancing.
It's cabbage patch.
There you go. Work it, son. Work it.
Okay, we have to
Papa.
Hey, easy there, Bullfrog.
Casey-
Damn, why
Casey
you gotta
wanted to
cuss
see
me
I was
out like
"Mr.
that?
Papa."
What did I do? Damn,
Bullfrog's little heart is breaking.
Man, he just, to hell with the bus. You're going in front of the freight train.
You forgot to ask him what his pronouns are, Bullfrog.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I think I feel. I'm offended.
Are you
Wait a minute,
offended?
let me
See,
check.
he's
let me
already
check.
transitioning before our eyes. All of a
Let
sudden,
me check
he's
my
offended,
Twitter.
He's verklempt and sweating.
Yep, my Twitter says I'm offended. That's it. It's going viral.
Twitter.
I'm all up in my feels.
Right.
You've been tweeting on the Twitter again.
Dude, Auntie, I did some Gangnam style shit, dude. I'd be like Gangnam and it'd be like one hop and it'd be like, ah, crack.
Yeah, right.
And it'd be like, this is what the fish out of water looks like.
All right.
He wouldn't even get Gangnam out. He'd be like, gang.
Yeah, it'd be like this and one little thrust and it'd be like, oh shit. Oh.
Just a got. So, and I'm not teasing, I'm asking seriously. Rescue, did you ever go out and enjoy any kind of dancing? For example, my parents used to take me country line dancing or two-stepping all the time. I'm not a country music fan. I was medium on the dance itself, but I had so much fun. Did you ever do like some of those? You'd get together. It was usually on like base housing at the clubs or something, and
Two-stepping.
everybody would go and do the country dancing. Did you ever do that?
Yeah, that's kind of one of them little moments that was a used to, but not no more. And used to before I started this job, and then life changed.
Yeah. It's a good reminiscence, though. I would never do it now, but it was fun at one time.
I was gonna say I'd pay good money to watch you two-step Virginia to a country music song.
Oh man,
I'm a
I
good
love
dancer. I'm telling you.
I used to love the two-step,
Wearing
but I
Rocky
think that's a
Mountain
Texas
jeans.
thing too.
Oh, not just Texas. No.
Well, and I just say that because you go a lot of places and they'll do like a lot of the other dance styles. You know,
Yeah, the
they'll
Texas swing. Yeah.
but the two-step just seems to, because it's just so common around here. I mean, hell, people do that in their yard at barbecues and just play on the radio
Yeah.
kind of thing.
My
Don't
favorite dancing style ever was swing dancing.
Oh yes, girl.
Litter
I did that
box.
a little bit.
Don't work too hard, brother.
Have a good one, Biaxo. Hugs and kisses.
Later, Biaxo.
See you back, so.
See, there's a difference between the swing dance and then the Texas swing.
Oh yeah. But I always liked kind of the older music anyhow, so to me that was super fun. Ooh, salsa and tango. I've always wanted to do that.
Mm.
I'm a terrible
Those-
dancer, but it's fun.
Those are the sexy dances.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there you go. Hawkeye said his aunt and uncle square danced every Saturday night. And see, and that's a lot of people around here. I think Nikki, in between
Out
Cliff
to
and
your
I think
partner.
she said her and Jeremy, her husband, I think they go dancing. Because there's a lot of people. There's a lot of like little, I guess you call them clubs. I don't know really what the dance halls is kind of what the,
Right.
but that's what it's for. They just, they'll have a bar on one side of it, but then it's mainly all dance floor action.
Mhm. Oh, line dancing's fun though.
Yeah, it is. You can do the electric slide. There was a country song that had a popular dance that's escaping me right now. Like
Yeah,
it was
I remember.
comparable to the electric slide, but it was a country song.
I'm trying to think.
Boot Scoot and
maybe
Boogie.
that.
Well, that might be it. There was like actual steps to it that people
Yeah.
knew no matter where you went, you know?
There you go.
Mhm.
Nikki was listening. I figured she was laying there on the couch or something listening. So she said two-step polka in the waltz. That's what they go.
Oh yeah.
Polka in the waltz. Whoa, Nikki. Whoa.
Love a waltz.
We still
Oh.
have huge barn dances at farms around the area. Yeah.
Grumpy, did you take ballet?
Ooh.
Didn't they make football players take ballet? Or
Some did, yeah.
mhm.
Or athletes to take dance. Dancers, in my opinion, really good dancers are absolutely athletes.
Oh yeah. Ballet in
Coffee.
particular. Yeah. He won't shut up. He does this all day long.
No, you got to do the Ricardo treatment, like he suggested to rescue about his computer. Take a hammer. See,
But
he
Nikki-
agrees with-
Nikki, did you catch the dancing earlier?
No such thing.
Oh, yes, there was. Just like watching
Oh,
that
yeah.
dude eat shit on his scooter, I saw it. I was here, sitting right next to you. And I viewed this man with a Captain America scooter and a cape. And
Believe it or not, I'm flying through air.
take over the world. And I saw you come on out as well. It was a beautiful thing. But this is what family is about on as far as we can get on these two worlds, is those moments of really having a good laugh at yourself.
Oh,
Hey, Summer.
good. She caught it. Hey, Summer.
Oh,
She said she'll never be the same.
So we'll just mark down June 8th was the day that the rescue stream ended.
It's been a nice run.
It's been a good run. You did well.
Got too comfortable, too complacent. No. Somebody will clip that shit out. Watch. That'll probably end up being clipped, or somebody will come back and get it or something. Thank
We're going to
God.
keep bringing it up. Don't worry. We got you
I'm
back.
so glad Dusty's out on kayaking.
I was getting
and
ready to
shit.
say, where's Dusty Data?
Watch
Be
him
not
pop in.
afraid.
He'd be like, I got it, rescue.
Well, now that you mention it, you mean this clip right here? Bloop.
Oh,
Okay, who has Dusty's number?
he ended up having some clips of the Billy Truth Be Told in the Dolls episode.
I ain't seen Billy.
Oh, are
another
you
one.
kidding?
No.
Haven't seen
Yeah,
him.
I've seen him. He's around.
Yeah, Dusty said he had some clips of that, and I'm like, oh, no way. That's awesome.
That's hilarious.
I don't think it would have
that
been taken down, so the whole stream should be up. I don't think anything's been done to Ron's channel since.
Well, Ron said that
December.
YouTube took it down, but we all.
Oh,
maybe he took
yeah.
it down. I think. Yeah, because
That
it was
could
down. It
Man,
was
he had
down 4 or 5 days after that.
Right.
He had some good ones, and then like I'd be listening, and later I'd go back to try and listen to the rest, and it was taken down. I was like, son of a bitch, that was a good one.
A lot of it was either a copyright or we got so out there that it was like this,
So left a trail.
Gonna let this
What
one
are you
go.
talking about?
I jumped up. There's a few times I jumped up there, and Roots is up there, and a few others, and they're having a conversation. All of a sudden, when I jump up there, it went. I'm like, what did I just jump into?
Yeah.
I was like,
Hey,
Hard
Moonchild.
love y'all.
Hey, Moonchild. Hold on a minute. So, Moonchild, you got a broken heart thing there and a sad face. So, you caught me unaware, ma'am. I noticed these little things. So, hopefully everything's okay. And Miss, it said no. My brain just can't go there right now. Sorry. It's all me. So,
Miss Minders you.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
So you guys have no idea how good it feels to listen to all this laughter. Thank you. We all needed this. Man, if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yeah. Facts.
Word.
Oh man.
To your mama.
Word.
What
you gotta throw some kind of fines? What's the how you do that shit? Let's see, I think it's supposed to
Word
be
to
like
your
that,
mother.
the west side.
Right.
You gotta do that little finger overlap bullshit.
I can't ever do the E or the whatever. I am like, what?
Throwing gang signs up on your stream now.
I can do the
I
live
know,
long
right?
and prosper and the nanu nanu.
Yeah. We'll go all Vulcan on your ass. What's up?
Shazbots.
Translate that shit. Mr. Algorithm. And don't make me do west side with my damn left hand, because especially, dude, that damn shit's still wanting to bleed. See, this is why you just leave the tape on until it falls off, and then shit will be fine.
Yeah.
Keep bumping that damn
What-
finger and okay.
What'd you do?
It's just one of those stupid ass little moments in life that you have and you go, holy shit. So TV trays fold. So when you want to set them up, you raise up the top and then you reach under and you grab that other set of legs and you pull it forward. So then it has the X, right? Well, there's a metal bar in the middle underneath that TV tray, because that's what that bar keeps it underneath the TV tray. Yeah, well, not paying attention. I grabbed that TV tray and I just went and slung that bad boy up. And when I did, all of a sudden it was like, damn, I thought I pinched it. So I'm like, oh shit. So I just kind of tuned it out, set the TV tray up, put my little bowl of chicken noodle soup on. I said, shit, I'm gonna go run some cold water on it and it'll kind of take that throb out for a moment. Well, I went to the sink and I turned the water on and I stuck my hand on and I looked down and there's blood running. And I'm like, holy shit. Well, about 3 stitches worth. It actually just ripped the skin off the tip of my finger.
Oh, geez.
You can't quite see the blood seeping through. Well, yeah, you can right there.
Yeah, you can.
And I started out with paper towels, and I started out with some toilet paper. It looked like it was slowing down, but then it started to bleed again. So then I just said, to hell with this shit. I ain't got no duct tape, but I have some medical tape. So just wrap it around it. It'll stop eventually.
Show us again.
And it's the perfect finger. It's the perfect one. That's why I told my wife, going, well, I guess if I'm going to have one bandaged, it might as well be the right one.
Oh, that's glorious.
Now I can really identify it in case you missed it. I don't want it to blend in with anything else. Damn it.
I know someone that just got an entire back tattoo of the middle finger like that. I'm like, really?
Oh yeah.
Entire back. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm like,
yeah, but see, I'm not. No. So was that like an insult or an offer? I'm not sure. It's in the location matters. Location matters.
Location.
Facts.
And I'm
Focus,
sorry, take
focus,
your shirt
focus.
off. Of what is that? Is that a statement or an invitation? I'm not quite sure.
Don't
It was a
overthink
dude?
it.
I guess it depends
Man,
on
I
where
nearly
you
knocked
are.
off.
Don't go to the Bay Area. You might not like that response. Be like, oh, sweetie, bam.
No, but we might as well have bullfrog.
Yeah.
Have y'all been eating? Oh man, I wish. Some peanut butter cookies would be the shit. We'd all be laid out. We'd be starting to do that Virginia drawl. That's what I'm gonna call it tonight. It's like, yeah, I think them cookies are
Everyone will
chicken.
talk in story form. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Right.
She was making them cookies, and she's just typical Virginia. She's chattering. She's making them. Time goes by, they come out, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I ate 2 of them." And it's kind of like, oh, and you kind of look at the clock, and then all of a sudden, Virginia's going, "Yeah, no. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it." And I was like, "Yeah, buddy, them cookies are kicking."
Well, I appreciate you all helping me with the pilot test because I had never tried making that before, and so
Our pleasure.
now we know.
They are effective.
You're welcome.
Oh jeez.
Speaking of Algar, did you see Vikings Preparedness do a show and tell of his bug out bag? I has a pew pew in it, so he did the whole thing without saying a word.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. You should drop the link in the chat.
I did see Roman Preppers, and I got to say, he was bringing up some good points yesterday in his little stream.
I missed that.
And it's, because it's some of the stuff he was talking about was like preparedness in that way. As a matter of fact, he even said he had a person he knew went and bought a new one, and it was still in the box. And so it was kind of like, so he was referencing, if you do have pew-pews and tools, you need to learn to use those tools. And it's not just the sound effect of it. It's you need to go through the practice of just kind of getting it, like just kind of intentionally
Muscle memory.
doing something in the kitchen and then kind of going, oh, wait, the door just banged open, and react to it. Just, you can just get used to doing that, because he brought up a good point. When something hits the fan, you're going to have an emotional reaction. And if your memory muscle has nothing to reference, it's fight or flight. And you're not going to go through you won't follow what you thought you knew.
Yeah, drills. My husband would always do it when he worked at the PD, when he would go in the morning. For a good 5 minutes, he'd practice drawing. Draw, aim, click. Draw, aim, click. And put it back so that you don't have dumb hands. Because what happens is when you get an adrenaline rush like that, you can't handle it the way you normally would be able to. Lucky talked about that one time. Lucky time. Yeah, Grumpy.
That's it. 100 reps and drive hard for every bang bang you do. Yeah, because aiming is okay, and aiming is good practice. Definitely want the more accurate the better. That's 100. But that's range stuff. because in real life, you need to have that, but then you need to have when and where and how to engage that, because it's not going to just be standing at a table going, okay, put my earmuffs on, put my glasses on, let me get my stance right, let me kind of do my little stance, and then that's not the take. You're walking out of that store and somebody comes up and grabs your arm, grabs your purse, grabs your grocery cart. You need to practice that. So you need to kind of, and no offense, I'm not trying to make this sound one way, but it's just if you carry a purse and that's where your tool is, you need to kind of get that habit of, okay, if I've got my purse on this shoulder or it's in here, and start running scenarios in your head. If person comes up, and start becoming more aware of your peripheral. I got to say, man, he showed some of them videos of just some of the little clips of things going down in the cities with these stores and, just stopping for gas and going in the store, coming out, and all of a sudden here comes somebody up to your car to rob you. Well, everybody can sit on the couch and have this cig and go, I'll pop a cap in that ass. But if you haven't even exercised it, it ain't going to happen. You're going to bring something to a game that's going to possibly be used against you or somebody else afterwards. So,
and I've heard arguments against pew purses because I was looking at them and thinking, I like one of those. And then my husband was like, what do you think the first thing somebody's going to grab if they're trying to rob you or something? And I'm like,
Right.
oh, that's actually kind of a good point.
Right.
Did you hear about
I'm interested in any way to strap onto my body. And there are a variety of interesting straps out there.
Indeed.
High, low, you know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear about the mother that stopped that one?
The guy with the AR.
Yeah.
She saved 40 plus lives that day.
Yeah, in Philadelphia. Where was it? Philadelphia or was it Buffalo or somewhere? She saw him coming, and then she not today. And then
they had got onto him about flying by there, and he got pissed. So he went back to his place and got his rifle and came back. Well, she saw him, and as he fired a few rounds towards the crowd, luckily nobody was hit. Well, she just didn't hesitate. She went off into the little pocketbook and out coming, dropped that ass.
Yep.
mm-hmm.
You don't see anything coverage on that. On the good aspect of it,
Well, yeah, that reassures the Second Amendment kind of thing. That's the reason why we want to have it. Grumpy brought up a good point, though. So now, just so anybody, if you don't know who Grumpy is, Grumpy's a vet, so Grumpy has experience. And so he even says, I did some live fire draw and shoot practice for the first time in 6 months. You could literally hear the clown music for the first 15 minutes as I fumbled around.
Mm-hmm. And then following that says, we tell women in our circle to carry on their hips now and not their purses.
Yes.
So I'm curious about that, Grumpy, because I do think about location. There are things where you can kind of be under your breast, which I don't like. Like, for women, you can just kind of reach in and boom. But there's, of course, ankle and so hip, you're saying.
Appendix.
They also
back
have
pocket. Back pocket would be good too, because then you can say you're going for your money. Let me get my money, and you can actually come out.
Oh, back pocket's an interesting one. Okay.
They also have a thing called Thunderwear, and it's an undergarment and it's the pistol's
got a pocket for it
right in front.
You can, and I will say that's something Roman Prepper brought up yesterday. That's kind of good food for thought. Is so when you're talking about your tools, not every tool is comfortable for every situation depending on how you dress. So if you have more than one, you should be practicing with all of your tools.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And because he said, and I forgot what he was talking to somebody, but he brought up that one person style the tool, the handle came more straight down. Okay, so it was more of an L-shaped tool, where the other tool that the person had, that particular model, well, then it didn't do L shaped like a 1911 type. It did an angled. So as you grab that tool, if you've only been practicing with the one, your wrist is going to be formed to go into that direct 90L, where then if you happen to have the other one, when you do it, the first shots you do of that tool are going up because your wrist is going to instinctively go to one position, but because of the way that pistol grip, damn, I just said that, there we go, that tool grip is, then it's going to angle it different unless you've been practicing and your muscle memory kicks in. Because it's just repetition. It's no different than, matter of fact, I would have to say tying your shoes. If you can remember that when you learn to tie your shoes, and hopefully you weren't in the generation that we said, hey, here's a Velcro. You don't have to learn that because, you know, have just one more skill chalked out the window. But if you tied your shoes, you didn't get it the first time your parents showed you. It took you learned little poems, rabbit around the tree, shit in the hole, and all kinds of little ways to memorize that because repetition. Gee, why do football players and sports players go out for practice all the time and run these plays? Oh, well, it's repetition. Why does our military go through basic and immensely do the same shit every day for hours? Because repetition. Because repetition is what embeds itself into your brain without your thinking then. So you don't have to rely on your thought as in your memory muscle.
Right. The muscle memory is everything.
And in this environment right now, you need to be in a defensive posture. So as you do your day-to-day business, it's not that you got to be depressed or like all anxious or stressed. You just need to start opening your vision from here out to the peripheral. And as tilt your head and look and be aware of your surroundings. Is there a guy stands out of place? Is there a vehicle sitting in a weird spot? Is there a dark area over here? He did show a video of some people just showing how oblivious some people are, but it showed this family going up to their door and they had a lighted sidewalk. And there was a guy that was watching that lighted sidewalk, you know, kind of like, oh, we'll see if he might come behind. Meanwhile, these, I think it was 3 guys come from the shadow side of the parking lot area and they're just screaming DEA, DEA. And of course, they're all like, oh, and it was not the DEA. And of course, they got robbed. Well, that's because you should just feel a defensive nature around you. So one, put your keys in your hand. So before you hit the unlock on your vehicle, go ahead and have that in your thought. You're going to take the key out. And if you have a newer vehicle where you got the push button, you already got the key in your hand. Then you unlock your door, already have in your mind a scenario. Okay, so if this were to, if somebody comes up out of nowhere, I'm going to drop my keys and I want to grab my tool. There you go. But you got to come up with something. You just practice makes perfect. Uh-oh, I think Shitternet took her out.
Point 1, Shitternet. Kick its ass, milkmaid. Kick its ass.
She said she's listening. She's tending to the kiddo. She has to go back and he'll be there any old time. And the Shitternet won.
Right.
And it's just like when you're practicing that muscle memory with your tool, do it with closed eyes, even when you're replacing the thing that goes in the tool, you know what I'm saying? Muscle memory.
Well, because you just go ahead.
Grumpy at a point. 1 second. Where did it go?
Is it this one?
Yes, that one right there. That one right there is what I was looking for, Rescue.
Times are changing. Women need to be able to access their firearms quickly.
Their tools.
Yeah.
The quickly factor is what I'm thinking about because you have 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds time between events, let's say, you know, and essentially the quickest draw might win depending on the situation. And so overall, Grumpy is saying the quickest draw would be at the hip for a woman. I'm thinking.
Depending on your stature, Virginia, because you know, like I would just kind of maybe pay attention to how you carry stuff and how do you walk. Do you walk with your shoulders kind of back and most stuff on your side, or do you carry it more in the front? Or you know, because if your hands and you carry more stuff up against your stomach or your chest, then I would think you would want it down around your abdomen area, so it's more just a down grab. But if you're carrying like a baby or grocery stuff on the hip kind of side, then if you had it, it would on the hip would be a faster director access.
At this point in my life, I don't have a baby on my hip, so
Well, and I'm sorry,
totally see the vision. No, as far as access, hip access, you know, if you had to reach over your body or down by your ankle or back behind you to that back pocket, that's not going to be as fast as right there, boom, right at your hip. So between the pelvis and the rib, below the rib area at the pelvis, kind of.
That's what I would say.
Just below the
Something
hip.
between midsection to your hip, somewhere wherever feels comfortable that you can just sit there and you can drop your hand down and go, yeah, I come to hitting right in this range. This is naturally right here.
Right.
I would put it there, but then start practicing. And it's just like little things. Hell, walk in your door and just kind of go, oh shit, and act like you're kind of going to be, you're being pushed into your house, and then just, okay, now just draw that. Can you get that action down? Can you?
I need somebody to come and bring Jello and push me around. And I've got little airsoft pistols that my son had. They love them. In fact, my son's got a couple of airsoft that are pretty freaking legit as far as practicing. But that's one thing I think about is a lot of us can do target and being able to aim straight, right? But then how well are we doing at if your body is pushed behind a door, or if you're slammed with an elbow, or if you're knocked onto your knees or whatever. So in a sense, like I'm joking, not joking, like little training in Jello and pushing against the back of walls and under a more of a quick thinking, stressful situation than just trying to hit a target on a piece of paper, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Cause if you get your aim, I mean, the aiming is good, but you're not gonna, I mean, things are not gonna be slowing down and stopping like that for just aim. So you've got to practice a scenario and what's in your environment. What is your day-to-day life? Look, just start walking through that, kind of seeing, well, something bad could happen here. Well, then come up with an exercise you can do. And Milkmaid did bring a good thing up, because you got to practice reloading. You need to practice on dropping that, sticking it in, dropping it, sticking it in, grab another one, stick it in. You need
that's what I was.
It's repetition.
That's what I was meaning by when you're practicing that with your eyes closed, to do that too. That's what I was meaning.
Well, yeah. And I wouldn't personally, I've seen some people that do that, and they do that whole training where they're teaching people to just draw it and pull it, point it, and then dropping a mag and doing it. I personally don't see that, you know, because that's just not real world shit. That would be more competition shit. Where real world would be stuff you need to be able to do that. Well, you need to be able to have your arm back here and drop that mag and then grab one and stick it in, because you might be crouched down underneath something, so you might not have all that movement. You don't need to be used to all this wide stance range shit. And I don't want to say that like it me is a bad thing, because that's a good thing. But watching the shit that's going down in damn grocery store parking lots and gas station parking lots and restaurants and shit like that, you need to be prepared for that plate flying across the room and you ducking and drawing your shit at the same time. You know, there's
100% obstacle course, because not all of us are experienced in the world, you know, in the military, or have experience where this actually is something that you had to depend on as a skill. You know, we can go to ranges and we can study and understand the device, but unless your life depends on it and you have felt that pressure and that fight, flight, or freeze, you don't know what you're going to do. So, and of course, slamming someone into a door is not the same fucking thing, but I'm just saying, you know, unexpected stimuli.
Well, people sometimes talk about some of these engagements as like they're normal, or there's some kind of rule thing to this engagement, and it's not. You're fixing to have somebody, for whatever reason they have in their brain, but they want your shit. And what they've made a decision, and now the length of that decision and the strength behind that decision is determined by the engagement. But
Right.
Some people where it doesn't make a shit, they're going full blown, and then some people, you know, you can just, the minute you do that, they're like, oh shit, out of my league, and they're gone, you know. So, but you got to be able to react, because if you can't react, you become a victim.
Grumpy hit the nail on the head. I'm an advocate of people taking gun fighting classes, not a shooting class, a gun fighting one. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yep.
And that is the major difference, because it's not range atmosphere. You need to go find somebody that somewhere, a trainer or something, that you can kind of go through a scenario, or get with somebody and hell, have a group thing at your place if you got a few friends. But kind of come up with your little shop building or little scenarios, but you get somebody that knows, and then you get them to come and help teach you, so you don't have to learn under pressure, because you might not like that lesson.
Right.
Actually, a jam or misload is pretty common and difficult to figure out in the moment. Yep, that's a real good thing. That's why it's practice that drawing out. Drop that mag, put another one in, rack that bad boy. And if you want to do the aiming, you can actually get laser ones, to where you can just put shit on the wall. Well, you can actually squeeze the trigger and the dot will register if you would have hit that. So you don't even have to waste ammo. But you need to use your tool, so you're familiar with your tool. That's why yep.
Yeah, Hawkeye. Jam or a misload. Little unexpected things to me, and I'm not experienced in combat anything. I'm conceptualizing here, but little unexpected things like a jam or some bullshit that goes down that you didn't sit and think out previous is what'll take you down, I think, faster than an aim when it comes down to it, if that's the only thing that you practice.
Well, oh, do you got me? I reconnected. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah, it reconnected. So I wasn't sure if I just in the cache or what. But what, you gone?
Yeah, I'm gonna lay down.
Okay. Later, Money.
Thanks for having me up on panel. Roots, Milkmaid, everybody else. Ron, much love. God bless. Always expect the unexpected.
Check you later, Gator.
Word.
After a while, crocodile.
Understand, rubber band.
Dang, now you're stuck with me, Virginia.
Yeah, well, you're stuck with me. I feel sorrier for you, and so does everyone else.
Nah. You're the star. I'm a chair sitter. It's hard for me, because I gotta say I don't have very many cool experiences like here lately nowadays, because it's just not the world. That's why I can get really intense with the whole, I'm a defensive peripheral person. I don't trust too much. I question everything. So I've walked that life. I've done that for over half my life. But I just, man, that's the worry thing about people just getting panicked now, kind of becoming like nervous now because they see what's going on. Well, and I'll say it again, always check a weapon. Any tool, you make sure it's unloaded or loaded.
Right.
If it left your hand, you check it again. Don't make a shit who tells you it's fine. You should always check your own.
Checking twice is once, and once is none.
Yep. Yeah, because and when you think of the validity of that particular tool, okay, well, if that tool is what's being used, then that means shit has reached a level that's there are bad outcomes potentially. So you know, if you're going to bring the tool to the game, well, you need to know how to use it.
So what do you think as far as how we teach our children to be responsible and aware and understand the tool. So to back up my question, an anecdote, a friend of mine who is a conservative, this good dude, but thank you, but he came over with his 5-year-old not that long ago, and I had an airsoft, which not a real one, an airsoft little pistol sitting there, and that my sons play with. And his son went to pick it up, and he kind of slapped him on the hand and was like, "Son, if we don't allow guns at home, you can't play with this here." And of course, I'm not going to try and dictate how someone else parents their kid. So I just kind of stayed quiet. But then at the same time, I'm a little bit embarrassed because we're here at my house and he's saying, don't touch something right here based on some principle, But at what point of course, age appropriate, don't you think, like I thought, that we should not stigmatize? I mean, when we were little, you had those little pop guns. You could buy them in the store even till a few years ago, and everyone just kind of played around, had that little sulfur thing that popped off or whatever. But that concept of teaching these kids, from the start, you cannot touch this. You cannot play with it. And it was just a little airsoft BB thing, right? It shocked me because I know this person's essentially politics and the way he thinks were more or less in line. Now, we don't get along on everything, but it was awkward to see him smack his kid's hand over this little thing that I don't know. Yeah, I hear you, Wizard.
Does he? Is he one of those that doesn't do the tool thing at all? Like he doesn't have one. He doesn't really see the point of them. You know what I'm saying? Is he kind of like
right.
that?
I would venture he probably doesn't have any, but he does know the point of them. And from his family, which I've known this dude over 20 years. And so shaming the kid for even asking, I think that when you have these accidents, what's up, Jeep? Where you hear about some little person hurt, I don't mean midget. I mean some child hurt their sibling at home. A lot of times they were never taught correctly how to respect these tools. And I see a lot of parents getting more and more paranoid about even fake ones, where, as kids, we'd have the little fake ones and play around. But even now, that is a cause for fear with people who know better.
I could say if I would probably, I don't know, kind of just reflecting on that. If I had to do little kids today, then my kids would still be playing with the same little BB guns and the same little airsoft and cap guns. But I think I would have probably been making it a point. I would probably emphasize more of these are just the toys, and then I would make it a point to show them the real thing.
Right.
And then take them and show them the power. And because see, that's kind of what happened. For me growing up, it was just, you say common knowledge, but I think nowadays what I perceive that is, what I always used to say common knowledge was, because that was that societal fabric. It's everybody was kind of along those same lines. So everybody in your whole little area kind of felt that way. So your kid didn't, I didn't meet anybody in my school that thought the way I was being raised was like, oh, wow, that's crazy, But now we do get that. So I think what used to be kind of taken for granted because everybody just taught safety. It's like as a kid, I was taught, you don't go pick up a firearm. And if it's not yours, you don't ever touch it without asking. And if it's somebody else's, you always check to see if it's loaded.
Right.
Even if it's an open barrel shotgun type thing, you always look into it to make sure, even though you can see the hole, but you look through it. But see, it wasn't like a big chore to teach that, because hell, if you mentioned to your friend, most of the time your friend would even, don't forget to check it, so, because it was common talk. Well, now it's not. Now you have a big push of how they're so bad. So in that particular instance, what you just described, I think that was more of an emotional reaction from an adult when they saw a visual of some little child. Because in all honesty, what you ought to do with that little child is take them out to a range and say, these are the big ones. These are real and they can't hurt. You see what just happened down there. So you always treat, and you just teach respect. But then you can still let them play. But they need to learn the difference. Otherwise, you end up with some accidents, because people see shit on TV.
Yes.
They see shit on the news. They see shit in their game. And then all of a sudden you hand them this airsoft and they're playing. But then all of a sudden, this one looks just like my airsoft. It just ain't got an orange tip to it. But look, it looks the same. Oh, well, all of a sudden now little Timmy had a bad outcome.
Ignorance is the worst approach. Either way.
Unfortunately, we put fear in children and people over pew-pews. Less accidents would happen with children and people if they actually learn safety and not to fear the perspective.
Right.
That's it. I saw where Grumpy had said, who is this we you speak of? I think that's just a general. And I will say, Mama's saying something about her group, because she said that before. She's got a group that does, and I think she said something earlier, because they put on these little event things. Yeah, Mama Red said, we do a great event called Kids on Target every year and teach the kids safety first, then shooting. Also host Women on Target.
Fantastic.
Yeah. See, growing up for me, it's, you could say Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, and you learn stuff like that too. But see, now that's bad. So, because that got all corrupted and destroyed.
I'm looking at chat here. Trying to put this comment together. Wizard said, or Grumpy says, call me Hawkeye. The same can be said about smacking someone in the head with a hammer or stabbing them with a knife.
Hawkeye
you can never
said,
take it back, is what I think. What he's replying to.
Hawkeye had said, guns are zero tolerance and absolute. Once used, you can never take it back. Well, that's
correct.
Contact with anything, though. I'll say that. Your
That's
action.
what I'm thinking too. A lot of things are weapons.
You got freedom. You got freedom to choose. You just don't have freedom from consequences.
Yeah. Well, depending on where you are and how much money you have.
Well, but somebody's always hunting. Now, whether they get to you or not, don't know. But somebody will always be hunting.
Yeah. You can make a shit out of toilet paper, so when it comes to defining items as deadly, the item itself, whether it's a little bit of Angel Soft or a Smith & Wesson.
How about brush your teeth in the morning, and then by lunch, I'm sticking it in your carotid artery in your neck, and it's like, oops.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
That's a reality. I mean, that sounds so Hollywoodish, but nope, that's real life shit. See it? Yeah. Toothbrush. Brush your teeth. Okay, rinse off. Flip the handle around and go rub. Flip, rub.
If you're really committed, you can make something out of hair. I mean, it's where there's a will, there's a way. If it's in somebody's mind, if there's something that they are obsessed enough about to maniacally handle, it doesn't matter. You'll find it. You will find it. You know, a human bite is more deadly than most animal bites. Our mouths are filthier than most animals.
Yeah. My kids used to get mad at me because they aren't allowed on the range until they can recite the 4 firearm safety rule. My son is a Leo. I still make him do it. There you go. See, because it's repetition. Repetition. Hey, what's up, Song? How are you, brother?
Hey, Song. What's up, cousin?
Good morning, rescue. It's ironic a man can be taken down with a number 2 lead pencil. That's it. Hey, I can even go you one better. How about a Bic razor? Disposable. Yeah, buddy.
Oh, dude. Any kind of razor.
Well, it's funny because I say that the first time. It's always been funny for years because I say that to people, and the first thing you think of is that blade, right? But it's not the blade so much. It is. But it's when you take the head off of those disposable things and then you just take a little bit of flame and you twist it around in there, and then you can just squeeze the tip and rake it through your fingers and go, and you now have a point on a plastic handle.
Okay. All right. Hold on a sec. I have not heard of this method before. So, and I'm not trying to be weird. Say that again.
It's the same way that you do tattoo ink in the old days. But so the plastic razors, and that the way that the head angles, you just snap the head off. Okay, so now all you have is the stem, and most disposable razors are hollow in the center. They're just a square tube. So
yes.
You once you snap the head off, you just heat that up a little bit, and then you pinch that plastic down, and it actually becomes very pointed. The thing is that whenever it goes in, you break it or you shove it all the way. Well, that now becomes a tube. So it's not a solid object that went in, it's actually a tube. And so you
I
become
see
a
it
garden
now.
hose. Yep.
Very interesting.
I mean, the most common thing that most people think of is that blade, because then you just heat the blade up and you actually can slide it into the end of a toothbrush. And then you basically have a little handheld job. That's real common. Real common is to take 2 of them, because then you have it's a swinger, because that's all you got to do is weight it, and you can go either way, forwards, backwards.
There was a Stephen King book called Eyes of the Dragon. It was a dude who was stuck in a castle for all of those fabulous stuck in a castle reasons, mythologies, and what have you. And he slowly weaved a loom out of the threads from his napkins. He would take 1 string off at a time and make sure they never got measurably too small so that anyone would notice when he turned in his napkins that it was a smaller napkin. And he took all these strings and wove a... Did you ever read Eyes of the Dragon, Bushido? You may have. Stephen King. So fucking good. I have a first edition because I love King, but anyway, he wove this rope to break out, kind of like Rapunzel, but he used his pillow strings. And he had this little loom he made with his fingers that would twist that around, So yeah, if there is that will, you'll find it.
And here's the rule. I raised my kids with this principle, so I'll pass this on to anybody and everybody. Don't ever be confused with this retarded statement called a fair fight. There is no such thing. It doesn't exist. Don't get caught up in the myth. The only fair fight is the one that you walk away from. So whatever that takes, whether it's a key, whether it's a pencil, whether it's a rock, whether it's a tool, it don't make a shit. You just need to be the one to walk away.
I don't know, man. My grandpa always said a fair fight is where each person got at least 1 hit.
Yeah, fuck that shit. That was those days.
Well, I won't expound on
Well, the concept of fair fighting is not fighting. Meaning, the minute that you make rules for said exchange, you're limiting the outcome. So it becomes less of what you would consider a fight and more of a contest.
It's survival.
Well, an organized, agreed upon mutual combat is not survival, though. It's anything but. And if I don't do that stuff, you know, I'm not some guy that's going to like hang around and trade punches with somebody in the locker room. Like I ain't nobody got time for that shit. But if somebody wants to fight me, like, oh, okay, that means that they are trying to negatively impact my life or possibly end it. And that's a totally different story, you know?
I don't know, man. Even if I'm in the damn locker room and if somebody's got an attitude and it's like, if you're going to cross that line, to reference an old ancient term, if you're going to get in that square, then you got to be prepared. There are no rules. So don't push this. I'm no professional boxer. I'm not a professional fighter. I'm going to be the dude that walks away, just so we're clear. So now go ahead and keep stepping. Otherwise, you just can write off what I said and then see it goes from there. I just don't. I think that's the problem. There's so much talking that people get into this little slap fight shit. And those days are gone. That days of, hey, you know what? You really kind of pissed me off. Let's go slug a few. We're going to drink a beer and hell, we'll become best friends by the time it's over. See, that shit don't happen no more. Society's not that way. Society now is you go off in there and try to square up like you're fixing to just throw dukes and just box a little bit because you're a little pissed off. And you're going to get shot. You're going to get stabbed. You're going to get beat down by 3 or 4 people. So no, once it becomes a physical engagement, I'm going to stop you about 6 feet away and let you know that if you close that gap about 3 more feet, that I feel threatened. And that's where we stand. And this is a different day and age, man. That software can't work right now. No offense. And by the way, what's up, Bug Out?
Oh man, I'm doing all right.
Did you have a good night? Did the inspection part go okay, or did you have repercussions when you went in?
We had one thing that kind of fell on our ass, but it wasn't me, but it was me because something I didn't catch that somebody else screwed up. Somebody left a radiator laying out, and it was on the other side of a Connex, and I didn't walk over there and I didn't see it. But like I just said to this guy when he came in, I was like, dude, why do I have to walk to the blind side of a Connex to make sure you didn't leave a freaking radiator there? Like, why am I that guy, you know?
Damn.
But yeah. And then immediately after this inspection was over, which was right, you know, before I got there, it ended like 2 hours before I showed up, you know? Then they had a new guy come in and they had him shadowing me just to kind of know what to do. So he was a good dude. So, you know, that wasn't a problem or anything, but, you know, I kind of had to put the instructor hat on, if you know what I mean, and show him all that. And then, of course, nothing went wrong today. And I was telling him, like, dude, all right, well, you have my number because you're probably going to call me tomorrow, you know, but I was trying to teach him about all the pipes and where they were all going and what all the machine stuff is, you know, like this is a water treatment machine, this is this, but there's so many things in, you know, out there, and they break at 1 a.m. That's, you know, midnight, everything breaks. And then I'm like, dude, you it seems like it's so laid back, but just wait, man. Like, you're gonna panic because you're gonna suddenly realize that you're all alone in the middle of nowhere when something goes wrong, you know. And I was hoping that something went wrong today for the first time in forever, and nothing went wrong. So it is what it is.
So it was bad and good.
Yeah. But
hey, real quick. So
he's
Summer
got a
said,
really good one, and I know it's a mistake.
"Oh, dump truck." Hold on one sec.
Oh yeah.
Dump truck was getting you. And also, let me say this about Summer. So Summer said that she's been nonstop, but she fell down the stairs earlier. She's hurting. She needs some biscuits and gravy. Well, yes, ma'am, and I hope everything's okay. Hopefully you're just sore and not hurt. A little bruised, but I'm okay. Just sore. Cool.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, abrupt stop and those bounces downstairs usually don't help it. Eric, what's up, Eric? Morning. Eric said that's why I have State Farm road assistance. So if you fall down the steps and feel sore. So Bug Out, how long you been listening? What's your take? You've been listening to some of the...
No, dude, I was babysitting, man. I couldn't really play on my phone at all today. So,
well, we were kind of covering some muscle memory. Did you happen to catch out Roman Prepper's thing yesterday? Did you ever watch his streams?
I didn't catch that one, but
he was talking kind of, people have, there's a lot of people that have went down and got them new tools and stuff because they see where things are going and everything. But the importance of practicing with them, becoming familiar, mag changing on your tool, using the actual tool you're going to carry, not just at a range, but scenario style, pulling it under this. So I was just kind of bringing up his little stream, and then we were talking about that, and Virginia was bringing up some stuff. So that's...
Mm-hmm.
Well, my big thing, man, and this, and this is, I think it's an ego thing. And I'm not saying
Gaston and his ego. Here we go.
No, I think it is an ego-based obstacle, and people don't. I think it's more like kind of an insecurity thing mixed with it's a different paradigm of thinking. But a shooter that's usually not comfortable with firearms, they buy, like, let's say a pistol, right? Let's say that pistol has a 17-round magazine. They want to put 17 rounds in that magazine, and they want to shoot 17 times because they're like, look at all the bullets I can shoot. It's like, dude, we get it. You can shoot a lot of bullets. But instead of shooting 17 bullets, because, bullets are like $1 a piece these days, or 50 cents to be, if you got a deal, So instead of that, it's like you have your 4 or 5 magazines. And if you don't have 4 or 5 magazines, why don't you have 4 or 5 magazines? And, with your rifles, it's like, man, you can just go all kinds of crazy because you can train your gear, you can train your shooting, and you can train your weapons handling all at the same time because you get your magazine pouches, you put them where they're going to be, you get that all set up, and then you put 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, make it random, mix it up. If you have snap caps, throw those in there too. Now you're training misfires also, and jams and stuff. Get your tap rack bangs in there.
Right.
And you're training so much more with the same amount of ammo that you would have just wasted with a full magazine,
Yes.
And because operating the firearm, in my opinion, is more important than your accuracy with the weapon.
Yes, that's exactly the point that I made.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. That whole proper stance, put your muffs on, kind of wiggle your butt in the right little way, and aim real slow. And that's just not reality when it's going to need the time to do it.
Right.
But I do. So full disclosure, because since Grumpy decides to nitpick me and call me out, so it's not muscle memory because muscles don't have memories. It's a conditioned neurological response. So now that I sound like I have a PhD, although I am not a doctor, don't play one on TV, and didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn Express.
Uh-huh.
So there's
We
my big
describe
word
it
for
as
the month.
muscle memory because memory in general is a conditioned neurological response. So,
And I'm just picking.
at which point do we henceforth just cancel the term memory?
Well,
Oh, and I do want us
don't
to
know.
point out real quick though, Grumpy. So you said pick a nit, and it wasn't pick a nit, it's nitpicking. Just, if we're both going to be correct, then we both need to be correct. That was my conditioned neurological response to that, sir.
But I fully identify with that term of muscle memory. And
No doubt.
if you have bad shooting habits, you'll know, because sometimes there are people that with their brain, they cannot override their bad habit. So where's that thing coming from?
Yeah.
It's
Well, hey,
kind of
check this
crazy.
out. check this out, Bug Out. Roman and Pepper brought this up yesterday, and I'd never kind of thought about it, but then I'm kind of, my shit's real. I keep to me myself. But he brought up the different styles, the different models of the tools, and the angle of the grip. And some being more direct and then more angled. And if you're accustomed to one, but then in the moment you grab the other style, it's actually throwing your shots all off.
Did you know that angle was what made the Peacemaker famous? Because the Peacemaker was made to point shoot from the hip. And when you hold it in your hand, you can point your finger at something and then stick it into the trigger and squeeze it, and you'll basically be shooting at what you were pointing at.
Yeah.
And that was what totally put that pistol on the map, because like, what's faster than shooting a pistol is not having to aim it, and that's kind of nice. And I swear, man, you'll be like, 17 beers in at the fire on the beach, man, and you stick a post in the ground, and I can't tell you where on the post I'm going to hit it. Might be towards the bottom, it might be towards the top, but I can hit the post, draw that thing out, just let one slip, and I'm like, holy crap, man. Like, I wish I could do that with a Glock,
Yourself at the lower lip, you're winning.
Well, that's the joy of a single action pistol, though.
Right.
Really hard to shoot yourself with one. Although, that guy making the Western movies managed to do it. So,
right.
Dude, I
so
want
apparently
to something from Mary Poppins right now really bad, but I'll hold it in.
Apparently, single action Colt pistols also just go off without a warning, I mean, we're just not safe from that. Just let's call it an accidental discharge. It's not even a negligent discharge, because these guns just fire. It's the craziest thing.
Oh, I know. It's amazing that these damn gun owners, the store owners, haven't been dropped going into work every day. I mean, damn, you're talking a whole wall of these aggressive things just lined up waiting. But somehow they get lucky every day. They go in and open the store, and they just stand back there and don't ever shoot nobody.
And what's the deal?
About the movie A Christmas Story and the age of that kid, and they always say, you'll shoot your eye out, kid. I believe that whole film was a euphemism. The whole thing. Red Ryder, my eye.
Hell yeah, brother. You know how many Red Ryder wars took place back in the day? Drew Blood?
No doubt.
Talking reenactment of Battle of the Bulge type shit, buddy, only with Red Riders, and it was...
Oh, yeah, we did that. Yeah, for sure, man. But here's the thing, like, since we're talking about that Baldwin brother, like, and I'm sure it's happened before, but let's just go from Bruce Lee on. What is the deal with people mixing bullets in with the blank firing guns? Like, wouldn't you think that Hollywood would know? Like, that's got to be on a list of things that you probably shouldn't do, at least by now. Like, how many actors have been, how many film crew and actors have been killed by this very same exact mistake in our lifetime alone?
They could do a realistic scene without having a live. I mean, we're looking at Mr. Lee all over again.
And
but when it comes to him, though, I think that one of the key things to take away is don't hire anybody whose spouse might have been working for the Clintons.
Right.
It doesn't seem to have good outcomes. Shit can happen at the wrong time.
As fuck. For sure.
I'm just... And then you watch it get swept under the rug, and you're just not supposed to notice these things. Because then you turn around and watch, dude, look at how many Westerns where they did shit off a horseback, the bar room stages and all that. And it's amazing because people didn't seem to get tagged back then.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, those people were almost real cowboys back then, though.
Dude, the stuntmen back there, I'm sorry. This is a real horse. This isn't CGI. Homeboy really did just bail off that horse and roll down a real live cliff. That shit really did happen. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
here's all I want to
That's
know.
why you kind of got to give them respect in some of those scenes. It's like, oh yeah, buddy.
You watch those
shit in that.
old silent films, man, and in those old silent films, it's like a dude is jumping off the top of a barn and landing on a horse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, how does that guy still have testicles? Like, where are his testicles? Where did they go?
And then he became a soprano singer for the next film.
Oh, well, that shit really, it happened. It's like, oh, Lucas McCain, the rifleman, he'd just run and jump and get on his. It's like, yep, real horses. And actually, there's scenes I can remember as I've watched them and been thinking, talking about stuff nowadays with you guys. When I watch them, I can kind of, it's like, oh, I remember there was a big little ruckus. Because there for a little bit, there was a lot of bitching over Westerns because the horses took a beating. The horses were the real ones that actually took the brunt of it because, dude, they would take falls. Well, they ain't people. They didn't just go over there and go into therapy for a little bit. It's just like, nope, that's a limp horse now. But, dude, that was real shit. Stage really did roll over their ass, you know. Granted, now, yeah, saloon scenes, sugar water for the windows.
Right. And then they got unions involved and tried to protect the workers and shit. Totally ruined Hollywood.
You know what's funny is like, do they protect
wealthy purrs take over and say, hey, I think we can spin our narrative this way. Let's just start pumping this shit out.
But like, I just want to know if they protected the movie industry before they protected coal miners. I would be really curious to see which one came first.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was a Hollywood. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The powder puff asses.
That sounds really chalky. Powder puff in your ass. I can smell that shit now. My grandmother had it in a little dish. A lot of people
so did
will
mine,
relate
actually.
on the vanity little dish there with the puff in it.
I see
Totally
you there,
clogging my nasal passages as we speak.
And yes, you're trying to nitpick. But lame, not limp? No. When the horse first gets up and it tries to walk, it's limping. It's a limp horse. When it can't be used anymore or it doesn't heal up, it now becomes a lame horse. Because then it will always be that way. Neener.
Are these facts or are you just making this shit up as you go?
Either way, it's my shit, so it sounds fine. So there you go. No, I'm just actually that's the way I kind of grew up. Because that's how you could have, if you were talking to somebody, you would tell somebody like down around here, a limp horse, well, it's because it got hurt jumping over, doing something. But a lame horse just couldn't, you wouldn't want to pull with that because I guess it's like having a bad tendon. That's just one of them. Probably here, redneck shit. Here's Yankee Girl saying false. So see, apparently up in Yankeeville, they don't do that. So what's a horse is it a lame horse if it hurts its leg and it just needs time to mend? What's that, Milkbait?
There's no such thing as mending a horse. You just shoot him in the head and say that's my understanding. I have not owned a horse or even ridden a horse. Well, I have, like, in a casual way, but not like owning one. As far as I know, there's nothing you can do.
Well, I've ridden a horse a lot in video games, and my horse was never injured while I did that.
Sure you didn't hurt it when you exited out?
I'm pretty sure. It's always there.
It felt
it's always
abandoned.
there when you log back in.
Well,
it's not even hungry.
That doesn't mean it didn't have abandonment issues.
John Dunning, horse dog food is a thing. And most people don't know Jell-O came from horse hooves until they made it all bitch. What's up, Sherry?
Came from
natural gelatin is from horses' hooves.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's why raw, like blocks gelatin.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, if you wanted to make your hair grow faster, you could just consume gelatin, and it would stimulate your hair growth.
Actually, that's funny. There's a hair growth brand, and the icon on it is a horse, like a
Oh,
galloping
that mane and tail or whatever they
mane
call
and
it.
tail. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, I remember that name.
Yep.
Dude, the kind of country girls around where I was would use that stuff, and the smell of it is kind of neutral, but that smell makes me excited because those country girls always had them like equestrian thighs. You know what I mean?
I would think the equestrian measurement would be more in the center of the thighs than the outer thighs.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Morning,
But
Sherry.
those like I spend time on the saddle. Like, you know, there's a certain shape that a horse rider girl's legs take, and they're quite shapely. That
Kind of like
chicks
John
that-
Wayne. So
girls
he's
that play
attracted
soccer.
to John Wayne. Mark this date, everybody.
I kind of didn't say that, so you're sort of wrong. But
I was pouncing a little bit, but
yeah, girls that play soccer had the same thing, and I don't know why volleyball girls are hot because I they don't ride horses or kick balls or anything, but they're hot too. I don't know.
they'll beat him though.
It's just weird how it works out. But yeah.
Jonathan has biotin.
So
what's biotin?
like, oh yeah, that is what it is. I'm just still like in the back of my mind. It's like, hey, here's a movie set where we're gonna fire blanks today. I have an idea. Let me bring a couple boxes of real bullets in. Yeah. Let's do that.
That's brilliant.
That's happened like 6 times in our life, at least like 3 for sure, and probably more than that. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, but I will say this, because one thing that kind of got brought up when that first happened was, and I haven't looked into it to actually go, okay, they did, but apparently a lot of the other accidents, it was usually a unique type gun, or it was a circumstance and it got overlooked. But then I don't know, man, there's just that case right there is just that's just one of those pizza box on the window moments. It just,
What is a pizza? Hold on.
that was
What does that mean?
Oh, well, it's in reference, I guess, because listening to Brian, kind of being around when all the E deal happened, I kind of have to watch how I say it, because apparently you can't even say the F word anymore. So
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
the erection frog
go
thing,
there.
I
I
think
think I
is
know
the way
what you're
people say it.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that night, I believe it was the Georgia one, when they were sitting there and everything had the water leak, and then in the ballot thing, well, they started putting pizza boxes on the windows and literally had people unfolding them because people were standing in there looking at them, basically lying, you know. And so people were putting, that's where that term comes. It's basically, you're not supposed to see this kind of thing, is why I will use that. Those moments, kind of like the whole little Baldwin shit, you know, you're not supposed to wonder about that connection of, wait a minute, she's married to that dude who works for that one that has a lot of other names attached to her.
Right.
Sounds kind of really weird. I'm not saying it is, it just sounds really weird. What's up, Corn Pop? I see somebody saying, hey, Corn Pop, you must have came in, I missed you.
No, Corn Pop is not here, but they are trying to summon him. Wizard specifically is pulling a Beetlejuice rather than pulling what he usually pulls. And it's not working.
Oh, trying to do
No
the
one
corn
has
pop,
come
corn
yet.
pop, corn pop.
No Corn Pop.
No Candy Man.
No.
My cousin went to jump on a horse from behind. Like in the movies, that horse kicked him and flew him in the air, and I thought it killed him. Damn. Risky good thing someone didn't forget to put blanks in 50 machine guns in war movies, right? That would have been that would have been a mess.
Yeah.
But I got bad horse kicking though. I'll say this to this day. I totally love horses. I will not walk behind one directly.
Right.
And I get it. I understand the concept. I watch people do it, but dude, no. that's one of those moments when it's like, yeah, that was a real bad experience. So there's a way to not be in there. I don't have to do that. So I'm just not going there anymore. Because, I got whacked. And son, you get a full blown direct on kick from one of them little shits, dude. And that's a mofo right there, buddy. It's like, that's one of those unforgiving licks. You just remember that shit. So it's like, hey, there's no reason. I don't have to walk right here. I can walk around the front, or I can walk far enough behind and away that the leg doesn't reach.
There's a few animals that are pretty, you can even pet them, but you never want to piss them off. And you don't want to be on the wrong end of a kick, a run, a neigh.
Like a Komodo dragon?
Well,
maybe?
I don't lick those. Never French kiss a Komodo dragon. For sure.
How about a tapeworm?
It depends on whether or not you need to lose weight.
You know, Wizard, that's a damn good question, sir, because, yep, you know, they even, see, I always rode up the bike side of things was because that's what they did with the horses. So that's why, but why do they mount the horses from the left side of the horse? What prompted that initial, no, we should just be doing this from the left side of the horse, not the right side of the horse, but just the left? I don't know. Boy, that's one of them big things that make you go,
Things that make you go, I'm actually a horse in the Chinese zodiac, and I am also left-handed. So, Wizard, I'm not a reliable source for figuring this out.
Kind of biased on that side then, huh?
I'm very biased on this.
What's up, Mr. Billy? How are you, sir? Tony. He's crazy. Look, I tried using tapeworm once. Terrible recording medium. He couldn't remember a thing.
Good morning, Billy. Yes, they are. Best Life is also left-handed. We have a few Southpaws with us.
Well, yeah, left-handed people are awesome. What do you think
We're in
makes
our
the
right
right hand so cool?
Well, so what constitutes, what's the criteria for being left-handed?
Oh, that's now you're trying to get all into the semantics.
No.
There are a few things that I see as far as the dominance. One of them is writing. One of them is which hand you use a spoon with.
Okay.
Now, for me, like scissors, sports, scissors right-handed, sports right-handed, and those are similar functions. You know, I blame the scissors thing on school because in elementary school, all they had was right-handed scissors, and the left-handed scissors they were totally gay, right? But as far as executive functions,
Wait,
it's eating.
you've totally
and
stolen
writing.
that part from me.
Whatever.
Hey, John, actually, see,
Yeah, I told the whole story here once.
Oh, you did?
Because the left-handed scissors weren't sharp; they were rounded, and they looked
No,
stupid.
they weren't.
And I was like, "I'm not using those."
They sucked, dude.
Now they even have a taper on the inside of the thumb part for whichever hand. They're actually right and left-handed scissors. Crazy.
I'm pretty sure BB is a southpaw trying to play it off for a minute just to pick at me, but he knows what I'm talking about. Executive functions.
No, I do. I'm telling you that whole left-handed scissors looked stupid in grade school. I told that story on Rescue Stream.
That's because you copied me. I told it on Ron's last year. Not years ago. Last year.
That is my memory. Like, I totally, and I remember it, man. And I was a kid. The first time I ever thought that, I was in kindergarten, and I saw those scissors, and I was like, hell no, not doing it.
Right. In a weird way, they were awkward even without their weird shaping. For me, I don't know. I think maybe other southpaw. Now, see, a chef's knife, if I'm in the kitchen, chef's knife left, if I tried to use that with my right hand, I would be bleeding everywhere. I am 100% left-handed with any kind of knife.
Well, when did the scissors when did those change
Because of
start
school.
becoming right-handed and left-handed?
90% of kids are right-handed. So if you were in school in the 80s, it was just you got issued
But
scissors.
when did they start designing them different? I mean, give me a minute. I'll go in there and get you a pair of scissors.
Do you feel my pain, Rescue? She gave a perfect answer, but it was the wrong question. You know, like that's me in Virginia all day long. That's my life right there.
Rescue will never feel that pain.
Nope.
Because he's not so easily offended.
Nah. Been there, done
No,
that.
it's been like that at least since the 70s. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it has.
But I will say, so John, just to do your thing real quick, but who designed the saddle for the strap to be on the left?
Yeah. And why did they focus so much to make the right hand the dominant hand? Well, if you're left-handed in your right mind, that's more of the creative sphere. And if you learn to use both sides, like I'm saying, right hand, scissors, sports, left hand, chef, eating, writing, using both hemispheres a little bit more and get those juices flowing between either side. Sometimes I'll try, and I will eat with my right hand for the funsies of using the other hand. I do think there's a...
So wait a minute. You only eat with your left hand?
Yeah. I'm left-handed. I write left-handed.
Well, I mean, I'm right-handed, but I use both.
I'll eat with my right hand just to practice that side of my brain. But
Oh, wow.
Well, if you really want to know, give somebody a set of chopsticks and you'll find out real quick.
Oh, yeah, left-handed all the way with chopsticks. Hundo. Actually, I could probably do it with both, to be honest.
I tried that left-handed.
Yeah.
No, I write right-handed, and I do shit left-handed. So that's just why I've always just go, I'm right-handed. But it's like even whenever I do mouse and keyboard, my keyboard's actually with my left hand. That's where I do all my different keys.
Even
doing a
is
guitar,
different.
The notes are on the left-hand side. I don't know.
Oh, guitar, yeah. I play a right-handed guitar because that's what's most common. The wizard is like, oh.
Circle back.
Yeah.
But and the whole strap, the saddle, see the left side, I wonder where in history did that just become, hey, you know what? We got this animal. We've been riding it bareback. Hey, look, we can make this thing. So they just threw some blankets over. Okay. But at some point, somebody said, well, if we'll strap this thing to this damn horse, then it won't come flying off so easy. Well, then who the hell decided that only needed to be happening on the left side? I mean,
well, it's probably the result of people not thinking about it at all.
Right.
And it's just whatever the natural inclination of the majority of the population did. Yep. It's just, that's what it became.
Making tools easier, and even chef's knives,
There we go. Thank you, Anna. Now she made sense of the thing. I knew there had to be a connect. Rescue when mounts on the left side due to knights having their sword on the right side, throwing the right leg over the horse. Bam. Thank you.
Very good answer, Annalisa. And hello, girl.
Yeah, the minute we strapped a weapon to our side, and if the majority was right-handed, then their weapon would have gone on that side, and they would have needed to do that very action. Makes total sense.
Yeah, it does.
Score.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead with your counter now, Bug Out. I heard that.
So some farm kid is hopping on a horse from the left side because some cavalry officer in 1600 had to have a sword on his left hip. Like, I mean,
actually, it would be the knights and before that.
And I can understand, like, if you were the knight, but I mean, if you're just Mary Poppins trying to go to the shop to buy a bottle of snake oil,
then you would get an umbrella
But by the time you were Mary Poppins, that was already the natural form of doing things anyway. So if you go back with the knight, the farm kid couldn't afford the horse, much less the knighthood or the sword. So he didn't even.
Well, fine. I'll say it. Anyone who gets on a horse from the left side is stolen valor. How about that?
Oh, damn. They weren't drafted?
So what now? Say that again. I was reading a comment. I totally. Do I got to rewind?
No.
I said anybody who gets on a horse from the left side is committing stolen valor, if that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
You said no. Why is it no?
What? I didn't say. I didn't even know what you said.
Well, Virginia went no.
I said if they weren't drafted, it was stolen valor. I was I was chortling under the no. Okay, so one of my thoughts as far as the left-right hand, I think it is to make things easier for the majority of people, because allegedly nowadays 9 out of 10 are right-handed. So if
it's for the majority of people. So that's why Target has multi-sex bathrooms?
No, right? No. I'm actually going to talk about blades. So when I look for a good chef's knife, if you're chopping with your right hand, most chef knives are beveled only on one side. And it is very difficult to find a chef's knife that is either dual beveled or beveled on the other side to benefit a left-handed cutter. So I'm thinking as far as defense, like we're talking about, and pulling this back to further in time than just trying to cut sushi right now, is the beveling of the knife to be efficient, a further reason to condition the right-handed worker.
Yeah. Man, yeah. I mean, I agreed with you from the beginning.
Scat Pack's having a pina colada for breakfast? Oh my. That does not sound good with eggs.
I don't know, man. Pina colada's a good one. Man, it's hard to beat, you know?
How do you make a good one?
Well, to do it right, you almost need a slushy machine, you know?
Mm-hmm. Or the really good blender, the Vitamix,
right.
Whatever. Bartenders have the best fucking blenders, dude. That shit will annihilate anything. Fluff it right up. I think the Breakfast of Champions is actually a steak breakfast burrito. Sorry, interrupt. It's all about the protein.
Yeah, I have to go to the dentist at 3 p.m. This is fucking stupid, man.
What are they pulling?
No, I'm just getting them cleaned, but it's just a pain in the ass. I have all these days off, and this is the day it ended up being. I'm like, really?
So why do you think that dentists are among the highest rates of depression? Let me put it that way. You know what I mean?
Bad breath.
No, dude, dentists take themselves out more than almost any other medical.
Well, here's one thing. And let's put it this way. And none of this is going to be factual, but I'm going to over exaggerate something just to make a point. What if you had to go to school for 9 years to learn how to be a window washer? And and then there's so much more to being a dentist. I'm not belittling being a dentist. What I mean is people don't go, man, those window washers, that's what makes the world go around. But
Okay, so
people
then what
praise
justifies
doctors.
proctologists?
No, but people praise doctors all day long. But for some reason, that dentists have this social stigma where they kind of look down on dentists because they're like, oh, you're the guy that's just going to drill in my mouth. And so when somebody says that, what they say is, all of my years of bad dental hygiene is your fault the second I sit in your chair, you know?
Well, it's the job. It's the nature of the job, because the other doctors, you're going because you have a problem and a solution. You're starting to feel something. This is the guy that's going to cause you more pain to get you better. See, most of the other doctors don't address shit like that. They give you some medicine, peel you up, and say, here, this is it. There you go. They don't hurt you to make you better. But the dentist is the dude that hurts you to make you better.
I don't know, man. They all hurt. A proctologist. Next time you go to the doctor, make an appointment for the gynecologist rescue and let me know how it feels.
I'm sure that's going to confuse
OBGYN.
that'll confuse the shit out of them. I'm sure.
Right? You guys only get fucked within one mouth, and that's the mouth. The rest of us get the butt, everything.
Well, yeah, no, I'll give you that because I have no idea because I don't. If I got a headache or if my leg hurts or I broke my foot, but other than that, nah. There was a time way back, and there was a hand and churning cough, and after that, that was that.
You guys are so sensitive. Like once a year, we get a few fingers, and who knows what else they want to put in there because we can't see it. And you're worried about the cough. Come on now, just go cough.
I'm grateful that there's no hoo-ha. I would not want to have to deal with that issue. See, that matter of fact, there's your good point. There's dumbasses out here that are trying to say that, oh no, I want that. Matter of fact, just go ahead and whack that bad boy, and I want to experience that side of things. Are like, are you stupid? All you have to do is tuck and go, and you really want to go into the whole maintenance field now. Why? They're confused.
I'm scared to ask what you even mean because no matter what anyone whacks or whatever, a person who identifies as a female who was not born that way will never menstruate, slough and molt off their uterus, nor give birth in any way, shape, or form, or experience menopause, for example, that is purely hormonal. I don't care what you want to label yourself. Go have a ball, but you will never actually be that.
Wait, you said slough and what?
Slough off and molt, like a snake molts its skin. That's what menstruation is. A woman is molting her uterus. Am I wrong?
I don't know.
No, I don't have one.
That's what menses is, shedding the lining of the uterus. Period. That's it.
I always thought that lining.
In the next cycle, you have a fresh lining.
I always thought that it was the uterus was retaining a small amount of blood as a blood supply for a potential embryo.
Right. Sure. A little pocket for something to feed on in the event that it showed up. No.
Moonchild, she's man. Her definition of men is definitely different than mine because she's got men get their cocks pierced but won't cough and squat. BS.
That's right.
Laughing my ass off. And I don't know about those men per se. I know that this man ain't getting shit pierced down there. And I did my cough. I turned my head. They said, yep, it's all good. And, we moved on.
Any dude who ever got his junk pierced has never realized how precariously perfectly located electric fences are.
Oh, my. Well, how many times do you snag it on a fence? That doesn't even make sense. That's
Well,
dangerous.
man, I'm sorry. I kind of grew up with just the greatest fear was the damn zipper. Now all of a sudden you're going to add attachments. It's like, no, this gets worse.
How'd you get the beans above the Frank?
I mean, if you're not, I know you're from Texas, but if you're not smart enough to operate a zipper, you might need to get some remedial training.
501 button up wonders.
I mean,
501 button up. Yeah.
see where it screws you
Get a
up
hair
is like
snagged in the zipper, buddy, and that becomes a pain. Especially
you
as
spend
go to
all
move.
this time figuring out the zipper, and then you realize that it works the other way too, and you got to start all over again. You know?
Yeah.
You gotta go,
Yeah.
you go the
I
other
see
way.
what you mean. That would suck.
Well, see, if you had junk, then you would know what it feels like to swing it around on an electrical fence, Milkmaid. Milkmaid's
Yeah.
wanted to know, WTF, who goes swinging their junk around electrical fences? Well,
Right.
I mean, you do talk
We should have
about
seen his outfit, Milkmaid.
immature boys with peckers that
Yeah, aren't you all?
go off of any
Well,
gullible
but see,
dare.
you know,
So
here's the thing though, like if you had like a piercing in your member and you stood close enough to an electric fence, you wouldn't have to have it out. It would just have to be close enough to arc, you know?
oh, yeah.
Or pee on it. Test that.
Well, that doesn't
That's a
You
real
create
thing.
not, that won't matter.
Your own arc.
Yeah,
That
pierce or
is a
not, that
real
won't-
thing.
Yeah, that's
Why
not the
don't
piercing.
prove it?
Oh no, seen it.
And you know what'll freak
That's
you
one of
out
those
is
you
while the
watch.
stream is on it, you won't get shocked, but you'll feel the current. Once you break the stream from the wire is when you get zapped. So you have that brief second where you get to go, oh God, no. Oh God, no. And then it gets you, you know?
It's always the disconnect.
Wow. He sounds
True that it's-
he sounds traumatized by this.
You have that 1 second where you just go, oh my goodness, what have I done? You know, and then zap, it gets you.
Bullfrog says, is it true that if you get a Prince Albert that you pee like a garden sprinkler?
Yeah. I've seen
I know.
those. and
A friend of mine
I don't
had-
get it.
He had one of those kinds of piercings where like it had something to do with the pee hole. And I mean, years after he had taken that thing out, he still had to sit down to pee. And I was like, why would you do that to yourself? You know?
In the first place. Yeah.
Like this dude still, like I had to be 20 years later. The dude is still sitting down to pee. And he was going, but think of how much cleaner it is. I was like, dude, you sit down to pee.
Well,
know,
what
exactly.
gauge was it? I mean, usually that doesn't happen unless it's an exorbitant gauge.
Hey, Zach. What's up, brother? Morning.
Well,
Much
the whole thing about having a piercing there is that you're never allowing the time for that hole to close because you're using that particular pipe at least once a day. I mean, and if you're only peeing once a day, then you need to drink some more water. You know what I mean?
For sure.
So it'll never have the opportunity to actually close. You know? So
Well,
You're-
on one hand, I'm like, okay, people are really freaking weird to mutilate themselves this way. On the other hand, there's a spiritual, anthropological reverence for it, depending on the intent. Unfortunately, most do it just out of this weird trend thing. And so, no,
Well,
I don't get it
come on.
unless you're doing it with the intent of
the people who there are people who have been born and are adults now and have their own homes that were born after that was a trend. You know,
oh, 100%.
I mean,
yeah.
it hasn't been a trend since like
That's what I'm
Bill
saying.
and
is the
Ted's
intent.
Excellent Adventure. You know what I mean?
Why do they do it now when the
Morning,
intent
Mayor.
is no longer spiritual? There's only so much you can get out of that physically because it's pretty mutilating. Zach, hey Zach. Rest well.
But you know, just like the tattoo thing, it is weird, but I've noticed that body modification
Yep.
of any type, it follows this pattern where it goes from extremely low class to almost like stigmatized pariah class. Then it goes into high fashion, and then it goes back down to low class, you know?
Agreed.
And in my opinion, actually right now, as it stands today, that also has happened with smoking.
Yeah, it has.
Smoking went from like the dregs of society did it, then it went all the way up, and think of the Roaring 20s and you know, Anchorman, you know, there was a long period where like it was just you weren't anybody unless you were a smoker, and now it's back to the dregs of society smoking again. Like if somebody says, oh, I'm gonna go smoke, people will look at each other and go, people still smoke? You know, like there are people that don't even know that people still smoke, you know? It's kind of crazy.
By the way, Wizard's thing worked because there's corn pop.
Did he really? Hey, there
Yeah,
he is.
corn
What's
pop
up,
just
corn
popped
pop?
in here.
Hey, what life?
You did well, Wizard. Nice Beetlejuice work. Sorry, Rescue.
Let's see. Wizard said read Charles' comment to bug out. Okay, going up. Bushido can't talk. He plays with army men in his pee hole.
Who said that?
Moonchild. Moonchild said it. Wizard wanted me, brought it to me to say, go read that. So that's how Wizard, you heard Wizard. So I don't know if you're breaking it or if it's me. That might be me.
Yeah, it could be me.
I don't know, dude. Hell, I lost my whole stream. I think the internet's still out. Matter of fact, I'll have to call here in a little bit more.
You're breaking up for me. I'm not sure if the chat can clarify for us.
Am I, say, Chad, am I 5x5 or am I breaking up? Does it sound okay? Or
I could hear you.
Okay.
But then Virginia said you were breaking up. So I have no idea what's going on now, man. That's...
Me no sabe nada.
We are all the way into crazy town now, man.
Well, yeah, you know, kind of push this one. I don't know. Could even get smacked on this one. I don't know. Dancing on the edge. Zach says 5x5. Sherry says 5x5. Everybody gets it. We're good. Oh, yeah. And Jungle said something about what did I step into too early for this or something?
So does anybody know what 5x5 actually means?
What do you mean? Can hear you. 10-4 in the trucker world.
I mean, 10-4, for example, is off of the 10 codes, so I get that. But I've never knew, and, you know, the military jargon, they don't have 5x5. That's like, that came from somewhere else.
My
and I don't know what it
understanding
means.
is loud and clear. Visual and audio, loud and clear.
So why is it 5? What's
I
going
don't
on
know
with
why
5?
the 5. I can't answer that one.
Let's just see what do you want? The Urban Dictionary?
Yes. Open the Urban Let's go into that. That rabbit hole. Last time
So the Urban Dictionary says that 5x5 term, meaning everything is okay. The term comes from old radio slang. When communicating over radio, the operator would report the strength and clarity of the signal on a scale of 1 to 5 each. Therefore, if a radio operator described the signal as 5x5, it meant was both loud and clear.
I gotcha. Okay, so that
makes perfect sense, actually, you know, because I was actually going to think, well, it had to do with probably a scale.
So 5x5 is synonymous with licking chicken.
Explain licking chicken.
Yeah, well, or you You don't always have to listen to everything Milkmaid said. Remember, you were having an issue with her earlier. Don't forget that. Just kind of.
I didn't know it was Milkmaid that said that, but
Corn
I
Pop.
thought it was finger licking.
Do I got your email, brother? Or
no,
hey,
well,
I can send it
loud
to him
and
if you
clear.
want.
can you send it to Corn Pop?
Yeah, I can right quick.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
So
Coming from
loud and clear.
Virginia.
In the military, you say Lima Charlie, and then after saying Lima Charlie so many times, people started saying licking chicken just because it kind of sounds like Lima Charlie.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But I always thought licking chicken was funny, a funny way to say loud and clear, you know, and it's just kind of stuck with me.
Yeah,
And it's way cooler than 5x5, which sounds uncool. Like it's an anti-cool saying.
Oh, well, I wouldn't go all there because it depends. If you were measuring signal strength, then you would want. Hell, you might even, if your scale on whatever shit you were using, you might be doing a 10x10 or a 10x6. It means that you need to clean your shit up.
What if you did it by, you know, red is bad and green is good and yellow is in the middle?
Yellow is always good.
They tried that, and I guess not all brains connect with red means to stop.
So in Afghanistan, if you work with the Afghan teams, when they say loud and clear, they actually say 5-4. They say chota pinch.
Oh.
Chota pinch.
Interesting.
And I'm like, why do you say 5-4? Yeah, you're like, well, why do you say 5-4? And they look at you and they're like, I don't know. No idea. That's just what we say.
Well, maybe they didn't want 5x5. I didn't say bug bite. Well, now I did. I didn't say that until I read it. Or I don't guess I did. I don't know. Did I? Don't know. Yeah, I had to explain to my wife a minute ago. She would come walking and going, "Hey, the internet," and I'm going, "Yeah, I'm doing my mobile." I said, "I already called." "Oh, okay." Went to that laptop and it was like, "No bueno."
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo, domo.
Domo, domo.
Yeah, it's stuck in my head. I want to know what Popcorn has to say. He's like, drop the link. I mean, it must be important if he's asking.
Here he is. Well, I guess there he is. There he is.
Yes.
What's up, brother?
Hey, Popcorn.
Shit. Damn, fucking A.
That is a mighty red beard you've got there. Oh, shit. Ivan left.
Scott Pack says the phrase 5-by is used in the Stephen King novel The Stand, describing radio chatter between officials attempting to stem the tide of civil unrest in reaction to the cover-up of the super flu.
Interesting, Scat Pack.
Well, you know what they say. If Stephen King wrote it, that means that somebody influential and important wrote it before him that he stole it from. So it probably comes from somewhere credible.
Use it as a lead.
Which means that somewhere along the way, H.P. Lovecraft probably used that term because he really likes stealing shit from him. That's one of his favorites.
He also loved the Ramones. You can find something there too. Okay, so what was your favorite Stephen King book, Bushy Boy?
Oh man, always.
Bushy Boy?
But only the first book of what I'm about to say, because there was more.
Okay.
But the Dark Tower, the first book of the Dark Tower
series. Yeah.
No. See, back to that listening thing that we were just talking about.
There he is. Okay. Got him now. Now he's here.
try this again, see if I can keep from breaking anything.
Word.
So how goes it, man?
Oh, it's good. We all good, man?
All
Yes.
good.
Oh, I need my card back, don't I? I'm lost this morning.
What do you mean?
Are you gonna tell us why?
No.
That's perfect. You got to leave them hanging. Cliffhanger.
Right.
I like it.
Not enough caffeine yet.
So
Thank you.
we could guess, and I'm gonna guess because you stepped on a Portuguese man of war.
If that's anything like stepping on a rusty nail coming out of an old 2x4, fuck that.
I'm gonna guess it's because he hasn't had enough coffee yet.
That's exactly what it is.
Hey, Zach
Man, I don't
says,
wanna
guess
go-
what, guys? I just checked my calendar and it apparently says that we can pick on BB every day that ends with Y.
That's right.
Right on. Bug out day. So how's things been going?
They going. Off to
I
let
just
the
checked my
vampires draw
calendar.
blood and do the gym thing.
Dang.
I just checked my calendar, and apparently I can pick on Zach every day. I'm cooler than him, which is every
Oh.
day.
Never then. So that's never.
Damn.
If it was Zach, I would just take like an old mop handle and throw it in the spokes of his wheel and then just laugh at him.
Or what if you put a magnet and then hit a grenade under its seat? So every time it did a rotation, the pin got just a little bit closer to coming out. So you're like, one of these days.
Ironically, you will only strengthen him. I got you, Zach. They don't know about Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman.
Oh, I know about it. That's what Wizard was talking about earlier, the horse chicks and volleyball chicks. You don't want nothing to do with a horse chick, man. If she rides horses, she fucking crazy. That's about all there is to it.
That is true.
Volleyball chicks, volleyball and softball chicks, man, they got them big old, nice, thick, muscular thighs. Son.
Yeah. No, that's true, man. But see, the thing that's kind of cool about horse chicks, though, is I think horses must give off like Prozac from their mane or something. And then, like, when they get off of the horse is when they go crazy. But once they get on it, they're kind of like a normal person, you know? So
I
you
was
got
just gonna say they know how to use their hips.
Well, they do. They do. That's true. But, you know, so would a professional clown that had to walk with stilts all the time. I mean, they would probably, I'm not trying to discriminate against other occupations, but the equestrians definitely had, it's just been my experience. But
They
I'm like,
allow
why do
females to be
volleyball
clowns?
chicks have good bodies, though? Because volleyball chicks, they don't ride horses and they don't, you know, it's like, well, why? How come they got the muscular legs? Like, what about volleyball makes you have to have muscular legs?
Running in sand.
Yeah, but you're running in like 10 feet of sand.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
resistance.
for hours.
Yeah, running in sand is brutal. It's like trying to run in water.
But you run at like 10 feet at a time. It's, you know, it's not like you're.
It's the effort of each foot, the effort of each inch. You know what I mean? Like
So balancing, movement, agile in the sand environment.
Are you suggesting that other athletes don't have to have balancing and movement?
Covering an hour.
It's about being in a sinkhole, like sand sinks. So anywhere that you step your foot, the turf is not consistent, like on a court. You're going into an unknown amount of.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say there's not a single part of a volleyball court that is considered unknown.
We were talking about beach though for a minute.
That's what we need to do. Find out when they're having the next tournament and go out there and make a quicksand pit right in the middle of it, just like random little spots.
Right.
Make it like little landmines for them to run around.
I think heart surgery made your accent stronger. Am I alone here?
No, I noticed that.
You know?
Well, I think he hasn't been on the internet, and he's been surrounded. He's been surrounded by his people.
Right.
Not up here. These are all Yankees up here, man.
Zach said,
See, it's just
BB,
so
you don't
bad.
know this, but psst, I got 3 Wonder Women. I will go ahead and read up the follow-up from Milkmaid that says sigh, and then I'm standing in the corner by my lonesome 4th. Zach. Sniff, sniff.
What is that? Because she didn't make the top 3. She got demoted the other day.
Oh, well, no, he just said he awesome recovery there, and says I'm actually considering you as one of my 3, silly girl. So.
I know, right? She's paranoid.
Just in case anybody is wondering, the Frosty Chino thing from Wendy's, it's like a fat kid's dream, man. It's coffee and a Frosty. It's amazing.
Ah, well, actually, Milkmaid had actually asked something about that. Corn Pop said something about, does Corn Pop always take us through drive-thrus?
Well, yeah, because I got to hit you up on the start of my drive.
Right.
That's it. We're just part of
Who
the
wants to
journey.
make breakfast at home?
Well, I'm thankful, Popcorn, because we haven't seen you for a hot minute. And believe it or not, even though you are indescribably lame, people still ask where you are and summon you to come forth, come hither. So that's winning.
It don't surprise me none. You know, I'm a pretty epically badass motherfucker.
Right. Well, whatever you have to tell yourself, but
Right.
That's what your mom told me.
you know what? My mom needs a red beard. I hope she did.
Everybody needs a little fire in their life.
Yeah,
Hard luck
you
survival.
do.
Welcome.
See, I got to put the thing like that's in the passenger side mirror. I have to put, you know, it is more badass than it appears. Just so, you know, sometimes you just got to let them know.
Oh.
Hey, Hard Luck.
Yep.
Oh, Hard Luck's new.
Yeah.
Like Milkmaid said, Godspeed. Buckle in.
Buckle up, Buttercup.
Mm-hmm. No mercy in this dojo.
Hasn't there been a Hard Luck that's been coming around here lately? Or is that other places?
Hard Luck. Maybe others, not so much in here. No, not so much.
Damn.
All I know is I have to piss and I'm almost home. So that gives that, like,
Push
you know,
the
when the shot clock starts going, you know, as it gets closer.
Okay, so everybody in chat, focus to bug out the thought of a babbling brook across his toes. This warm water.
A clean mountain stream.
Going in his ears, that deluge of next to a creek. And you're so thirsty.
Right.
You're not going to make it in time. So warm.
I see why you didn't stay in your psych field. You're like, oh, you are having negative thoughts. I know. Try being happy. Give that a try.
Come on, I gave you a
Did it
babbling
work?
brook. Don't make me bring out the shower head. I'm just saying. I think the worst feeling when you're driving, okay, for a woman, you guys don't realize how much you haven't made. If you're on a road trip, yes, rescue. Oh my God, I have to go pee now.
If we're on a road trip, finish your sentence.
Women can't go off the side of the road and pee without risking our ankles. I'm just saying. You can tuck it into a Gatorade bottle.
Exactly. Gatorade bottles rule the world.
We don't have that.
Well,
dude, there were places in Iraq where there literally were like 300 pee bottles because it was like where convoys would stop all the time,
right?
Yeah.
and it was like a lifetime supply of pee bottles.
If I tried to do it in the Gatorade bottle, I would have to lick the outside rim of the top of the Gatorade bottle, like when you're doing one of those.
Where you going, motherfucker?
Inside, you know, like those suckers. I would have
Like
to
you're
lick
putting on
that and then go up and go onto
Like a-
the affected area so that I could urinate without pissing all over my seat. You guys have it made. I
You know
have
they
to
make
pull
little
the
adapters,
outer
don't they?
lips and rims of both the recipient and the giver
Virginia.
of that brace. I'm just saying.
Virginia, they make little adapters for the bottle for y'all
The
for your little
Shiwi?
female part.
Yeah, the sucker for
yeah, I
you.
can't remember what it's called, but yeah.
It's the Shiwi. I've seen them. I bought one so that I knew what one of my options were.
So how did that work?
I didn't
Have you
use
ever
it.
tried
I
it?
took one look and I was like, okay, I can see if I needed this, this is what I have to do. Regardless, I recommend licking the outside. Get a good seal, ladies. Get a good seal.
Well, wait. Now, are you talking like a scuba mask or something?
Yes.
Like that kind of concept?
Yes. It's basically like a scuba mask. That's exactly what it is. Yep. Yep. Yes,
So
no,
Hoodell
man, you
said-
have to make a seal. Like I
Hoodell
said, you
said
know, like
women
those
just need to
sucker
wear-
things you put on a
Hamours?
shower that you have to get wet
Hamours.
first, and you go. That's what you.
What is that word, Pamoers? Pamoers. Is it Pamoers? Hoodell said women just need to wear adult Pamoers when traveling. Is it
Maybe they mean Pampers, like astronaut underwear.
Yeah, was that a typo for Pam?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah. The last woman I heard that did that put on adult diapers so she could drive 5 states away to kill her boyfriend and didn't have to pee.
I thought it was her girlfriend. I thought she was a bulldog.
No, I think it was a dude she was going after. It could have been the dude's bitch.
Either
you know what I
way,
mean? But she
I'm pretty
wore the
sure-
diaper so she wouldn't have to stop.
I'm pretty sure Celine Dion made a song about that, didn't she?
Cry Me a River?
No, like I drove all night.
Like, I don't know.
Let it
Only thing I know about
go,
Celine
let it
Dion is she
go.
was on South Park.
Oh, wait, no, that's Frozen.
All right, I'm racking my brain for a Celine Dion song, and I cannot stand that bitch, so I have blocked her from my emotional memory.
I thought all you Canadians were required
What's
to
the theme
worship
to
her.
Titanic? That might be what he's thinking of.
Oh. It's the
Roses
only
of
Celine Dion song that I know because there was a place I worked that had piped in music, and that was one of the songs that they would play.
Later, V. I mean,
Over and
Zach.
over and over again.
And the
Smash
song,
Brother.
she says, "I drove all night so I could get to you." And when you think of that female astronaut, it makes the song really creepy. So I always did that in the back of my head.
I don't know. If I'm going Canadian singers, I'm just going Alanis Morissette. I want the broad that's going to go to the movie theater.
Alanis is hot. Yeah. I respect that choice. Poppy.
Apparently, she'll get down in a movie theater, too.
And she plays God in Dogma. Like, if Alanis Morissette is God, we might have a chance. She's quiet. She's cute.
And everything.
She's
But
short.
did you know,
Milkmaid saying
fake
that he didn't hear
thing,
Celine's song from Titanic.
like she kind of boy banded it because she was a pageant chick before she became Alanis Morissette, the rebel singer. You know,
She was on.
Was she really?
No, she was on like that Nickelodeon
Yes,
show
she was.
or Splat or something. She was on like You Can't Do This on Television or one of those shows in the early 90s where it was like those, you know what I'm talking about? That genre bit. She was in those.
She just lost a little bit with me then. I wanted the grungy Alanis Morissette.
I still like her,
Cleaned up a
but
little
she
too
was
much.
in
Yeah,
the machine.
but she did do the she was in like she was one of the like, you know, Miss Junior Canada or some shit like that, you know. Yeah, when I found that out, I was like, you know, like somebody goes, oh man, you know, punk rock, Avril Lavigne, and I'm like, no, Avril Lavigne was like some rich Canadian chick. If you want punk rock, look up G.G. Allen. Like the dude would wrap himself in barbed wire and like cut his nipple off with a pair of scissors as he was singing.
Right.
Yeah, right. You know, I'm like, no, that is punk rock. Like,
right.
Yeah, then rub poop all over it.
There's punk and there's punk pop.
Milkmaid said Alanis is a wee bit crazy, just throwing that out there. Love the music, but she is cray-cray.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. You look crazy in your life. Not horse girl crazy, but a little bit of crazy.
Are you calling me crazy? Look, the best of us are crazy.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You need a little bit of crazy. You just don't need full-blown horse chick crazy.
Did she just call herself us? Like that? That's not crazy. Not at all. She was like, "Are you talking about us?" And like how many people are over there in Virginia? I think you need to take another one of those happy pills.
She's got her whole task force in the office listening to it. Y'all got to hear these sumbitches this morning.
Yeah, I do. I'm struggling to keep up with all the windows so I can record every person correctly.
Milkmaid said corn pop the smart ass.
Not me.
That was an imposter. That was a clone.
I'm a sweetheart. Just ask my grandma. She'll tell you.
I would if she was alive.
I know.
Right? What did you do
still
to
ask
grandma?
Got ran over by a reindeer.
Those are in my thoughts. Still asking.
Probably just got tired of making me biscuits and gravy.
Hey, that's what Summer says she's having. She says she's off and having her biscuits and gravy. One morning we're gonna have a biscuits and gravy morning.
All right. Well, I got to run in here and let them draw a bunch of blood and shit. I'll check back, see if y'all still on when I get out here in a little bit.
All right, brother.
All right. Well, I'll let y'all.
Later. Somebody said, I called home office Virginia. They are laughing their asses off.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hard Luck said, I loved when she said she took time off and was going to write some new music because she was a mom now. Still did some of her old stuff on that concert. Talking about Alanis. More shit. Summer said, I'm on my way right now to go pick my biscuits and gravy up after the night I've had. We're lucky it's not tequila. Well, get them both. Start with the tequila. When that starts to simmer, then go ahead and get the biscuits and gravy, save with the hangover the next morning, and there you crash out.
Actually, some studies, anecdotally, have been done on hangover food and eating something super fucking greasy the next day. You know, people talk and kind of joke about that, but it is kind of a thing. It makes you feel better. Soaks it all up. All the toxins get sucked into that fat and oil.
Later, Moon. Have a great day.
See, I've noticed, like, if you feel really bad, you can get any food, but just eat it outside of a homeless camp, and you're like, well, at least I'm not those guys, and you feel a little better.
Right. Totally. 100%.
Oh, Hard Luck says grilled cheese was his family's fave for after drinking.
Have a good one, Moonchild.
Around here, it was always
That
Whataburger.
does completely qualify.
Way back in the day, this county used to be a dry county. Then it was really crazy. Hey, Miss Summer.
Hey, Summer.
Hey. I just, Huckleberry knows me so well, so I wanted him to see that I am putting my seatbelt on.
Good.
He knows me very well. I was like, I always tell him, I say, anybody that ever sees me without my seatbelt on, hold me accountable and tell me to put it on, because I just forget. I don't even do it on purpose. And I seen him in the comments. He's like, Summer, put your seatbelt on. I was like, shit.
I'll wear one if I'm driving, but I don't wear one on the passenger side.
Well, I wear them underneath my boobs because, as we talked before, big boob girls are not made for seating. So.
Oh no, that's part of that. We don't want to hold people accountable in proper driving, so we'll just try to start making this car do our thinking for us. So airbags, all that. Because think about it, hell, we used to drive the damn thing without any seatbelt. Then a lap band was okay, but babysitting took on a bigger picture as the years have gone by. Now we're to self-driving shit because it's like, shit, if we just can't get it done under control, let's just make it do it itself.
Hey, those self-driving cars suck.
At a certain level, isn't Summer a little bit safer than we are already? I mean, like, she kind of has her own airbags, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but that's fucked up, dude.
Yeah,
little
she's gonna
bitty
feel
titties
those.
matter too. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you just have to look, Virginia. You just have to drive slower. It's not. I don't make the rules, okay?
Actually, wouldn't I be able to drive faster? But all right, I'm just saying.
Well, aerodynamically, yes, but collision rating, no. That's where life.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It's kind of cruel because you're like,
my boobs did not save me today when I was falling down the stairs. My ass did.
Right? Well, I've gotten neither. I'll go with my head. My heart is head. Head is hard. Harder than my boobs and my butt, that's for sure.
Yeah. Woo. Tequila, baby.
My daughter started saying, why do I need one when you don't? This is it. Yeah. Why are you looking at the phone?
That's
Summer?
when you're
you
like,
should be looking at the road.
That's when you're like, why? I would tell my daughter, why do you need a pony ride for your birthday when I don't get one for mine? You know, now nobody gets a pony. You know, and then that shut her up. You right?
Well, whatever you don't. My
Dad, you were gonna get me a pony?
That is so messed up.
Go ahead.
And my philosophy in life is, if you ain't got it, you can buy it. You ain't got boobs? Buy 'em. You ain't got ass? Buy 'em. What you can't buy is a brain, though. So, you know.
Right. Well, people
Well,
try.
you can buy one. It's just we don't know. We don't know how to install them yet, but you can buy one.
It's not gonna work any better than the one you already had.
I'm actually donating my brain.
You go to India.
Because of all the trauma, and they're trying to learn all the different trauma and stuff and how it affects human trafficking victims, kind of almost the same as the vets. And so I'm actually going to donate my brains to that so they can see all the trauma they can't see while I'm alive.
That's really interesting.
To maybe help other trafficking survivors.
There was a time when I
did you do the flash test?
But after they've shown what
did you do the light?
Like, you're going to use me to dissect to some other potent shit or something. It's like, so, well, that didn't do it, but this finally did.
Did you take the light flashing test, Summer?
Yes. This thing
where there's a series of flashing lights and.
I've done
the ones they had us do, they actually had like. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, I was just gonna say the ones they had us do, they had like little, like things you could rest your forehead on, and it had like the little thing you could look through. But then I did another one where it was just a computer screen, but I don't think that one was legit. But they compare over time. Go ahead. Sorry.
There's a delay. Y'all just take pause for a dip when y'all finish, because there's just a delay. That's all.
I've done the one where you pressure against it and they do the weird lights. Yeah, I've done that one.
Yeah. So the trick with that is like you do it at one point, and then if there's any kind of like if you do a therapy or if you have another incident of something or whatever, you do it again and you see what the difference is from the first one to the next one. And then if you try to do some kind of therapy or restorative like stuff, you take it again, and then they're trying to measure to see, they're trying to figure out to see if they can make that part of the brain improve by using other synaptic pathways, you know. But they have to do multiple tests to know if it works. So if they just do it once, it doesn't really do much of anything, you know. And
Yeah,
that
I
was
did once,
the
and
problem that I was. No, keep going.
I've done it once, and I was supposed to go do it another time. Like I don't know, it was like maybe 7-8 months after I got out of the life, but my trauma was so bad that I didn't go. I did just talk to my TBI doctor.
But you should go again, even if it's this much later, because that's the data that they're really harping on right now. Then they're using that stuff right now. Like,
wouldn't that be your reference?
Yeah, the TBI doctor told me, because I called him and told him that I was like, you know, I just feel like I'm getting worse in some things with my, and I'm gonna watch it because I have a crack in my skull and all bunch of other shit. And so they're gonna have me come back in soon. Probably like in the next 2 months, and do a bunch of random stuff. I just feel like I can't. I don't know. I almost feel like I have Alzheimer's disease, but I know I don't have Alzheimer's disease. Like I'll be doing. It's just my memory is really, really bad with this TBI.
Well, what happens? I happen to know more about this than probably human beings should, but what happens is, as other areas of your brain begin to normalize, you start noticing distinctly the parts of your brain that aren't normalized. Like, so it's not that you're getting worse, it's that other parts of your brain could be getting better. And then it makes you keep stumbling on that same part, and you think it's worse. You know what I mean?
That makes me feel better, because I swear I've been thinking that I'm losing my mind. Like I feel like sometimes like I can't remember. I mean, it's there's a lot of stuff I can't not only remember, but like I'll be in the action of doing things, and then I'll completely forget what the hell I was doing, and it's a lot.
Yep.
But I hope it's the same. It's my brain healing.
And like for me, mine is spatial. So, and I notice a trigger for me, and I think it's blood pressure or something related. But if I smoke too much, like, you know, if you're having one of those days where you smoke a lot of cigarettes and you're like, man, I'm smoking too much. Well, like I'll be driving and I'll forget where I am and I'll forget where I'm going. And it's a road I've driven on 1,000,000 times. Like I'll look around and I'm like, I don't remember these buildings. I don't remember these landmarks. And I think I'm lost. And then I drive another 5 minutes and then boom, I kind of like come back into it. And I'm like, oh shit, I've been here 1,000,000 bajillion times. I drive this road every day, but I get freaking lost anywhere, you know, like I just have this moment where that part of my brain just goes, nope, and it drops it, you know?
I was going to say that, but I didn't want you to think I was crazy because I'm in the middle of driving, but that happens to me all the time.
Yeah, that's that part of the brain is well, it's momentary, but it's permanent, you know?
Yeah, no, it not necessarily, because with memories, sometimes those of us with brain or neurological or psychological things going on, our short-term memory is fried, but we can recall every blade of grass from some day 5 years ago. And it kind of, it's almost like it takes a second to catch up, you know, but it is there. It's a matter of priorities.
That's
when you have so much in your mind, when you're hypervigilant as a result of, let's say, PTSD, you have a difficulty with every tiny blade of grass, but it is in there somewhere, and you will retrieve it when you have to.
My long term and my short term, like it was there for a while. It was short term. But I've noticed that my long term is starting to be affected a lot more. That's why I ended up calling the doctor, because I was just like, I thought something was wrong. Like, I'm like, if I tell somebody completely forget where the fuck I'm at, they're gonna be like, what are you doing? So that's the first. You're the first person, and thank you for sharing that with me because now I don't feel so abnormal. But I don't know anybody that like has ever shared that before. So thank you.
But Virginia, the other thing about that though is like some of the PTSD results are stress related, and here's the weird part with me, because I never had PTSD. Well, I mean, I did in the 90s, but like none of this stuff I'm talking about is PTSD related. I never really for 20 years now, I haven't had any PTSD, but I have had traumatic brain injury, you know?
Right.
So
right. The
like
symptoms,
I wasn't freaking
if we're
out
talking about
it.
symptomology, we're in the same family, right?
But you can have one without the other. And the difference is a stress-based PTSD reaction.
Yeah.
Well, wait, just hear me out though.
And experience are the same regardless of the cause.
But you're talking about like the stress related symptoms, but there can actually be physical damage where those pathways are damaged. And if that happens, it's you can't woo-saw your way out of it. It just happens, you know. And it's always going to be a tricky spot, and you can rewire new connections, but you know, that time where your brain is really good at rewiring and wiring connections is when you're an infant. And the older you are, the harder it is to redo that. That's why they tell old people to start getting Sudoku books and crossword puzzles and stuff, so you can start those pathways now that your brain can reassign later. So as your brain starts deteriorating, it can use new neural pathways and reutilize them and stuff. And it's you just have to keep learning. And the more you learn, the more you can actually deal with this other damage, because your brain can borrow those areas of your new brain that you're strengthening, you know?
Use it or lose it.
Learning stuff is the secret. That's the secret, is to learn. Just keep learning shit.
Yeah,
true. Try to learn Spanish or something. And
yeah, that's what I try to do, is to keep trying to learn stuff. It's just frustrating and scary because, you know, like, until I talk to you guys about this, like, I don't know too many people that, besides other trafficking survivors, or sometimes I find a veteran that might take it, but most people just go under, I don't know if I don't know how to explain it right or what, but like, yeah, you hit that on the, I can't believe you said you forget where you're driving at, 'cause that should happen to me all the time.
And, you know, the way to fix it is to keep learning stuff. So imagine how I feel, because I already know everything. I'm like, now what? Now what do I do? You know?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm screwed.
Are you serious?
What?
Well, at least now I know even when Bug Out has a serious moment, he brings his own shit to the game. So
I haven't seen him have a serious moment yet.
Well, yeah, he was just serious there for a few minutes. I mean, at
Maybe.
least it was recorded, so we have a thing. He got serious there for a moment.
So we've got Bug Out serious and Rescue twerking, essentially.
Hey, what?
This is a landmark screen right here.
No, you know, ma'am, you didn't miss. There was no twerking. Rescue is in a
Not
chair.
only did Rescue dance with his like fists up a little bit, like going with his shoulders, like dun, dun, but it was, he sang it at the same time. I'm coming out. I want the world to know.
It's not
okay.
true. It's
He
not true.
totally sang that and danced at the same time. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm going back and re-recording it.
Man, I bet when Rescue tries to dance, it looks like when Winnie the Pooh finds a thing of honey, you know? And he does that whole thing where he puts his hands up.
Yeah, it was basically the same jig.
Of course, tonight I'm busy. We're going to be dancing. So now you owe me breakfast and a tip.
That didn't happen. It goes with the fair and safe election. So,
dude.
Okay. Well, there might have been. I think there was a glitch in my computer because I have been having internet problems. So I think somehow my image jittered on the screen or something, but
There is no
Thank
glitch.
you, Milkbait. Good looking out. Sorry, I didn't cut you off, Rosie. Milkbait said,
Oh no, you're good. I'm just saying there's no glitch.
it was glitchy. It was glitchy. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm going to walk her to the door.
It is foggy over
That sounded
here.
like American Idol. He was like, it was a little glitchy, dog. Not gonna lie.
I never watched that program ever. Ever.
Oh, well, I got some stories for you because for a couple years there, when it first started, I had to watch every single one.
Right.
And, you know, people where I worked, because I was cursed of knowing the show, and then the old ladies at work would talk about it, and they'd be like, I hope so-and-so wins. And I'd be like, they're never going to make it. And they'd look at me like, how do you know? And I'm like, because I've watched every single show.
Right.
Like, kill me now.
Now,
you know?
I did love Dancing with the Stars because, as we talked about
Oh,
earlier,
it's even worse.
dancing is a sport. And these people, man, some of them, I was very impressed with the dexterity and what they learned, some technical ass shit. I loved that show.
Yeah, dancing is definitely a sport. Speaking of someone that's many years, I promise you, my legs are probably stronger than most men's arms.
Absolutely.
Breakfast.
Bug Out's embarrassed because he's trying to explain to us how he looked in his ballet outfit.
You danced, you dance?
No. In fact, I was always athletically talented. I was always athletically talented, but I have absolutely, and I'm a musician, okay? So I have no excuse, but I have zero ability to dance. Like, it just does not exist in me 1%.
Yeah, well, my husband's black and has no rhythm and knows how to dance, so there you go. I always tell him, baby, you're the only black guy I know that don't have a lick of rhythm in him. Man don't know how to dance to save his life. Oh, shit. Great store, bad.
Full Monty says, I was surprised Tommy Chong lasted as long as he did on dancing. Monty, I totally agree, but I think he got mercy votes. I think he had people voting for him just for the nostalgia and for the desire to see him continue to fumble trying to dance. But that was one of my favorites. That was really good.
I agree. I think he was cute. I can't believe he lasted long, but I think it was He had his little 15 minutes of fame, though. He did good. He went all tour and everything. I have not put this up here.
Summer, you're echoing. I don't know if you're.
Yeah,
phone in your...
it was. I had my speaker all the way down.
Okay, just to let you know, yeah, it was like reverb.
I was saying that he had his little 15 minutes of fame, though. He went on tour and everything.
Right?
Help them out whenever they need it. I'm
we can hear the other people in the store. That's what it is. It's funny.
Oh, my bad, y'all.
No, you're good. Just thought that was kind of funny. It's like, wait a minute, who is that talking?
It's a husband and wife waiting on breakfast. Oh, yeah. You're not going? No, you were. Okay.
Wish you already paid for ad time clip of you running on video board coming into Austin for morning commute to the lunch hour on 2 p.m. Oh. That's okay. If that's coming into Austin,
they'll love it.
Then yeah, that they wouldn't probably be my crowd there anyway.
Right.
Not no more. Matter of fact, if I probably made a trip up there to Hippie Hollow or Barton Springs, I'd probably be pissed off right now at what they've done to the place. But that used to be the coolest place to go hang out. That was like, man, that was even like in junior high when got the vehicle, everybody planned, whoever had the most room in their truck, because you plan a weekend. Because see, then again, it's just like parents. It was okay if y'all just got together and made road trips somewhere. But then again, there weren't disappearances and just crazy shit happening.
So rescue,
more city shit. Yep.
I can't open it right now, but I've already been sent a mysterious video entitled Jazz Hands, and I have a feeling that it has something to do with you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, we gotta see it.
Publish it quickly and put us a link.
I can't open it. It said I couldn't open it while I'm on a phone call. That's what the video said when I clicked it.
Oh, man.
Oh, the video told you that. Well, I'm glad you said that. Now I feel better.
Or my player said it. But the whole internet's going to see it when I get off and post it.
Oh, I see.
Okay. This.
Unless you buy my merchandise.
I need a notification for this. Where is this video of Jazz Hands with Rescue? This is
It's in my inbox right now.
Oh, yes. I love that. What channel is it going to be posted on?
Man, we can't do that to him. Can we?
Him. Okay.
Oh, we can though. We totally can. We totally can.
I like it. That's all right. Now we know.
I'm with the shit. I'm with it for today. Yeah, let's do it. I'm with it.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Katrina said, I just recently learned you can fit my whole state inside of Houston. Yep. All different climates in Texas. Oh, man.
Yeah, I feel the need to search for
Okay,
this.
I saved it the phone. I'm going to see if I can upload it to YouTube on a private link, and then we can try it like that.
Oh, man.
I'm with it.
Oh,
it would be fun.
Evidence.
Here comes Corn Pop. What's up? How'd it go? They still leave you enough to keep things moving?
Yeah, I just gotta hurry up and run home now so I can take some more drugs before the blood rebuilds in my system.
Oh shit. Okay, it is legit. It is real. So yeah. Somebody was lying to you today, and his name is Rescue.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
This is gonna be good. Thank you, whoever made sure that I did not miss this great moment.
So where do we see this realness?
It'll be linked in Bug Out's OnlyFans page. For only $4.99 a month, you can join Bug Out's Patreon and watch this video.
He's a redneck in the woods.
Okay, I got it uploading. Who knows how long that'll take?
Oh, Lord. Oh, well, he just gave himself up now, so now I know where it came from. Wizard did it.
Yay, Wizard!
Yep, because soon as here it comes, all in fun rescue. It's like, there you go. That was the given call. It was coming. Oh, Lord.
Gotcha!
Let's see. You know, I have been having these internet issues and stuff. I don't know. It's cut. Y'all. Here. I don't know. No.
Well, you might as well let us see it with you instead of going and watching it on somebody else's channel.
Oh, I know. No, it's all good. Hey, Miss Jennifer, morning. All proceeds go to dance lessons for rescue. Hey, yeah, there was a moment. I guess if you catch me in the right frame of mind, I kind of just, my parameters get real foggy, and I just have a moment. I had a moment.
Ain't nothing wrong with moments. Moments are good sometimes.
Everything's a good idea when you're halfway through a 30 rack. It's always a good idea.
I got a link in the private chat. If anybody wants to take a crack at that.
Oh Lord.
Let's see what they got, Rescue. Oh, this is a great morning. My night sucks, so I'm so glad. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
I need something to put a smile on my face after last night.
Damn.
Somebody needs to put their damn seatbelt on.
Oh,
I know. Let me do that.
Lord.
Hey, at least
So
I take
Rescue, go ahead and
accountability.
make that full screen.
What full screen?
Full screen, I think, would be good for that.
Wait, did I think no. There was something I think I was supposed to be doing. I'm just not sure what it was. Oh man.
This chick ain't got. This is a cute
Oh, you
car she's
already
got.
did it.
You're so tired.
Yeah, I done it. It's done.
Done it.
Well, done it.
Good, done it.
Hell, trust me, at this point in my life, I have some severely worse moments in life that I'm so glad there was no video of. So this, drop it.
I am damn glad there were not cell phone cameras when I was a teenager and early.
Amen. I agree. I was just worried about Walgreens developing some pictures that nobody needed to see, but that was about it.
Those little disposable cameras were shit.
I love it. Very cute. I love it.
So there, man.
I wasn't that bad. The night that you let everybody know, what was those one songs where we listened to music and we were all like, "What the hell? You know this song?" And then I was like, "Of course you do. You used to work at Mars." You danced a little bit that night.
Okay, that was really fast. Can you play it again?
Oh damn! I lost the link.
No, you didn't. If anyone in chat was not looking up, just in case they weren't looking up, I think it needs a one more again.
Damn. Okay, I can tell you.
We're gonna call this the rescue.
Here's what's happened. I have learned now that when the shit hits the fan, Virginia is going to be don't put her in the medic category, because that's not going to be blood clot that's getting dumped in. That's going to be Morton salt. So she even wants to make sure that everybody looks at this. The dog was one thing. See, that's why I wanted everybody to see that. And, the cool pictures, but oh Lord. I'm just so glad there wasn't a Dusty thing, because Wizard has half the video is him doing it, so that's good. And the resolution was rough, thank God. Alrighty. By popular request by Virginia.
She said, "Accept me for who I am." I feel like this is an emotional coming out that none of us are about to see. Everybody brace yourself. You heard it here first.
What you just said reminds me of the Eminem song.
I think I like the singing better than I like the dancing.
Oh.
I'm coming out.
Oh, man. That's so cute. Rescue, that, it's really, really cool to see you smile that wide and see you just having a good time and kind of having that life that you were waxing about yesterday, just enjoying time with others. And
what are we waxing?
Oh Lord, yeah.
And then the other part of us says he really knows the words to that song really well. Like,
yeah, too well.
Very much so knows the words of the song.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like the singing almost better than the dancing.
Yeah, there's something about "Let You Go" in there too. I can't remember what the follow was.
Am I the only one that got the mental picture of the crazy kid's dad from Ted? It's quiet time for the boy and Ted, and send him up, and then he gets his little drink and straw and turns the TV on. Y'all know what I'm talking
We're just
about?
gonna call you Rescue Lynn.
Oh, dude.
Right, Mama Red? It's nice to seeing you have fun. Just enjoy.
Hey, I like seeing your face get red because we're laughing, not because I done got underneath your skin.
Right.
Man, oh man. And it probably gets glowing now. It feels like it. I think I even feel the freaking heat.
Yeah, it was a little red. That's why I said it's good to see you because you're laughing.
See, look,
I know,
Eric,
like,
poor Eric got traumatized. Me too, brother. Me too. I never
Me
ceased
too's
to shock
dead.
myself.
It's a different type of Me Too movement.
Yeah, but we can't believe him because he's not the proper color Democrat part or political party. You can only believe one side.
Oh, I believe his face was red.
Full Monty said, I thought Rescue was going to start singing, It's Raining Men.
Hallelujah.
No, there's limits. There's limits. There's always boundaries.
Actually,
So,
know that.
Rescue, if you had your choice, which village person would you be?
Oh,
man.
that is so awkward.
I'd be the one that doesn't have AIDS.
You know what? I'm the sound guy. I'm the sound guy.
I mean, I'm going Indian all day long. I mean, who don't want to dance around in a thong and feathers?
Yeah, I was going to say Indian.
Yeah. I mean, that's my go-to move when it's time to fight. I take my pants off. I mean, who wants to fight a guy out of bacon? I mean, I'm gonna come at you tallywhack for flapping.
It depends on where you're fighting at, I think, because it might go from being hostile to romantic.
Right?
Classic.
Whoa!
That's not where this was supposed to go.
It's like, oh, I didn't know you wanted to make up.
Well, you
like
got to
that.
watch out taking your pants off. You got to watch out when you take your pants off when you fight people, because you know how sometimes when you kill people, you get an erection. That would be really weird, you know.
I can't do that anyway. Like, I can't even sleep naked because I got like this phobia of like, what if somebody breaks in the house and I got to get in a gunfight? I can't get in a gunfight running down the hall with a tallywhacker flapping.
But you can, though.
No, I can't. I don't need to be thinking about that. I need to be thinking about putting shots in her mask, not, you know.
I mean, I sleep naked, and if somebody comes through mine, they're leaving with some holes in them, and I'm not going to stop and put my robe on. They're going to get shot, and they're going to be like, oh, she's cute. And we're like, oh, she's not cute no more.
But if you're a guy, you can. Then they're like, "Where's it coming from? You know, it's everywhere."
I mean, what happens if you're running through the house and you know it snags on something, like gets caught in a little grease, and you know?
I love men that have big dreams. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my! Is that what you call him?
No,
he's Mr. Dreams.
But the effect is even magnified if it's little because it bounces around more, you know? Like when you run around the house, it just kind of goes all over the place, you know?
It's like a little bee and a weenie and a grapefruit.
Yeah.
Get you some rest, brother.
Oh, boy. Oh. Well, next time we'll have to get you twerking, Rescue.
Oh, no, shit. I would have good there. Twerking.
When she said twerking, I was like, wait a
somebody
minute.
in chat said something about the Gangnam style shit, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm going to put my arms right here, and I'm going to make one pelvic move, and my spine's going to go, and I'm going to be on the ground.
All you got to do is
no
play when he gets in. When he gets in his hover round, just play it in fast motion, and that would look like Gundam style, probably.
Oh my!
Oh Lord! If a guy can run and make it to work,
I don't know. Like when I threw my back out, man. When I would try to sit down, it was the funniest thing. Like if somebody would have recorded that and put that backup sound to it, it really would have been funny. Because like.
Right.
I could get up, but man, it took me like 5 minutes to sit down because I was afraid of that lightning bolt, you know? I was like, oh no, I gotta go, gotta take it easy.
Huckleberry, if I see him doing the crip walk, well, I don't even know what I would do with myself.
I ain't talking about sitting down like that, bug out. After that last surgery I had, I swear the damn toilet in that hospital room was made for a kid. I mean, it was like Japanese style, sit on the floor. Like, I had my chest plate open 2 days before, trying to squat. Yeah, it was going down is a lot.
Dude, did I ever tell you? Did I ever tell you the toilet story at the 5-star hotel in I think it was Singapore? I'm sure I told you that story.
I don't think I've heard it.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
We got wrapped up in the Philippines for a long time, right? And we were basically like, pooping in the woods the whole time. Well, you get on the ship and like the food sucks and like the toilet's like you're almost like touching knees with the dude next to you. It's like it's no good, right? Well, they turned us loose in Singapore, or maybe it was Manila, I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. It was this real high-end hotel. And we went, and the first thing you do is you just gorge yourself on real food because it's been so long. You know what I mean? And we were like, okay, we're going to get a hotel room. And I was looking at these guys, and I was like, dude, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a righteous kingly poop on a real toilet, like that flushes, it's going to be great, And they were like, fuck yeah, let's do that. Well, we didn't even make it to check it into a room. I saw the bathroom in the lobby and I walked right in. I opened the stall and it was like extra wide and it was an American standard toilet, and overseas I'm like, what? You know what I mean? And I sat down and I did my business, took my time. It was just like, oh man, this is heavenly, Well,
luxury home.
I'm out. I'm in the lobby. I'm getting ready to check into the room. The other guy comes in because there was 3 or 4 stalls in there. And I was like, dude, that's one thing off the bucket list. And he was like, hell yeah, that was awesome. Taking a real righteous poop. Dude, the third guy comes up and he's like, man, what a ripoff. We had to sit down and do a squat poop. And we were like, what? And he was like, yeah, man. Well, I went back in the toilet. I was like, I got to see this. The first 2 toilets were American toilets, and the next 2 toilets were the porcelain squat shitters. We had to take a squat shit because we had to. Yeah, exactly. And I was just like, oh, dude, you just got so ripped off. And we saw the other toilets, and he was so mad, dude. He was furious.
Hey, I got a treat for everybody so you can watch your screen. Eric sent me this. It's a good little throwback to Mr. Ron.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let me get my dollars out.
Thank you, Eric. I have not seen this clip for many months.
That's great.
With the booty shot. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Eric. That was cool as hell. No, Scat Pack. He couldn't dance at all. Even cinched in.
What's funny, man, is there's going to be people, like, imagine a year or 2 or 3 from now, they're going to play that video and they're not going to know who it is. They're going to go, yeah, play the video meme of the guy dancing with the body armor on.
Right. That's all right. Those of us who know.
Yeah.
Well, do you think he really knew when he did that was going to make him immortal? You know what I mean?
No, I don't. And I think about this a lot, not to be a downer and weird and shit, but I do think he knew he was going to die. But I don't think that he knew what fabric he wove together with all of us. I don't think he gave himself credit or recognized the very interesting quilt that he filled and batted and stitched down that we're all here to enjoy and stay warm from sometimes. But
Yeah, you brought it down. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit.
Yeah, I
Way to
did.
go, Virginia.
I did, but I don't do it often. So just saying, that's what I think.
All that hippie psycho.
No, I think you're
mumbo
right
jumbo.
though.
Yeah. Those were fun nights.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
actually they were, but they were also terrible nights at the same time. But that's what made it good though, because like, you know, he had a way, like he can make everybody get along. So you could be on a panel with somebody that you hated, and like you were secretly trying to hate the other person, but then like you had to get along. So it made it kind of fun at the same time doing that too.
He perfected the art of doing that, if you think about it.
Yeah, for sure. Because man, you know, you look at how fast it goes south and a lot of other places, and I wonder, I really still to this day I don't understand how he could hold that together, you know.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that was even a skill, you know, because I just thought that was normal. But man, like the lack of control when things go perilous, you know what I mean? Yeah.
He
He really had like a good handle on that air brake.
We all held it, and everyone who was there, we all held that. I think some of us look back and say, well, how come there was not an intervention for whatever reason at some point? And I think it was physical things, not outside things that did it. But my point is, we all look back, a lot of us, and go, damn, man, you care about somebody, you see them every day, you rely on them to be there at a certain time, like rescue. I see you the same way. And this is where we get truly uncomfortable, is I see you here in a similar role, putting yourself out there, and in some ways you've got some shit to take care of with your own health and getting forward. So do I. So do a lot of us. I'm not pointing a finger in any way at all, but I did learn from that as much as this is a passive set of relationships, we're all here in chats and we're looking at each other on this thing that isn't fucking real. It's incredibly passive, but we put a lot of weight into it. And if I never said anything ever to look out for you, like rescue, you asked about Dana and Sister Marie tonight. We haven't seen either one of them for several days, maybe a week. They've got physical things going on, whatever, right? So I will extend the same to you and say, we're all here lifting up and creating this foundation somewhat for you to stand on and build this house and living room that you're building. But make sure you take care of yourself at the same time, because we all watched him die, and I'm not going to do it again.
So Virginia, just an idea, but can you put that personality away and bring the fun personality back out, maybe?
Yeah, I can. Like I said, I don't go there often. You guys rarely hear me.
But when she does.
But when I do, I'm going to say exactly what the fuck I think, but I don't go there pretty much ever. That is a cavern in my heart that is reserved there. And as far as the fun, give me a catalyst on the fun. You know, I'll go there quickly. I get it. That's my thought right there.
You refer to yourself as we. And I'm okay with you referring to yourself as we, but the thing is, if you're going to have like 3 or 4 of you floating around in there, can you at least give us like a remote control or something so we can pick which one comes out?
All right, fine. So he just threw a rainbow unicorn Pegasus and said, choose a color. All right.
You can pick them all.
Black.
Auntie says rescue. Sister Marie was here almost the whole show yesterday. Well, yeah, she was here in the morning because her appointment, I don't think, wasn't until like 3 in the afternoon yesterday, and then or day before, and then she came yesterday. It didn't go it didn't. There was no positives or negatives. So that's what she had said.
Right.
So.
Just an update. Amen to what, Bullfrog?
Probably whatever you were rambling about.
Yeah.
Well, all right, I'll stop. You know how it is when you find the black gold.
I
you
was
tap
joking
that
and kind
oil
of
reserve,
making
and
light
it's
of it.
just like.
Well, it's got a vacuum to it too. So
Yeah.
a flat tug. It can.
But you're totally right though, Virginia. And I shouldn't even be joking around about it because you do have a very solid point. I mean, as usual, but that's just my nature, you know.
Right. I feel you. Our quilt is tattered.
I think Summer should give a speech. The new guy should say something.
She's
morning,
choking
man.
on biscuits and gravy. Leave her alone.
I mean, you know, I can actually second everything Virginia said. You know what I mean? Like, I look at Rescue kind of as a virtual big brother, and, you know, occasionally gonna say, hey, love you, but do what makes you feel good. Take care of you. But other than that, you know, I love what we got here. Like, I didn't get to meet, I think his name was Danger, but he seems like a pretty friggin' awesome dude. And
Dangerous Freedom.
Yeah, Dangerous Freedom. And he seems like a really awesome dude. And like I said, I second what Virginia says. Not to get all serious or anything, but you men are stubborn as hell. And, you know, like, I'm a strong woman, and I don't like to admit it all the time, but, you know, I kind of like you guys. Like to keep you around. So.
How the hell are we stubborn? Men are
Oh.
simple creatures.
I think what Corn Pop
How
is
many
trying to
times
say
have
is
you been?
I
How
think
many times have you been with a man? How many times have you been with a man? I ain't trying to be funny or disrespectful. None, right? So then you probably won't realize how you know, how hard-headed y'all can be.
But I've had a dick my
Summer,
whole life,
I think-
so I kind of know a thing or two.
Having
about
a
it.
dick and being with a dick is two different things, baby.
Right. Yeah.
All you got to do is keep our stomach full, our balls empty, and don't ask stupid questions.
Well, I can guarantee 2 out of
2 out of
3.
3 ain't bad.
That's where that damn song came from.
Summer, I think what Corn Pop was trying to say, I think he was just trying to say you aren't the boss of us, is what I think he was trying to say.
Where's Corn Pop at? Hold on.
And make me a sandwich.
Yeah.
Boss of me now. You're not the boss
I think Corn
of
Pop
me
just said, you're not my real dad. That's what he said.
Do you want to be?
Bullfrog
Was his whole vagina?
Bullfrog said, amen to take care of all y'all selves. All of y'all would be missed. So that's everybody. Amen.
Yep, I agree with that.
I know I kind of like everybody for the most part. I mean, yes, apparently the ones that are here and that we talk, I ain't gonna dress shit up. Hell, you're sitting here and I ain't said nothing kind of cross because so far so good. I mean, I like I've said before though, I only get to know the parts you let me see. So I like that part.
Well, it costs extra to see the other parts.
That's
Dude,
$6.99, baby.
I want a refund.
I think Virginia was just trying to say that before Rescue ran away from home and lost his internet connection.
Right.
what I'm starting to cut out already.
I can't wait to get a new phone. This thing sucks.
What if
my
Rescue
camera
ran away from home and ran out of money and he had to join the circus?
They're hiring in Louisville.
What do you think I'm in?
The circus is hiring in Louisville, Rescue.
I got
Isn't that where you are, Corn Pop?
Yeah.
Where are you in Corn Pop?
Louisville.
Are you? So am I. Me
Dealing with all these damn Yankees up here.
Joe, come on.
That's what's funny,
Wait,
man. I was
So
from,
are you?
I
you
lived in
from
Cincinnati
Louisville
forever,
and
but I called it Louisville. People who live there call it Louisville.
Louisville. Yeah,
yeah, it's Louisville.
for sure.
Louisville.
Hey, there you go. Wizard said, testify, corn pop.
Oh, yeah.
As much as he can.
So who lives in the snootier part of town? I wonder, between the two of them.
Louis
I
or
get
Bill?
it ain't me. I can promise you that. I live in the hood. I live in the
Manor,
ghetto.
bitches.
I know where that's at.
I ain't nowhere near that.
I was gonna say you're way nicer than where I am. I'm in Portland, so I'm in the middle of it all.
Man, you got to get out of the city before this shit blows up.
Well, I actually just moved out into like the outskirts of Louisville, kind of not country, but country compared to Louisville. But I still minister, and my shelter is in Louisville. I work down in the Portland, Weston, downtown area, which is like the rough parts of Louisville. So, fun.
I pretty much refuse to go downtown.
But I don't blame you, but I mean, it's crazy right now. It is batshit crazy downtown.
Hell, it ain't the craziness. It's the freaking drivers. These people around here can't drive.
Okay, I've never been anywhere that people can drive. You know what I'm saying? Like, if anyone could give an example of where people can drive, I'd love to visit.
Or maybe it's not can or can't drive. It's
capabilities.
Doing it 90 miles an hour or 30 miles an hour.
Yeah,
because everybody around here, they're in a hurry to go fucking nowhere.
Very true.
Through Buckingham, Florida. Everybody that drives through Buckingham, Florida is joyriding, like scenic touring, and nobody's in a hurry. And you actually get places faster driving through there than you do where people are acting like idiots trying to cut each other off. It's kind of funny.
I think Atlanta is the only place I've drove through that I hated driving through more than I hate driving around here.
Have you ever driven in LA?
Oh, dude. No,
yeah,
Atlanta's worse than LA.
That's a treat. Oh, what do you got? In this country, because I've only driven, what do you got? Lower 48. Oh, well, actually, Alexa include that.
Like, worst place to drive? Atlanta at anywhere close to daylight hours.
Oh my God, Atlanta sucks to drive in, for sure.
Yeah, Atlanta is like my least favorite place to drive. LA's up there, though. Don't get me wrong. You did have a point there, but...
Eric, have a great day, brother. Appreciate you telling me that.
The thing about LA is the false hope. You keep thinking, if I just go a few more blocks, it'll clear up, and it never does, you know?
And then you still have to get through San Diego.
It'll give it a little bit longer, and it'll be easy as hell to drive out in LA. Won't nobody be driving. Can't afford it.
Depends on which direction. It does not depend which direction you're going. Milkmaid, I have done New York City as well. Terrible. New York City, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. is a fucking nightmare because they have it set up like a classic
I've never
grid,
driven in New York City.
But really?
Yeah, me neither. I always take cabs when I'm in New York.
Leave it off the list. It's awful.
But I drove an armory truck through Baltimore, and the thing was huge, and I wasn't licensed for it, and I was like, I was just laughing because I was like, what are we gonna do if I get pulled over? Just like declare martial law or something? Like, you know, like, oh yeah, you can arrest me. Not anymore, motherfucker. Martial law. Get on the ground. You know, like. You just gotta make some shit happen, you know?
You just have to take your pants off and the situation would de-escalate.
Wow. Corn popping his warm ankles. I love it. That's how he pops that corn. Any big city is a nightmare. I've driven through Chicago, San Francisco, LA, all the way.
Has anybody ever been through
They're all a nightmare.
Has anybody ever been through Minneapolis, St. Paul?
Mm-hmm.
I was looking
Yes,
at they
sir.
had something. I was watching something a couple days ago, and they had like a road map up, and it was like nothing but freaking freeway up there. I was like, man, they got a hell of a system laid out there. I mean, it looked like city
Oh,
streets
absolutely.
was all.
And then you have
four-
loops in the system. You get on something and it's a circle. It's efficient if you know what you're doing. But
Well, any highway that repeats another highway with a 2 in front of it is a circle. Just so you know.
yeah, well, sure, certainly, but telling you.
It just never works out because they always use this population level that's daily growing, and they always think that, well, we can make the funnel this big, and it never works.
Yeah, I prefer dirt roads.
That's it.
Well,
You're on the back roads.
It's easy for you to say that. Meanwhile, I have half of New Jersey and New York, like buying all the property around my house right now. So
Right. Yeah.
they're going like,
Rescue
we
has
just
half
moved
of
to Florida,
Washington
and I'm like,
move
you
back.
know, they tell me they just moved to Florida every time I meet someone from New York or New Jersey, and I'm like, I'm in Florida right now, dumbass. Like, I know you moved here. Like, you're freaking right here, you know?
Right.
I moved to Florida. Like, oh, I'm glad you didn't think you moved to New Orleans, because I'd tell you were in the wrong place, but.
I used to live in Florida. I was in Lakeland, Tampa, St. Pete, all that area.
Yankee Watchdog
Tampa
said
is
in
like-
Boston, if you go from point A to point B without trading paint, it's a good day.
Yeah, I can imagine. Any of the old cities, man, they weren't made for
No.
modern cars and traffic and stuff.
No, and they got no room.
Tampa's
Somebody
like 2
make
hours north of me.
Oh yeah, I used to live down there for a long
Tampa's
time.
not so bad. Tampa's okay. There's too many people there, obviously, but like Tampa's pretty still, you know.
So is Florida the butthole of the U.S. or the cock and balls of the U.S.?
I'd say the butthole. I don't know.
Cock and balls. Definitely cock and balls.
So we have one of each: cock and balls and butthole. I mean, it could go either way. It really is a matter of perspective on that.
Hey, baby.
I think it's all going to be determined on what happens in this complete fallout of the next presidential election and potential. I don't want to use the CIVIL word, but you know what I mean. Like, it depends on how ugly it's going to get. Florida is either going to be the biggest joke of the country after that election, or it's going to be like the driving force of trying to hold shit together as stuff falls apart. You know, and it'll be one or the other.
What about Texas? What about Arizona?
Man,
with some of their stuff. What
wait,
about?
now,
I mean, there's other.
let
I think
me-
that
Well, I gotta say now,
Hold on.
Arizona is
One
kind
at
of
a time.
strange.
well, the point I'm making is
but
that
see,
OMG.
you can find pride in any state that gives hope to the whole scene. You know what I mean?
okay, so Texas,
Especially if you're
right?
from there. Well, Texas is a great example. Florida is a beacon.
Well, you've already
of
brought
hope.
up Texas.
I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah. So, but there are others. You know, you have Arizona working on
The
some
other
of the,
one mentioned Texas
voting
before you started talking.
All right. Well,
No, look, I was trying to add on to what you were
I'm
saying.
blowing the longhorn. Come on.
But the thing with Texas is, I think the challenge for Texas in these next couple of short years here, right, is Texas has to reclaim former glory. You know, they have to reclaim what they once had because they got invaded.
There's a
But they were
reason
invaded
to
by California and
appreciate every part of
purpleized,
this
you know?
union,
Yeah.
this republic.
Oh, that's so beautiful. It's so cute when you talk like that.
Thank you. Shoulders to ears.
It's not
No, but I'm serious. There's
It's
a
not
reason to
super
appreciate
accurate,
and bump up every single one. I don't think that we should
no,
exaggerate
not really.
just where we're from or what we know. We need to bump up every single one because
Need to,
without
yes,
that,
but
it because I think it starts local. So start with your immediate
look,
shit.
I call them
Find the
slobber
pride in
states.
your own state and pull out of that at the foundational level.
But the slobber states where important shit goes down and there's like burning issues and there's states that just stand there and slobber. Like with the crash helmet on and the short bus, you know? And I'm like, why should I focus on a slobber state if they don't do anything, you know? I'm like, you know, resolve this. Like, for example, I'm in Florida.
But that's giving up.
But going off of like, for example, I think DeSantis was a little too draconian on that abortion thing that he passed. It was too much. Like, he had no room for compromise. It was all or none. And I'm like, dude, like, that's not how you make friends right there. You know, like, now other states are going to be looking to cut his balls off, and that's going to come back to haunt him, I think. You know what I mean? Now, there are times when you don't compromise, and there are times when you leave a little bit of room for squish, you know? And I think he screwed up there.
Fair enough. For
That's
your
just me
own
personally.
state. But my whole point is that every single, I don't have any faith in the federal system at all, period, whatsoever. So my point of view,
well, they build roads and they defend our country,
local, state, and reinforce the people we put up that end up at that big federal level. And you have to have
how many troops will we need?
Vision for your own part, your own state in that. I really believe that.
Yeah, the power is in the people, and where that power comes from people is the mass of the people. So the only way you gather mass is to start to become the nucleus, and you start becoming the nucleus by starting right there at your front door in your area.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to build that, and as the others do, it starts to join. You know, that's how the freaking shit happened back when this happened. So it's not fixing to like be some cakewalk, but it's not just going to be like jump from A to B and now here we are. It's it's a gathering. It's kind of take a gathering, and states need to get their head out of their ass. We handed this power over to them by turning around and looking the other way, and they have built this fortification up there in that 10 square mile. And so the approach, and the first approach to that, is through all your local
burn it down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
corn pop. All right, that's one option. But do we?
What are the rules, and who wrote those?
There are no
from
rules.
The top or from the bottom?
That's chaos. That doesn't work.
I think you got to start at the top. I mean, you can preach this local shit all you want,
but you got to.
It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter because you're still.
How do you get to the top without?
You're still going to have Daddy up sitting in Washington D.C. doing his shit, telling you how to do your shit down here, imposing taxes and fees, and this commission and that commission and this agency
if
rolling
your
this
state
agency.
stands up, then it becomes to nothing. Though, if your state stands up, if you gather that state and they just flip them the burden, it's like, nope, not going through that. Kind of like some states actually did that with the whole cover your face shit and the poke.
Yeah.
So, well, okay, as this is escalating, it's escalating everywhere. So all I can do is kind of lean towards the better side and prepare for the worst side. So I lean and hope that as a gathering happens and you flip the finger, because that's where their power comes from. I mean, they don't do, their money comes from us, their power comes from us. If we don't send people, we don't send money, we don't contribute to the problem, then we become part of the solution.
Yeah, that's never going to happen though.
That's what they said back then too. It took them by surprise when it happened the first time. I would like to hope that more people start to realize what the liberties and freedoms are and how they got here, and that they're kind of worth sticking up for.
I mean, I completely agree with you. I just don't have much faith in our population anymore.
Well, I have my dark moments. We've definitely talked about those because it's easy. I say it right here. Hell, you can get 100 people on a YouTube channel, and then all of a sudden you can end up with breakouts. So all of a sudden you're talking 330 million. Kind of have to like have this popping sound effect happen, and it's like that's scary.
What if everyone in the country swallowed a Lego and took a shit at the same time, and the water treatment plant at the sewage facility had broken filters because it got clogged with Legos all at once around the country? Wouldn't that?
Yeah, that's a viable plan. I think we need to start a.
And then you can say, "We will vote with our shit. Don't make us do it again. We can make this. We can drain the coffers of the whole country. We'll just do this every day for the next,
we're
like
already
4 years
doing
if we
that.
have to."
This is what the procedure is as it stands presently. Next, currently
We're already eating Legos.
More or less, yeah.
Sometimes.
Actually, they are. Minecraft, yes, people are eating Legos, as a matter of fact. And we are shitting these preconceived little buildings in the Minecraft world. I think we have to, I agree with the concept of starting it all from the bottom. I think the only realistic thing to do is local action and reinforcing who builds up the next step.
I think I'd rather fight.
That's my
down.
non-violent answer.
Thanks, Summer.
I'd rather fight from the top and work my way down. It's easier to fight from the high ground.
But the top, when you look at as far as in that 10 square mile, the top is actually from the states. So if the states start to change, that is the actual people up there. So then that means that starts to change dynamic. Well, when the power shift up there can happen, then you can actually, and I think there are a few that definitely want to hold some people accountable. Now, whether it's in the graphical fashion that I would probably choose, I doubt that. But at least some accountability is better than none.
Green tips and JFK haircuts.
You got to start somewhere, and it's just because if you shoot for that, then you're overshooting, and then it's just the road's getting pulled out from under you while you're doing it. So, you become a pinata.
Burn it all down, top, middle, bottom, burn them all.
Well, but then who were the ones that gathered up before that moment happens, just like before? So who gathers up to start forming how this is all going to work and how we function as a country after that moment? We're like, okay, so this is we're going to do that. Then, okay, so when does all that get planned out? So now we have something.
Well, 6 months or a year ago. 6 months or a year ago, I'd have told you it's little groups like this, people getting together, talking, doing shit like this. But like all anything the last 6 months to a year's taught me is most everybody here is just here to pick fights and play fucking high school.
You know what the messed up thing is if we don't have intelligent, informed, researched voters, you have people ingrained to only go for a certain color based on how they were raised, red, blue.
Yeah, when you can
That's a cultural, religious, societal, all of it, right? So that's what the problem is no one even looks into what that means. They just go with the color they feel, usually tightly through family, religion, something like that they should, without looking further into it and really understanding what that means. We do not have informed voters, and let alone roughly 30% turnout. Anyway.
No, I mean, they've stupefied it so much. You go in and vote, and you just hit one little check mark to vote straight party all the way down on everything. I mean,
just
yeah. And now with all the other crap they're doing with it, I mean,
But see, that's where you got to kind of bring that dang word accountability back. But you start with some self accountability, then you start your local accountability. Well, then that's going to be the person that you will start to send. Does it happen overnight? No, I don't think so. But it didn't happen overnight back then either. That was a gathering of thoughts, then a gathering of people, an establishment. Because because in all honesty, regardless of whatever, if you want to maintain a 330 plus million country, there's got to be some established boundaries. That's just a given. Otherwise, you're not a country, and you're just basically feeding ground for every other established nation on this ball of dirt. So you have to be an establishment somehow. Well, that means there needs to be something going. Okay, we're fixing to go it. We're going down the block. We're taking a right. We're kicking the door on this, and here's what the idea is when we get in there. And then when we come out, this is the plan. When we come out of there, we're going to then go down to here and do this. You can't just go, everybody just dogpile the building. And then you kind of go, now what? And it's like, because there are very structured nations that are probably drooling, hoping for that moment. That's just my take.
The first step is you have to find an influential, successful person to run things. And I don't want to brag, but I kind of got the high score at the gas pump on the way to work today. I'm kind of feeling like I might be that guy, you know?
What does that even mean?
He's trying to say he's more knowledgeable than us.
Sure.
He's more experienced. And he does. That's just that you don't just kind of go half-cocked. You have to adapt to the situation, but there's an overall general plan. I think he would, unless I'm just totally, things change that much. Oh, I don't know. Maybe he's been dump trucked.
No, I'm just watching my cat freak out. It's kind of funny.
Oh.
We move some cat trees around, and then all the cats get bewildered, and then they have to attack the cat trees for a couple days, like to intimidate them and put them in their place. Like, how dare they move, you know?
I did not grant you permission to move in my kingdom.
Right? Who said you could be there?
Dude, cats are like, I think every cat
animal
is like 50% Rain Man. they're like 50% superior animal and 50% Rain Man, you know?
They always fart in
like this cat. This cat is literally going like no, 4:00, Judge Wapner, tapioca, don't move the cat tree. Like, that's what this cat is doing right now.
Love that.
Judge Wapner.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Marion. Morning.
All right. So, I got a dentist appointment at 3:00, so I got to go to sleep now, dude.
Oh my God, watch this.
Roger, brother. She wasn't going to let you go
why
first.
Why did she do that?
Damn.
It's just this thing. The minute you utter a word about it, she just won't even hesitate nowadays. There's some kind of mental challenge to be before yours. So just know that you're loved.
It's the only time she gets to go first.
Well, one of her is very competitive. That's all I'll say.
Well, it's always the end of the stream is the one that always shows herself. Because this is becoming pretty repetitive. She's quick. Now she's laughing in chat.
I wonder if she does a thing like that in Saturday Night Live where the one girl that calls herself Superstar, like, after she drops out like that, she goes, "Oh my God, I seem like such an asshole," and then she like sticks her fingers in her armpits and smells them real quick.
I don't think it's her armpits though.
Oh no! She like starts using that Gatorade bottle.
So I can say what I want.
Oh, there you go. Yankee says she had her finger hovering over that exit button for an hour.
Well, some people are scared to live life, you know?
Yeah. Got to push it to the edge.
But when I was like with her in the beginning of that speech she had about the states, and then she lost me. You know, she got a little bit pitchy dog, not gonna lie. At first she was like, you know, states have to build themselves up, and I was like, fuck yeah, they do. Because, you know, some of these states have just been standing around ain't doing nothing. But then she meant like, we have to equally cuddle every state. And I'm like, no, we should pick up and dust off the people that fell down trying to make a difference. The ones that fell down because they were slobbering on themselves, who gives a shit, you know? Like, dude, there are states that like have never done anything. I mean, they just kind of like hovered in the balance and was like, God, I hope we get free roads again this year. You know, like what a payoff, right? And other states are just getting milked. And I don't know, man. Like,
that's the shift.
Think of
that's
all the people in California. No, go ahead, man.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, you know, the state of Jefferson types in California, right? They're kind of in the same boat as like Ricardo there in Australia. You know what I mean? Where like the California government has gone, and dude, Reagan was from California. Like, and here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. California in the 50s and 60s was a red state. And I don't mean kind of red. I mean, they were like all the way red. And they flipped to blue quicker than shit. And like,
that's a lot later in the 50s or 60s. That was like up into the 80s and 90s when they done the flip, wasn't it? I mean, before that, you know, you had like little enclaves of it. But yeah, I remember California being red state.
Well, the more you were encouraged to just take the easier way, their demographics got totally polluted. Their whole system, they just kind of got rotted from the inside out, in my opinion. I was born there.
Well, I think it was by design. Man. I think they said, man, if we can influence, and they keep trying because they got a bunch of irons in the fire, and they go back and forth to like, we should ban all guns, you know, let's call illegal immigrants undocumented citizens. And, you know, then it's like, oh, all citizens should vote. And these are undocumented citizens, you know, like they have these little word plays that they try to do. Like, for example, they said, we should ban guns. And they said, no, we shouldn't. And then they're like, well, some of these are weapons of war. And you're like, do you mean an assault rifle? They're like, that's what we mean, an assault rifle. And they're like, define an assault rifle. They're like, well, it's a rifle that's kind of like a machine gun, but it's also like a rifle, and it's also like a bazooka. And you're like, no, you gotta
ghost gun.
Define something. And then they said, if it can be a machine gun, then it's an assault rifle. And the right went, okay, fine, you win. And then they said, you need to outlaw assault rifles. And they said, okay, we will. And they banned assault rifles. And now they said, no, we change our mind. An assault rifle is any semi-automatic rifle is an assault rifle. And we're like, no, it isn't, because you made us decide what an assault rifle was, and we legally determined it to be this. And that was you guys. That wasn't us. And they go, okay, my bad. And then suddenly they just came out with weapons of war. And weapons of war is cosmetic. Once again, just like the Clinton ban, they're like, if it looks like a weapon of war and it makes us have a psychological, physiological response of fear because we don't like the way it looks, then we can call it a weapon of war. So like they're just getting more and more general about their terms as they go. Meanwhile, like any backlash on them has to be so specific with sources and receipts where it's like, which one is it, you know? And we're not holding them to their own standard is the problem, you know? And really, like, if we were all held to the same standard, this bullshit wouldn't exist. But the right is so, and like, you could use the word tolerant to sound like, oh, they're taking the high road and they're nice. No, but what I'm saying is they have no balls. They got no balls anymore. They won't stand up to these people because they talk louder and they scream and they don't want to get wrapped up in it. And they just let them win over and over again. We can't let people win when it comes to eroding our rights anymore. It's happened too much. We've gone too far. The people have dropped the ball, and we got to stop this shit, man. And, you know, like, there are things that I'm not a fan of that are also being crimped. That, you know, but it's like we have to be sensible, and we have to realize that this country is extremely divided. And when you make a divisive ruling, it gets that pendulum moving. Like, there are things that you can compromise on, and there are things that you can't. Unfortunately, gun rights is something you can't compromise on, you know? But at the same time, we're going to have to give somewhere. I think you know where I'm going with this. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to have to give somewhere. And unfortunately, the burning issue for the left is abortion rights. And it's like, man, you got to throw them a bone. If they're leaving the guns alone, we gotta leave their thing alone too. You know, like we have to have this balance, and it's not what anybody wants. And really, a good balance and a fair deal is when everybody feels like they lost, you know, and that's kind of where we've been the last 50, 60 years, you know, but we gotta kind of stay there right now, at least, because there's going to be a time. I don't see this country staying together much longer. You know what I mean? And we can hash all that shit out later, but my God, we got to survive China. We got to survive this food crisis. We got to survive this fucking bullshit that's coming down the pipe, which really, to be honest, we created. You know, we got to get rid of the oligarchs and the extremists and these Illuminati fuckers in our government. You know, all the kid fuckers from Epstein Island. We got to get rid of all these people. We got to purge this place, and then we can hash out this other shit. You know, but we're going to need our guns to do it, because the second that they realize that we're onto them, they're going to lock this place down so fucking fast that it's, I mean, dude, just wait. Like, this is, when they realize that they lost as far as fair and square, it's going to graduate instantly to not fair and square. And then we're going to really know what the game is, you know? It's going to be nuts. All those rich people are buying islands. That's got to tell you something, right? It's got to tell you something. They're not buying, like, you know, that property right next to downtown. They're buying freaking islands. They're getting off of CONUS. They're going elsewhere, you know, to include Bill Gates. I mean, that alone tells me something anyway. I feel like I'm all alone right now.
No, you're completely right. I mean, I agree with it. It's just.
Sorry, I'm listening. I'm reading SCOTUS shit. It's coming out.
Oh, they put some more out?
Yeah, the Bivens versus the 6 unknown federal narcotics agents case is just came out. I was reading that's extend to create causes of its action for a Fourth Amendment excessive force claim and a First Amendment retaliation claim against a Border Patrol agent. Does not extend to create causes. Okay, so that means it shot down their accusation. The decision of the Ninth Circuit is reversed. Thomas writes that because our cases have made clear that in all but the most unusual circumstances, prescribing a cause of action is a job for Congress, not the courts. We reverse. Oh, and just here, I'll do this in full disclosure so everybody can. I'm not just reading a blog. This is actually, it's a blog, but it's not just anyone. It's the SCOTUS blog. It's actually a rolling thing. You can see it as it's being released. It's the independent news analysis of the Supreme Court.
Hey, Bug Out, was it you that sent me that thing about the DHS warning that just come out like last week?
Yeah, it was. Where they said, where they basically said, yeah, there's some people that think we did a false flag and don't know where they would get that from, but it's definitely not true. Although we're probably going to have to enact martial law just to keep these people in check. You know, I was just like, holy shit, did I just read that right? You know, that was just some beautiful legislation right there, man. Or it wasn't legislation, but you know what I mean. It was some beautiful commentary where they're like, you think we're bad guys and you think we're pulling a false flag because we want to like pull some martial law or something. But if you guys keep saying that, we're going to have to pull martial law because you guys keep saying that. And then we're going to have to do it. Do you see where we're coming from here? Do you get that?
Oh, later, Yankee.
That
Have a
was
great day, bro.
kind of what I read.
Yeah, people need
Be
to pay
safe.
attention to that shit because they like to announce what they're going to do beforehand. You just gotta read between the lines to figure out what the fuck they want to do.
Yep.
Oh, and they really let it hang out there. I don't normally share that kind of stuff, but when I read that, I was like, if this isn't them saying, like, you better super glue your butthole shut before we put you in the FEMA camp, I don't know what it was, you know?
Well, I call top bunk at the FEMA camp. Huh. Peppers are looking sad. I'll let my garden get sad. I ain't been keeping up with it.
Never too late. You still got a ways to go,
What?
right? No, I mean, I'm just looking at the month here. I mean, shit, man.
I don't know.
You got nothing but time.
I don't know if this November. Oh, you're talking about the garden. I was back on getting into spicy shit. I was thinking, I've said for a while now that next November, the next election, 2024, is going to be the deciding factor. But I don't know if this November.
Well, dude, I'm 50-50 on 2024 even happening, dude. You know.
Later, kiss off. Have a great day. Smile.
I really think that once they realize, if they realize that the chips are totally stacked against them, they're just going to break it down before it even happens. Like, why would they risk the loss, you know? And the way they're destabilizing the currency, they're not planning on this lasting much longer, you know? So, I don't know. I'm not sure what their time frame is, if they're talking about a short or a sort of more medium amount of years, but I have a feeling that they're playing the short game at this point. That's what it just feels like to me anyway.
Oh, dude, if something doesn't shift in the House and the Senate this November, if we don't make it to this November and then go through that to shift the power in those two places right there, then anything's on the table. Because like I personally see that as a Y on the road actually up there. We'll either have enough power in those two spots that then things can start to shift and we can chip away, and then we can kind of see where that which direction and work on that, or they flipped it, they got it, and there won't be another one because.
Yeah, but then it's kind of like what Bug Out was saying earlier.
Well, I think for us to say we tried,
we're not going to have the fucking anybody with the balls to do anything.
Well, there's that, but also, I'm not saying not to vote, because I think we should, just to prove point, if not.
Later, Billy. Have a great day, brother.
To vote. To get it documented. I cut out?
Yep.
Holy fuck. Okay. But I think hang on.
Okay. I was gonna
it's
say
gonna
shit.
flip. I just turned my Wi-Fi off. My Wi-Fi turned back on for some reason. That's why it sucks. But I think we need to vote and we need to win, because when they discard the plan or the way things are supposed to go, if we win that election and they go draconian and Manchurian candidate after that, like, we'll know more clearly that that's what's happening. Where if they win this election and then the midterms, it's going to go that direction. But if they lose, it's going to go that direction faster, but we're going to know. If that makes any sense. The canary in the mine shaft will die, because they're going to have to go so far so fast that people are going to go, wait a minute, something's up. Like, they're going to tip their hand, you know?
Kind of like they almost did in 2020.
Well, if you change that power seat too, like in that house, oh, dude, that's one of the driving forces to most of the bullshit under the rug. Not allowed
You forget
to see shit
executive
stem from
action,
right
dude.
there. The minute
Executive
that
order,
power can
executive
change,
action. National emergency can be declared by the president. So he's holding the cards. He can stop this shit at any minute. And that was the real power that Trump had, you know? Trump didn't have any real power because everybody was against him. Even the Republicans were against him, you know? They pretend like they're not now, but they were, you know? And to be honest, in the beginning, I didn't even really blame him because I didn't really trust him at first either, you know? And once I realized the realism and the side of Trump where I knew what I could get and what to expect from him, I began to like him more, you know, because there is a realistic aspect to him that's like, you know, like the used car salesman bit when he was getting elected. I knew that some of that was going to be absolute bullshit, but I didn't know what it was going to be. And when I found out what was true and what wasn't, I said, okay, I can live with this. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I'm down. I would vote for this guy again, probably, to be honest, you know, if he was an incumbent, you know, because that's sort of the rules. Like, yeah, I'm with it. But the punchline is like the implied national emergency / executive action part of the president was what the left feared about him, because really they could have shut him down at any point, at anything he really tried to do, you know. And Biden's holding that wild card, you know. There's no criteria for what a national emergency is. So you look at all this shit that's been going on. There's so much crap happening now. We're literally like spinning out of control, you know.
Well, according to what Devil Dog's saying in chat is that EOs are nothing to the people, that only affects the executive branch.
Unless he declares a national emergency, and then it affects the entire world. I mean, pretty much. But there's nothing that like there isn't this checklist of what you can and can't do to declare a national emergency. Like the next mass shooting that happens, that they seem to be mighty convenient in how they're placed. The next one you can go, oh, this is it. This is out of control, national emergency. And that now we're suddenly we're no longer a democratic republic, you know. It's like things have just radically changed suddenly, you know. And that frightens me, you know.
Well, Milkmaid's saying national emergency right now, energy. Is that something just announced or? Oh, look.
The national emergency that apparently domestic terrorism is the biggest thing that we're worried about right now, because that was what they just put out. Like, hey, I know you think gas prices are high, and I know you're worried about getting ready to starve to death and stuff, but it's those crazy people that are out there doing all this crazy stuff. That's what we need to worry about.
What got my attention on that is, you see who all the target list was? You know, you had the normals, you know, churches and cultural organizations and shit like that. Then they had media and local government and infrastructure and shit like that.
But don't forget about those people on the internet. Those damn people on the internet. If you go on the internet, you're probably an extremist. I mean, they were pretty much like, I'm surprised, dude. And the way I think they're going, they want to go the Imperial Japan route, like the Emperor's rules, where like
they are God.
Yeah, you spend a year building the most magnificent samurai sword ever, and the second it's finished, it belongs to the Emperor, and you better not break it or they'll kill you in prison, you know. And you're like, well, then why did I build this, you know? Like, and that's the thing about like and I didn't live under that empire, so I don't understand the mentality, but it's like you create a work of art, but you can't destroy it, because the second that you complete that work of art, it's not yours anymore. And I'm like, who the hell would produce anything under that, you know? It's just crazy, but that's what they want. That's where they want to be. They don't want to. They're not trying to do Lenin or Stalin 2.0 or Hitler 2.0. They're trying to be like Grand Emperor 2.0, like, you know, House of the
Dynasty.
Rising Sun type shit, you know?
Make a dynasty.
And, you know, honor killings and stuff. Like, I have dishonored my party. I must commit seppuku, you know? Like, I will dox myself and sacrifice, you know? Just some dumb shit. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of brainstorming here, but like, it's crazy to me. And that Devil Dog's in the chat, so I know he's just picking me apart. He's probably just eating me alive right now, but I think he knows where I'm going with this.
No, he hadn't said anything since the executive branch one. Yeah, Pop-Tarted out.
Dugout's got him so flustered he can't think about what he's going to type right now.
No, I'm brushing my teeth, and it's an electric toothbrush, so it sounds like a dildo, so I put it on mute.
Yeah, I was looking to find that national emergency to see what was.
Well, they've been claiming the hell out of that since Trump done it with the for the vaccine, though, the Defense Act, shit like that. Biden's done like what 6 of those so far, probably.
Yeah.
And, you know, he wants to come out and he gives little speeches all the time. You know, this is the greatest national emergency, yada yada. I think, you know, what the guy was talking about, you know, is like declaring that emergency to where it puts armed troops on your street corner, kind of thing, where you got the National Guard rolling down the road.
Right. So let's see.
LA in 92 or whatever kind of thing.
And well, they don't like it. They don't make it easy to dig.
What are we digging on?
That national emergency document. And then there was some other shit. There was one that it sounds like it's the date's May 12th, and it's showing a continuation of the national emergency with respect to securing the information and communications technology and services supply chain. And somehow, I don't know, I read that, and then it's kind of this little weird feeling you get on the back of your neck, and it's kind of like, okay, I don't know, maybe I need to read into that.
I mean, honestly, in the last couple months, you know, I had all that other shit going on too. But I mean, in the last 2-3 months, man, I don't care to read into it anymore. It's just almost got burned out on looking at it. You know, it's like, fuck it, you know, it's something all the time. You know.
Yeah, dude, it's
always something. Nothing ever getting done.
Well, it's a build up. I don't know. For me, we didn't get here overnight. I just hope that enough to cohesiveness happens to kind of maintain it when the dust settles, because they kind of got a focal point. They just, the hate is just all they got to do is put their agenda, and that's that, just drive that negative shit. And give me just a minute. I got a phone call.
Oh shit, man. I hope you know how to talk there, Corn Pop, because dude, I gotta go to sleep, man. I gotta wake up in like 2 hours.
They're gonna listen to a lot of nothing then, probably. So I'm about to hop off too. I gotta find something to do around here before it gets too damn hot. I'm already sitting outside sweating my balls off.
Oh, dude, that's like 9 a.m. over here, man. Unfortunately. Pretty crazy. It's already here. What's the sun, man? It's so crazy.
Couple months of hot.
Yeah, down here it never ends, man. And I'm
I
like,
don't know. Might get some spray cans out and repaint some stuff here in a little bit.
yeah, I'm like kind of thinking about how I want to do. I just ordered a chest rig, a new one, and I ordered it in Coyote Brown, but the Coyote Brown that company makes is kind of dark, which I can work with, but I'm thinking about throwing some layers of spray paint on it, and kind of trying to think about how I want to do it. And I think I have an idea, but I got to see what it looks like when it's all together to see if I can pull it off, you know?
That thing I sent you a picture of the other day, I painted. The more I look at it, the tan on it, I don't like it. It's too damn bright.
Oh, yeah. And dude, the Krylon khaki, that's what you used, right?
Yeah.
If you throw a direct coat of it on, it's really bright, you know?
I was thinking about here in a little bit, pulling it out and starting, blank canvas it, and instead of all the tan, using that light green and dark green more. Use light green as the base instead of the tan.
Well, remember that thing I showed you with overspraying?
Mm-hmm.
And I used black paint in that, but khaki works even better than the black does. So if you painted it and then used the overspray technique with the khaki, it looks beautiful, man. It's because it just gives a hint of it. And the fact that the paint's lighter, when you overspray it, you don't even think that you painted it, and that's fine. If you do a pass and you're like, man, maybe I didn't get it, that's where you want to be. Just leave it and then go to the next one, you know?
Yeah.
And man, when you look at it, that shit'll pop, and it's like it's really weird. Like when you're painting it, you don't think, especially if once you throw 2 or 3 colors down, you're like, man, I don't think that I even did anything with that. And then when you look at it, it's like it's the subtlety that makes it good, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think that's the route I want to go with it now. At least I'm gonna start over and just go with that light OD green as the base coat, and then come over with some dark, and then like you're talking about, hit it with
but see what you got now, man. And this is just something to think about. But when you cover it with OD green, don't cover it uniformly. Feather it and spray it on, and let those undercoats show through, and you won't have a uniform base coat. And then when you put the other colors on top of it, you'll have a depth to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like you can use that to your advantage when you cover it up. Just don't cover it up all the way, you know?
Gotcha.
And let that shit bleed through. And dude, and it'll be like, every time you paint something, it comes out totally different. Because like, for example, if you tried to reproduce that, you'd go, well, shit, man, I had a paint job and I didn't like it, and then I painted over it, and then I did this. But if someone tries to reproduce it and they try to do, then I did this, it won't be the same as yours, because the depth of those 2 base colors won't be underneath it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, dude, I almost never put a solid coat of anything on anymore, except the base coat. That first coat, I'll coat something solid, and that's why I'm like, and I think of it this way. I'm like, when the paint rubs all the way off, it's going to be black, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to put one of my lighter colors on first, because as the paint rubs off, it'll get lighter, and then right as it rubs off all the way, it'll get black, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that the black that shows up will be offset by that khaki or coyote color that you threw on, you know? So it doesn't get overpowered, because eventually like you know, the paint's going to scratch off and you're going to have a ton of black on there, you know? But when it rubs off, it'll actually lighten in color. I have a holster that looks really crazy because I painted it like 3 times, you know? And like I'd throw some camo paint on it for one job, and then I would get another job and they'd say, yeah, you need a black holster. So I would spray paint it. And then it's like, oh, yeah, this is a tactical job. And then I would camo paint it again. And then they're like, oh, no, you got to have a black holster. And then I would spray paint it. And now, since I've been using it on this job, getting in and out of the truck all the time, it's like I can see like 5 totally different schemes of paint on it, and like with like layers of black in between. It's really weird looking. Kind of cool, though.
Yeah, I need to play around with it, figure out that overspray stuff.
That sage color of Krylon, I'm not crazy about, man.
The darker?
No. It's like the color of sage. It's like the exact color of a sage plant. And normally when you buy sage, it's not the true sage color, but it's like that greeny blue, light green blue color, you know? Yeah. And I really use that sparingly. I really just feather that on, because if you catch a solid shade of that, it's just as bad as the khaki, because it's not a color that's natural in either of our areas, you know? And it sticks out to the eye. It's kind of loud, you know? But if you feather it on, it'll throw like looks like the sun shining on something, you know what I mean? It works kind of cool for that. But man, on a solid shade, man, that shit is bad, dude. There's another, do you have a hobby store near you? Like a Michael's or a...
Yeah, I know there's a Michael's around. I'm sure there's a bunch of other ones around here too.
It's Hobby Lobby or Michael's, but one of them, they carry spray paint for models. It's called Tester's Model Master. It's the little tiny cans of spray paint, and they have all the historical colors, but there is a color called Africa Mustard, and it's the color of the tiger tanks when they were in the North African campaign. You know how they painted them that like tan color, that weird kind of tannish brown?
Not the pinkish tan?
No, that was British.
Okay.
The Germans had, it almost looks like coyote brown, but it has a little bit more yellow in it. And it looks like dead grass. Okay. Dude, that is a perfect color. It's one of my favorite camo colors, and they're the one company that makes it, and it's a model paint company, which is kind of funny, but like, I mean, dude, it's a beautiful color, man. Like, before you repaint that rifle, go there, buy that color, and if you see anything else you like, go ahead and pick that up too. But get that Africa Mustard color, because it is like brilliant for camo and guns, man.
I never even thought about model paint, but yeah, I'm gonna run down to Michael's here in a minute.
Little cans of spray paint. I think they're like 8 ounces. You know, those little fist-sized cans, like a little.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know
what
you're talking about. I've seen them before. I like I said, I never even thought about model paint like that. But yeah, I might run down there here in a minute and see what they got.
But one of them has it and one of them doesn't. So call them first and ask if they have it, because one of those 2 chain stores has that paint and one of them doesn't. Okay. So like if you go 50-50, you're going to get the wrong one every time, you know? But anyway, man, I got to go, y'all. I got to go to sleep. So I'll talk to y'all later. I got to get my teeth cleaned here in like fucking 2 hours, man. This sucks.
Hey, by the way, is your AC up and going 100%?
Yeah, it's running, and it's funny because this was going to be I had one night of sleep finally, and then I was going to get my makeup sleep session because this was my last day of work for the week. Dude, I was going to sleep for like 9 hours today, and then I found out I had to go to the dentist, and I was like, you got to be kidding me, man. So whatever.
Yeah. Start your days off with a bang.
Change of plans, right? As always.
All right, brother.
Then I get to talk about paint 30 minutes later.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, buddy. See you.
All right, Mr. Corn Papa. Yeah, I think I might call it too. Hell, I'm 7.5 hours. I'm tired. I'm going to give me a bowl of chicken noodle soup.
I don't blame you. I think I found my project for the day now, so I'm going to start piddling around with that and see what I can get done.
There you go. Right on, brother. Appreciate you coming up. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yes, sir. We'll holler at you.
You got it, man. Later. All right, everybody. I do want to say, Milkmaid, I got you. I read that, so don't think I didn't. So Milkmaid was just talking about with the national emergency thing, it allows them, will allow them to enable other things. So it doesn't have to be a specific one. Things like in the Patriot Act stuff. So, yes, ma'am, I saw that. I saw him acknowledge it. And yes, ma'am, T-Girl. A little tired. Yes, Mama Reed. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it. I appreciate it, everybody. Man, it was a pretty dang fun night, wasn't it? Ended that on a good note. That was some funny shit. It's been a good one. 2 a.m. Central tomorrow. The only time zone that matters. But be sure and smile or be the reason somebody smiles. And remember, starts local. Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, Constitution. That's the three. They matter. Start local, start enforcing accountability. We got this shit. We either are strong enough as our ancestors and our forefathers, or we are weaker, and I guess people are fixing to decide that. But much love. I got the coolest people here on YouTube. So y'all have a great day, and I will see you later, more than likely. Appreciate you. Much love, guys.